Get scared? Do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before, but you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus.
On a wait list, I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. Been focused. You should know like that.
Better watch your back, cause we aiming at your head. I don't need to pick me up and I don't need a rest. Knock down, top down, hit him in his leg. Pull up with the trio and my eyes all red. Like 2, 3 of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they did and believe in us. Believe in us, believe in us, believe in us.
So here's on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known locked and loaded.
The French word souvenir means to remember. And today, one of these teams is going to make a memory we'll never forget. This is the final day of the 2025 Fortnite Global Championship. Lyon, vous êtes prêts?
Lyon, est-ce que vous êtes chaud? C'est la deuxième journée des Fortnite Global Championship. Hier, on a eu Citrier trios qui ont fait des performances exceptionnelles. Ça a commencé par le trio de Canada Rapid et Bolt, mais aussi Quizzy, Sweezy, Mertzach, back to back to back, top 1. On a eu Flixzy, Veno et Vico, et ensuite Predoxy avec son trio Pablo et Chino qui ont fait des performances incroyables. C'est les 6 dernières parties. Un trio va être couronné champion du monde.
Bonjour, Joker. Comment ça va?
Ça va très bien et toi? Are you ready?
Je pense ça. Wait, I think I am ready, but we need to keep testing this crowd, I think. Je veux vous entendre. I'm going to be testing them on their English very soon, Benji, I think.
Oh yeah, ça va être incroyable. Qui? Francky.
Merci à vous, but today is not about any of us except these players and the winners who'll be raising this silverware created by Thomas Light. It is the most beautiful silverware, but it also means that you are the best team in the world when you raise it. The question is, can Queasy, Swizzy and Murstache hold on until the end of Game 12, Benji?
Est-ce que, mesdames et messieurs, vous avez vu ce trophée qui est juste magnifique? Il a été fait par Thomas Light, qui a vraiment préparé énormément de choses, et notamment ce trophée. Il a aussi été participant au Pro-Am, et globalement, il est magnifique. Est-ce que Quizzy, Sweezy, Mertzach vont le soulever ou pas? Eh bien, on va voir ça.
Alors, Benji, get this crowd to show the rest of the world how the French can make some noise for me, please.
Est-ce qu'on peut faire un maximum de bruit pour ce magnifique trophée et savoir qui va le soulever?
And there's so much more of that to come today, but for now, let's talk about what happened in games 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6 yesterday with the analyst desk.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the Global Championship. This is day number 2. It is great to be back here with some of our favorite friends, these players, and this amazing crowd. We've already seen several clips of you guys going crazy. There's moments where you couldn't even hear what we were saying because the noise was so loud. And that's what we're here for. And of course, we're also here for some Global Championship or champions to be crowned.
Day 2 feels a little bit different. Maybe it's the looming thought, the obvious idea that after these 6 subsequent games, we're gonna crown global champions. Only 6 games separates us, Mini Minor. I'm excited.
Day 1, what an incredible day that was. Day number 2 can only get better, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And with this crowd, the way they've been reacting to what's going on in the game, it's going to be so hype.
Oh man, so let's talk about it, right? Let's get right into it. What are we here for? What are we playing for? Let's start with, of course, the prize pool. $450,000 to the trio that comes in first place. Obviously, we saw Queasy kind of locking down that first place spot. If we ended things right there, hey, they're walking away with that much money. That's pretty sweet.
Would definitely be crazy. Chill out, Zeke. Got 6 more games to play before we get there, right? A lot can happen. We talked about this, of course, yesterday, right? $450,000 for that first place trio. Incredible amount of money, but Mini Minor, I'm sure you and I, everybody at home would love to have that trophy sitting behind them.
I mean, look at it. It's just beautiful. It shines with every single light that's shone on it. I've been looking at it up close. It looks even better there. I think that's the only time I'll ever get that close to it, to be honest. But, I mean, what a trophy it is. What a prestige it would be for a team to win this trophy.
Oh man, shout out to Thomas Light. Thank you guys so much for such a beautiful trophy. So what happened day number 1? Well, the standings are a great place to start. Let's remind ourselves of where things ended. I kind of spoiled it in case, not spoiled it. I mean, let's be honest, how can we forget such a performance?
Yeah.
Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy in first place. Look at this lead, Vivid. This is exactly where we want to start day number 2.
I don't know where else you would want to start, right? I mean, It could be close, but nah, they were like, why don't we just keep winning those games? So close to getting 4 victory royales yesterday as well. Just a straight up dominant performance from the trio.
Yeah, the dream start for this trio, right? We saw them, the fans are absolutely loving them. Of course, the Gentle mates themselves, they're absolutely loving this trio. And I think that can work to a lot of teams' advantage, but it can also work to their disadvantage as well, right? They might feel that pressure. So that's absolutely ideal for them. Just the ability to come out of the gates really, really strong, pick up wins in that fashion. So good from them.
You know, of course, you know, we're seeing the trios, all of them kind of walk in right then and there. Yesterday, after the games kind of ended, right, we were all kind of loading up on the bus together, and, you know, Queasy, Swizzy, Merstache, they were all there, and I was like, hey, guys, like, decent start, right? It was a pretty good day, number one. They were like, it's decent.
I mean, look, by their standards, they would have loved to win 6 in a row, right? They've already done it in a major. Why not try things out at LAN? You got halfway there. But listen, we have 6 games today. Maybe we can try and push out another 3, get 6 wins on LAN. And I mean, again, the fact that they have 3 victory royales on LAN environment back-to-back is insane.
You know, I mean, obviously, it's very, very easy for us to talk about the victory royales. But look at the other games there, Manny, right? Yeah. This graph does a great job of showing off just how well they played in every single game.
Yeah, it's something I spoke about at the end of the day yesterday. The games that they're having when they're not winning are still absolutely amazing. Yeah. Especially that last game as well, the way that it was Queasy and Swizzy were able to sort of clutch up, find all those eliminations, find all those placements. As a duo, just gives this team so much firepower. No matter what happens, they always seem to make it work. And the way that they talk in interviews, the way that Queasy talks, so confident, so calm. Let's hope they can bring that into today.
Man, for Queasy to walk away with a global champion title with this crowd behind him, I mean, there could not be anything better than that. Let's take a look at some of the damage numbers from the trio. We took a look and broke kind of things down, looking at them, looking at everybody else. So let's take a look. Yeah, Merstache, okay, all right, 3K damage. Swizzy, 2.2. I mean, guys, they're leading the pack.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, the revolver is such a valuable item for a lot of the teams, right? And we often see a lot of players using it in conjunction with a shotgun, using it like a sort of double pump format. Yeah. But the way that these guys are using these is so impressive. Merstache in particular, he didn't get a single amount of damage with a shotgun yesterday. Wow. Only using that revolver, and I think that's what we saw so much of them yesterday, up on that high ground, using that revolver, because of course when you ADS with it, it has that smaller sort of spread, right? So you can hit closer shots, or you can hit further shots with a lot closer of that spread, therefore doing a lot of damage. So Merstache absolutely popping off with it.
I mean, obviously did such a good job, right? We're kind of talking about how easy it was for them to kind of get up on the high ground. You do have to hold it. You do have to apply the pressure, and I feel like Merstache just played it perfectly, right? You're talking about the distance that revolver kind of gives you in that sense. Always distance between him and his opponents. It was always perfect. That's why he's topping the damage charts right now.
I love that, but I guess the question is, obviously we've had a day, a night to kind of refresh ourselves, look at everything that's going on. Could we see the lobby try and contest this trio for height? Is today that time?
I think yes. It's something I've been saying a lot. I've been speaking to a lot of the fans in the arena and speaking to a lot, of course, everyone else that's here. And I do think they're going to get contested at some point today, right? Yeah. I think there's going to be a team that maybe catches up a little bit, tries to close the gap on the team. And that's, of course, the easy way to go about that, of course, you know, to try and take out your nearest competition. But this is Queasy, this is Swizzy, this is Merstache. They would have prepared for that outcome.
Yeah, that's what I'll be looking forward to, right? I hope that nobody kind of lands on them, right? Kind of messes up the early game, because I do want to see them kind of perform in the end game, kind of continue to show us that consistent performance. But hey, listen, if it does happen, I'll be excited to see if they prepared anything specifically for it.
Man, I'm just reliving yesterday, all the highlight moments from the trio, man. They just looked so good, so clean. Everything they were doing was executed so well, Vivid.
I mean, yeah, it was just played to perfection, and the thing that I love is how adaptable they were, right? As you can see right here, getting height for them was the easy part. Holding it is a different story, but they also make that look easy. As you can see right here, they decided to go ahead and beef up a bottom layer of the high ground, and then have 2 players actually play a couple of extra layers above that. Strategically speaking, right, in the game right now, there's Flowberry Fizz in the game, you've got the crash bed, so players can actually launch up to the high ground very easy. So playing that double layered height is very very good to kind of prevent that from happening.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, having that the distance between two layers so valuable. If someone does decide to try and launch pad up, maybe using the crash pad to try and get their way up, they can just deal with it so easily. And again, we saw it with Mustache with that revolver just swatting everyone that's deciding to come on up, making it so simple for them. And then in another game, they decide not to, but they're very adaptable with it.
Yeah, exactly. And as you can see right here, they go with a different strategy. They keep Queasy and Mustache up on the high ground, but then Swizzy drops down. He's going to be the one kind of holding down the batches for the trio, right? He's going to be one in the face of all of the trios below them, making sure that they feel his presence in the lobby. Now, these type of plays, adapting to the lobby, it could be a material-based thing, right? If they don't have enough materials to kind of do that double layer, they might do something like this, but it's like, obviously, we know they're going to go for high ground, but if you look at every single one of the games, they almost play high ground differently just based on how the lobby's going.
Yeah, they do, and even when they're going to set up for high ground, the setup for it is so good. I saw them in so many occasions, just not necessarily being right up above the rest of the lobby in that sort of 7th zone. They decided to do it in the 8th zone. They try and get up there at that point. In some of the games they were, some of the games they weren't. They were sort of behind hills, trying to stay out of line of sight. Every single time they go into a game, they approach it differently. Height is not the same in every single moment, so these guys are just adaptability kings at the moment. Hopefully they can continue today in sort of other areas of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, what better time to force adaptation than in day 2, right? And I love that you guys are kind of highlighting these things, because that means, you know, if we come into day 2 and everyone's saying, we're just going to take height from Queasy, we'll contest him, it's not going to be that easy, right? This guy came in and did what he did in this environment, at these stakes with this crowd. And the fact that Swizzy, you know, we kind of have seen his history in previous times not being able to play with his correct duo trio partners at the time, right? And then comes in with his actual team members, and look at the performance he's putting on.
I mean, we talked about it, right? A lot of pressure on their shoulders just simply based on the fact that a lot of people kind of had them towards the top of their prediction list. And I can't lie, they are rising to the occasion.
Yeah, they definitely are.
So good. All right. Of course, we've talked about Queasy. We've talked about Swizzy. Why don't we hear from Mustache? Because Frankie is standing by with him right now.
We had to grab Mustache after yesterday's performance. Were you expecting to be top of the leaderboard after day 1?
I knew we were gonna place at least top 3, but that we're gonna win and be above 2nd place by 200 points? No, definitely not.
Are you surprised that none of the other teams here are able to break through that double top in the end game?
Yeah, so it's actually our strat that you can't take our high ground. It's just impossible. Like, you can't do anything.
It looks that way.
C'est impossible de leur reprendre la hauteur, c'est ce qu'il vient exactement de dire, et il est très confiant. Il pensait pas finir premier, mais top 3, donc il est très content de cette performance. Now, how will you keep this consistency in your performance?
So I think we have the same plan. We just changed a little bit so teams around us can grief us, and even like any other teams at Farah, because I think we can get griefed because teams wants to win as well. So we actually just changed a little bit our plan.
Is the strategy, if people do drop on you at the hive, basically Swizzy go frag?
Yeah, that's basically it. I mean, I don't think anyone's gonna contest us because it's kind of hard to contest our spot. If you con, you'll die by 3rd party.
Well, there you have it. I've got an exclusive for the analyst desk there. Just send Swizzy in.
You know, if it works, right, Frankie? I mean, Swizzy, again, being that fragger, going absolutely crazy. And you know, I kind of touched on it yesterday, but like my favorite part of these kind of environments is kind of getting to see the players, talk to them directly after those moments of victory, of mess-ups or whatever, and to see every time they get a win. And you kind of see Swizzy like off to the right side. He's just freaking out. He's like just smiling real big because he knows what he's pulled off on the LAN environment. And again, reminder, the past few, he's not been with his proper teammates, so I really appreciate getting to see that side of the players.
Yeah, 100%. I also love to see the side where Mustache is pretty cool, calm, and collected, right? He was talking about it during that interview right there. Hey, listen, you know, we're very, very aware of the fact that the best chance to kind of come for us would be in the early game. If other teams want to win, that's when they're going to come. Of course, they're thinking about that. It sounds like they're prepared.
Yeah, remember, Mustache hasn't been in this position on LAN yet, right? We haven't seen this crazy performance from Mustache on LAN, so he hasn't actually been in a position of dominance after day 1. So I think he'll be in the, or previously he would would have been in the shoes of the teams that are trying to catch up. Now he's in this brand new position, and I think he's carrying himself really well through that pressure as well, doing great with the fans as well, not letting it affect him, but also enjoying their company as well.
Yeah, man, of course, we just got to stay the course. Let's keep pushing forward. Don't change up anything, right? Let's talk about the trio in second place. Obviously, a big crowd favorite, Vana. I mean, we heard him anytime he was on screen. You can hear it right now. Marius, Pixie as well. Shout outs to Team Havoc. Shout outs to the M8, of course. These guys are sitting so good right now, of course, coming in, having time to prepare things. I'm excited to see what they might change up for day number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I was really impressed with their day 1 performance overall. You know, the way that they played. I think if you've been watching a lot of EU this season, or this year, I should say, you know these guys are sort of a height team as well. They like to try and go for height, but they've sort of adapted in this global championship. They haven't been trying to W key height. They know that Queasy's going to be up there. We just broke it down. We know how good they are at holding that position. So they're very adaptable. They have 2 of the best fraggers in the region, in the world, on this team as well, led by Vana. So it's a team that has it all. And I think if there's any team that could overtake Queasy in first place, it's these guys. The setup's so good for them off spawn, and they're such a strong team with it.
Obviously a tall task. I love the fact that you kind of bring up the history over on EU, right? Because Z loves to call it the meta within the meta, right? Kind of bringing that to the global stage, because if you are an EU team versus an EU team, you kind of are used to how this is going to go. So that might be something to look at, right? They may be like, hey, listen, we're kind of used to playing for the high end, right? How do we kind of implement that around how Queasy's kind of going for it? But like you also mentioned, they've done a great job at adapting. Loved watching some of their games because they just control the mid ground so easy. They even seem very, very comfortable in that position as well.
I was speaking to Marius a little bit before as well, of course, his first land, so, you know, how's he feeling, all that sort of stuff before today. And he was saying, I don't think we can catch up Queasy, but we can give it a good go, right? They're going to try their very best, but he's not so confident in the fact they can get first place, but for them, I think it's just about continuing doing what they can do, let them do their thing, and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, they did such a great job yesterday. Would love to see them kind of continue through that. It kind of felt like towards the later half of the day, Marius was kind of unleashed, right? Kind of creating highlight reels all the way around. But, you know, obviously the end game is very, very important. So is the early game. Something to always keep in the back of their minds. This is where Peterbot's trio was initially going to land over at OXR, right?
Yeah, it was.
The change happens, right? And then, you know, Peterbot, Cold Ritual, they end up leaving. So they were meant to be contested all 5 games yesterday, but because of how things are kind of going for Cold Ritual and Peterbot off spawn, they actually decided to come one game, something to potentially think about today as well.
Yeah, for sure, but it was very important that Vana's team actually managed to win that off spawn fight. I think if they went down there, things would look a lot differently for them throughout the rest of the day. But I mean, we can see it right here, the way they're able to play that sort of low ground section. We've seen them with that minigun as well be so, so valuable for them. And like you just mentioned, Vivid, Marius, wow, absolutely incredible performance towards the back end of yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, obviously doing very, very well. I love the strategy that they end up implementing, because it's like every single one of their games is very, very similar. They throw a launch spot down in the middle of their POI. They go land in the middle of 4th zone, so they're pretty much guaranteed to pull 5th, and then they just do the classic within the meta right now. Use the Fizz, use the crash pads to go to every single one of the next zones. It's very, very clean, and it's very, very repeatable for the trio.
Okay, so if this trio wanted to try and strike first, right, what can they hope to do to try and catch up Queasy? I mean, Queasy's got a lead, right? But Queasy starts to play this out well. If he makes a mistake, this opens a big door for Vana.
The problem is, Queasy and Mistake this weekend, they're kind of opposites, right? We haven't really seen that happen from that team. So, you know, I think realistically for this team, they do have to play out their own game at the very beginning. I would be very surprised if they end up contesting Queasy in game number 1. I do not see that happening for this team in particular. They have to keep up doing what they're doing. They're performing very well in their own regard. So they have to be confident in their own end games. If by game 10, 11, 12, they start looking and think, maybe this is our only option, maybe they'll have to go on over there, maybe third party them, land nearby. It's going to be tough for them, but like I said earlier, they just have to play their own game.
Man, oof, I'm excited. You guys got me amped up. Of course, we have a moment here. Why don't we check in with Vana, see how he's doing? Frankie, over to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am here with Vana Boo Boo. And first of all, how do you have so much aura?
I mean, it's just M8 fans. It's not me.
I think it may be a bit of both. Let's talk about the game you're playing at the moment. Second on the leaderboard. A win is possible at the end of today. But the game that you're playing is one I don't associate with you with, the low ground. Tell me how you've started to adapt things.
I mean, we tried to take a ground 2 games, and it's not worked for us. So we just played from low ground, but we'll try something different today.
So maybe going for height again?
Yeah.
très intéressant. Déjà, il dit que c'est les fan amules qui lui donnent beaucoup d'énergie. Et il parlait du low ground, qui l'a beaucoup aidé. Ils ont joué 2 parties hier avec, ça les a vachement aidés. Mais aujourd'hui, ils ont peut-être changé de stratégie. So, today, what do you expect? Do you expect to do victory royals or more consistently things you aim?
Yeah, we'll try to win like at least 3 games because we need to try to get like first place today. So we'll try our best.
Marius especially was really picking up momentum towards the end of the day yesterday. Are you feeling hot to go, warmed up and ready?
Yeah, we are so ready.
I think he is. Just look at Vanya's eyes. Let's head back to the desk.
You know, I am even more a fan of Vanya than I already was, and that was specifically because of the M8 fans and them chanting Vanya Boo Boo. So I'm on board. Whenever you guys want to chant that, you feel free. Obviously, they're locked in, right? And it's interesting that he says we have to come out and win 3 games, right? I like that the ceiling or like the bar is not like, oh, we just need to like be consistent. We need to do this, we need that. No. We need to do what Queasy did and win 3 games.
Yeah, I love that as well, right? Kind of teeing it up. Hey, you're going to kind of play consistently, kind of do what you were kind of doing yesterday. It worked very, very well, put you in 2nd place. He's like, nah, we got to win 3 games. And I love the fact, you know, how can they do that? Mini Monitor, do they go for the higher ground? I mean, I don't know.
I think they do. I think they have to take a few risks now. They've been playing very, very sort of low ground sort of play style, which is working very well for them. But we know how good they are at height, right? So, you know, there is an opportunity for them to take it. Maybe if Queasy has a bad game, goes down early, they have to make that game count. And I think that's going to be the most crucial thing for them is when Queasy's not in the lobby, they're not getting points. Vanya's team, they have to make the most of it.
Of course, that was great and all, guys. I also want to talk about the trio in 3rd place right now. Seti, Yapo, Panzer.
Yep.
Seti in 3rd place going into day number 2. Oh my gosh, could I be more excited? Of course, I'm upset there's no NA in the top 3, but it's fine, don't worry about it. We have 6 games. The trio looking very, very strong right now, Vivid.
I love to see this because it feels like, you know, for both Cammy and Seti, of course, their names were just synonymous together, and there was this big question mark on how they were going to do when they actually split. Clearly, right now, actually, for both of the trios, they were doing very, very well yesterday. Obviously, being in 3rd place, performing a little bit better, is going to be Seti. But, you know, throw it all the way back to Invitational. That was so long ago. And the fact that Seti is still up here, competing on the global stage and doing very, very well, just awesome to see.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would have had this team a little bit lower down on their predictions after day number 1 because they look at the drop map, they think, yep, contested, you know, they're still going to get middle of the pack. And especially with Cammy and Seti's history, we sort of know that team is not the greatest off-spawn fighting team. So a lot of people had questions. Now, Cammy has split with Seti. How are things going to go for them off spawn? And things have been going really, really well for them as, in terms of day number 1. So I'm really excited to see what this team can do now.
I mean, you want to talk about storylines, right? Yapko kind of coming in last globals to kind of be that sub player, picked up a top 10 himself, kind of Seti scouting out that, like, whoa, wait a minute, that looks pretty good. How can you do that? Yeah, picking up a great piece of talent there. And then, of course, Panzer to fulfill the trio. It's working out perfectly right now.
Now, guys, of course, there's a little bit of an asterisk, right? These guys are contested. Now, it seems like it's working out so far, but if something were to kind of go in the opposite direction, it could spell disaster for the trio. I feel like, based on what we've seen, that shouldn't be the case.
You know, I'm happy that you kind of talk about them being contested because, you know, me and Minnie kind of sat down last night. We were looking at the games, and it's very, very hard for us to catch everything that kind of happens in the other games because there's so much going on. But actually turns out Seti, Yapko, and Panzer were only landed on 3 times by Aspect, Hazy, and Tinka, right? So it's kind of like this weird thing where it's like half the time they're going there, half the time they're not. Are they going to be contested today? Are they not?
Yeah, it's tough for them now. It's tough for Seti's team, right? Because, of course, Tinka's team, they were landing there a few times, then they decided to go elsewhere, and it wasn't like 3 games on, 3 games off. It was sort of sprinkled around, right? They're going in different drop spots. So I think that does prepare Seti's team in a way, right? They're prepared for an uncontested and a contested situation, which they've been doing really, really well. But now I think it always begs the question of what is Tinka's team going to do now, day 2? They've been watching the VODs. They've been looking at what they're doing wrong. So could that throw a spanner in the works of Seti? Will we see that same performance? I certainly hope so, though, because they're doing really great.
Okay. Of course, you pulled some examples for us, Vivid, kind of talking about the trio, maybe how they've rotated, because, you know, we're impressed by this performance.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing super, super well, and like Minnie mentioned, you know, of course, being contested. It was only in 3 of the games. They did, of course, win every single time it actually ended up happening. But I think the most impressive thing for this trio right now is the fact that they've been able to come up with a strat that actually works regardless of how the game kind of goes to them, right? They're contested, they do the same thing. They're uncontested, they do the same thing. The zone, the storm is covering Kappa Kappa Factory very, very early on. They do the same thing. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah, one of these things that they do is, of course, they find these launch pads, right? These huge launch pads that can send you so far up in the sky. They actually place one down. They almost use it as a static launch pad, although it's not there on the map all the time. They find one, they chuck it in the middle of the POI, and then, of course, that gives them not only so much visibility, but also Tinker's team, when they're contesting them, one of them might dip, as we saw right here, Tinker do himself. Seti was able to then go on out, close that fight out, get all of that storm surge damage so effectively, and even go down here to farm a little bit more as well.
Yeah, now the specific strategy that they pretty much do, Seti is kind of just sent off to go ahead and pick up as much loot as he possibly can, right? And he returns to that quote-unquote static launch pad that they kind of throw down in the middle of the POI. He usually will end up dropping all of his loot and then continue to go ahead and pick up more stuff.
Yeah, and Panzer does all of the surge damage up on this massive base right here. We see them shooting at Malibuka right here, and this is a really important role for this trio because Panzer, remember, this is his first time on this stage, so big role for a player of that caliber. We know how good he is. He sort of burst onto the scene at the beginning of the year, and is doing very well on LAN as well.
Of course, being the trio with the most storm damage taken as well, right? That's why we kind of talked about it, right? They will make sure that they pick up enough loot from all of the surrounding area, kind of using that launch pad. They don't mind delaying it because, again, they still have that launch pad to kind of flow in or fly into the zones. They've stayed in this game, this example, all the way until 4th, right? The launch pad's such an important part of their strategy, and so is just kind of hiding away in the storm.
Yeah, they get so much surge damage early. They're sitting inside the storm, getting all those heals. When it comes to the end game then, playing low ground, playing consistent, sort of back to what we used to see with Cammy and Seti when they were a duo, right? And even a trio as well. So it's great to see these guys playing. They seem to make the most of the games they make.
So cool, right? Thinking launchpad, we should probably save that to the end game, right? Changing up how you utilize that. Look at the advantage this trio's got. Now, of course, we do have Yapko standing by. Let's hear from him.
I am so glad that Yapko is back representing Europe and doing it in such fashion. Yapko, when you came back from North America and joined up with Panzer and Seti, did you expect your trio to do so well so quickly?
I'm not sure. We were last second trio. We had a lot of stuff to learn together about each other. And we managed to do it before FNCS and Globals, and now we're a pretty good trio.
Well, you must have the chemistry because you're doing incredibly well off spawn at Kappa Kappa Factory. What do you think is going so right for you there?
We put in a lot of time on practicing it before here. Like in customs, every night we played Osmans against other pro teams.
Ils ont eu beaucoup de choses à travailler quand ils se sont rejoints lorsqu'il est venu en Europe de l'Amérique du Nord. Ils ont fait beaucoup d'efforts là-dessus, ils se sont beaucoup entraînés aussi sur leur spawn et maintenant ils sont très très bons. What does your experience, because you're used to LAN, do you think it helps you?
I don't think it helps me, I don't think it gives me worse. Like it's just, it doesn't matter if I'm on LAN, if I'm at home. I feel the same everywhere.
So no pressure?
No pressure, no pressure.
Is it fun to also be playing against some of your ex-opponents in North America and even against an ex-teammate in Muzz?
Yeah, I'm not really like thinking about it. I'm just playing it like it's every other final.
So at the end of today, are you going to be lifting that trophy?
Hopefully.
Well, we will see. Let's head back to the desk.
Try to keep things calm, cool, and collected, right? Calling out, hey, I'm just treating this like every other final. That's a great mindset, right? Because things, again, we continue to talk about it with this type of crowd. Things are on another level of pressure. And I love that Yapko, I mean, he's kind of been under this pressure before. Mini, right? At Gamers 8.
Yeah, Gamers 8 2023, of course, ended up winning that event on LAN. Of course, different game mode, you know, regardless, it doesn't make a difference, right? LAN is still the same, same sort of environment. So I think that definitely has a part to play now. You know, he was leading very, very well in the first day of that. Now coming into today, third place, looking good for them. That experience is going to be so, so vital for him in front of a crowd like this on LAN. I know he says it's the same. It's not the same. It's never going to be the same. It's good to have that mindset,
yeah,
right?
I'm like thinking to myself, that's got to be a lie, right? There's no way he feels the exact same way about that. But I love the fact that he goes ahead and mentions, hey, listen, you know, we're kind of a last-minute trio that kind of formed, right? We kind of tee up Globals. We're like, hey, listen, some of these trios, they've been playing together all year. They're going to be so experienced. They're going to be used to playing together. And then a team that kind of forms in the last second, right? Kind of buzzard beater ends up doing this well, man. It's just awesome to see.
To think this is one of these three trios could be our global champions, right? They are fighting right now, tooth and nail. I'm almost curious, right? Is day 2 is this pressure going to be more? Are they feeling the stress of like, okay, everyone is looking at us in the top 3? Is that going to slow them down?
I don't know. You think eyes are really on the top 3, right? I feel like everybody kind of has the same sentiment. All eyes are on first place right now. How do we stop? How do we give ourselves kind of this best chance, which is kind of good when you think about it for STORE Trio. Hey, listen, the race is on, and all eyes on Queasy right now. They got to be feeling good.
Oh man, your high eyes right now are actually on this crowd, Vivid. We've got Frankie standing by. Why don't we hear from this crowd right now?
Coucou Lyon, ça va ou quoi?
Est-ce que Lyon, vous pouvez vous mettre debout? Mettez-vous debout, parce qu'on va faire un maximum de bruit. On est bientôt à l'ouverture de la première partie. It's almost the beginning of the first games.
This is why I love this crowd. You ask them nicely to do something, and they do it, and they look so good as they do. Should we test their voices now?
Oh oui, est-ce qu'on peut tester votre voix parce qu'elle trouve que vous êtes très énergique? Est-ce qu'on peut prouver au monde entier qu'on a la meilleure communauté française au monde? Faites du bruit!
I love it. Okay then, let's test out who they think is going to be raising the Thomas Light Trophy at the end of today. Lyon, vous en pensez quoi? Seti, Yapo, Panzer, va gagner! Well, they made noise.
Et alors, j'ai une question. Est-ce que vous pensez que Vana, Pixie et Marius vont gagner?
Finalement. Queasy, Swizzy, Massa, va gagner! Whoever wins Joker, I have to say, I think they're never going to forget this crowd.
Clairement, personne ne va oublier ce moment, surtout pas les joueurs. Donc s'il vous plaît, faites un maximum de bruit!
I am loving this so much, but I can't wait to hear what this crowd sounds like once the games are underway. So let's head back to the desk.
Thank you so much. I mean, guys, come on. This crowd is insane. How could we not be excited? How could we not be hyped? I do want to kind of, I guess we kind of have to call out something if we just want to take a look at these standings real quick. I want to bring those up. There's something missing from these standings. Yeah, I thought this was a global championship. I thought we'd have some NA representation. Vivid?
Dude, my heart hurts, dude. It's looked so good for, you know, more than one NA team. And right now, I mean, 5th place, hey, shout out to Canada Rapid and Bolts because, you know, 267 points for them. They were kind of coming in pretty confident, and they were kind of like an underrated trio kind of coming in this. I actually predicted them to be top 5, so shout out to them. Where's everybody else at, though?
Yeah. I was also thinking the same, right? So probably through a slightly different lens.
Yeah.
Like, oh, EU's on top, and you're like, oh, something to NA. But yeah, I mean, Canada's team, what a start for them yesterday, right? Winning game number 1. I think they were a little bit of a sleeper team. Absolutely. A lot of people didn't have them in that sort of top 5. I know you did, so you'll mention that.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, Acorn Poyers, Acorn Poyers, that's a new one. Acorn Poyer and Ages down there at Demon's Debris. I think they struggled a little bit early game trying to find that consistency, but they're a team that can pop off with it, day 2.
Exactly, right? Still, you know, coming into this competition, I was like, hey, listen, everything looks so good for Acorn's trio. It looks like they're going to win it. Obviously, you know, the start has not been the best, but they're still pretty much in the same situation coming into day number 2. They're still uncontested at a very good POI. They can still do good. They can still pop off and rise up the leaderboard.
And I spoke to Acorn at the hotel, actually before day number 1. I said, are you the sort of person that gets nervous for these big events? Do you like to think about it? Do you like to stay out of the zone or in the zone? And he said, it depends on how well prepared we are, right? If I'm not as prepared, I'm not feeling as confident. I think they're going to be looking back at the games last night, being so prepared. So I'm expecting these guys to come out with a lot of confidence.
Okay, I'm getting word. Frankie is standing by with some of our players in the player lounge right now. Frankie, rally the team, rally the troops.
How would you solve a problem like North America right now? Well, you send in a British Zero Builds player, or maybe you get Canada to do a pep talk. Do you want to try?
Right now, I'm in 5th place for NAC. What place are you in right now?
I'm in 10th. It's looking rough. I don't know if we can do it, bro.
Well, I think I'm in like 8th or something, bro. I don't even know. It's just.
I'm just gonna have to land on Queasy, bro. I'm not gonna lie. It made on bottom, bro.
It's just over, like.
Okay, so this is our game plan for NAC to come back today.
Sir.
I'm gonna win every single game today, 20 kills minimum. What are you gonna do?
I think we're gonna try to get the least amount of points as possible to help out my boy Kanade right here.
I mean, I'm gonna try to win too, like him. But I mean, Click's been kind of selling lately because like his girlfriend's here and he's not really locked in. You know, he's not grinding, but it's fine, bro.
That's not awesome, bro.
This is why you stay single, Kanada.
I've been single. It's been rough, you know, it's whatever, but we're gonna lock in this day.
All right, then you heard it here first. North America is locked in. Let's head back to the desk.
Levin, no. We got a plan, okay? NA is coming back stronger in day number 2, okay? All right, I don't want to hear it from the EU fans. We have a plan. Now we just execute on that plan. Please, Vin, please.
I mean, hey, listen, you talked about rallying the troops. We did get them all together, surprisingly, right?
Yeah.
Had a little bit of a round table right there. I don't know if that was very productive, though.
Yeah, what do we get out of that?
We got Kanada's single, and Higgins trolling, talking about Click's not grinding, Click's in grinding.
Yeah.
Adrian's is like, I'm just going to get as least amount of points as possible.
And then Higgs is like, yeah, it's over. I want to see more confidence. Come on, NA, you know? It's your time. I mean, it's still, like, we've had half the games, right? We still have another half of the competition to go. This could completely flip. Everyone that did well on day number 1, they might not do so good on day number 2. The teams that didn't do so good on day number 1 might now do well on day number 2. So I want to see more confidence from NA.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a classic NA strategy, Mini Miner. Don't worry about it. It's our strategy to get in the minds of the EU folk and kind of like convince them that we're not going to do anything. You know, everything's fine. We're going to lose the game. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, working well so far.
David, back me up, David.
Yeah.
Back me up.
Yeah, exactly. That's all part of the plan.
Oh no. Anyway, I know what time it is. You guys want to start meeting the players. We need to get them on stage, get them on that battle bus so we can kick off the competition. So, Leon, give it up for your players.
Welcome back to Tayson, Chicho, and Atriz. Being contested is never easy, but if they make it off spawn, a victory royale is definitely in their sights.
It's Curly, Cooper, and Reed. Day 1 wasn't what anyone expected from them, but now a new day, they have a chance to prove they belong here.
Dropping in hot, it's Tisco, Striker, and Canoe. With 2 top 5 finishes yesterday, it's clear they can hang with the best. But now it's time to be consistent.
Poland's pride picks Darm and Demas from underdogs to top dogs. These guys earn everyone's respect, but now it's time to earn that trophy.
Leon, you have to get loud for Victor V, Paper, and Epic Whale. It's a new day, but these guys are looking to bring the same determination and then some in the race to the top.
All the way from Brazil, Gabzetta, Way, and Scarpa. When they get knocked down, they pick themselves up and dust themselves off because a comeback is incoming.
Game 1 winners from day 1. It's Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts. We saw them pop off both in and out of game, and now it's time to run it right back.
Coming in hot, Seti, Yapko, and Panzer. From new team on the block to serious threats. They're just a few big games away from claiming that top spot.
They knew it'd never be easy, but Valor, Mansour, and Adapter have their work cut out for them. Let's see how they fare here in day 2.
The Wonders from Down Under, Anon, Alex, and Resides. With an entire region supporting them, we'll look at these guys to climb up the ladder all day long.
Despite a tough opening, Polio, Adrian, and Acorn ability to adapt, it's second to none. So never count these guys out because they're looking to break into the top.
of all, please, Leon, can you show some appreciation for Havoc Picks? Oh, come on, Havoc fans. I know you can be louder than that. Havoc Picks, let's hear you! Okay, I'm going to come over now to Dom and Demas because you're currently in 4th on the leaderboard. You are uncontested, I should say. Do you think that's the reason why you're doing so well?
Yeah, probably. When we are uncontested, we can play the best as we can.
Yes, and I wonder if you've got any strategies for in case people do decide to try and contest you.
I mean, like, it's just... Can you repeat the question?
Do you have any plans? What are you going to do if someone comes and tries to contest you?
I mean, like, we're just gonna try to kill them and just, yeah, win the game.
Before I let you go, the Havoc fans here, just one word for the Havoc fans, please pick.
I love you all.
There you have it. Pix loves you, Havoc fans. He's going to be doing it for you guys and for Poland today. Joker à toi.
Hello everybody, bonjour tout le monde. Je vais poser des questions à Tisco, Striker and Kadu. I have the first question to you. You are in top 15th, close to the top 10. How will you go into the top 10?
So, vocês estão em 15º e muito perto do top 10. Como você chega no top 10?
Tá, nós vai tentar dar o máximo, vamos trocar as estratégias, trocar as coisas que fizemos ontem, fazer de jeito diferente e tentar dar o nosso melhor para chegar no top 10.
So they changed a few things on their strategy. They talked a little bit yesterday on new things that they have to do, and I think they're confident that they can make it.
And now, guys, do you have a word for your Brazilian fans?
Vocês têm algumas palavras para os seus fãs no Brasil ou na Argentina?
Pro brasileiro, torçam por nós e para os argentinos que crean que hay con qué querer.
So they say for the Brazilian, cheer for us, and for the Argentinian, he's speaking directly for them.
And good luck to you. Let's go back to Frankie.
Merci, Choka. I'm here with North America Central's greatest hope, Canada, Rapid and Bolts. And look at that, Canada's done the impossible. He's got the French fans on side. But will you still have them on side if you manage to take the top spot?
I mean, you know me, we just playing the game. If we take down France, I love France, so it's unlucky, you know, we're just playing a game. Let's go, come on, let's get this. We're locked in, we're showing up for NA. We gonna win this tournament today.
I thought you were gonna lose them then, Canada, slightly, but not quite. Okay then, Bolts, you carry these guys back in the Major 3 finals. Do you feel the pressure on your shoulders to carry them to the top today?
Nah, there's no pressure on my hands, you know. I have all the evidence to back up my skill. You know, I'm always hitting max pumps. Rapid's the best IGL I've ever played with. Nada's the best support player. He's also fragging. So I already know we're going to take it home today.
All right then, Leon, please give them your energy and please show your appreciation for our next teams.
It's your boys, King, Phaser, and PHN. These guys won't go down without a fight. You can expect them to lay it all on the line in the pursuit of that trophy.
The lobby's heating up, and Vortex, Fountain, and Goofy are ready to get the comeback started for day 2 on the global stage. Just watch them work.
It's Baka, Pars, and Plum. They might be down, but they are never out. The 2-time FNCS champs are looking for a major comeback today. Let's get it.
They may be a new trio, but iDrop, Cammy, and Hottie have been around long enough to know exactly what it takes to overcome the competition in a 2-day event.
The pride of Middle East, Hero, Halad, FKS. They prove they can fight against the best. With 6 games today, they have to lay it all on the line.
4 times 2 might be 8, but Blix, Higgs, and Ianzo are more than capable of breaking into the top 3. Just give them time to rep the set for an elite performance.
Get loud from Manin, Wixie, and Buyuriru. With a 7th place finish to close out Game 6, they showed their potential. If they can build off that momentum, sky's the limit.
Please welcome Mixin, Focus, and Upple. They won some hard battles, but today's all about finding their tempo to jump some placements on the leaderboard.
Walking in now, Art, School, and Salco. So close to top 10, and we haven't even seen their best. Today, they plan to show the world what they're truly made of.
He said 12 for 12, but Koyata, Rise, and Yuma could easily mix things up in an effort to overcome and overtake their competition in the lobby.
Gentle Maids, Asperius, Vanya, and Pixie. Whether it's Havoc or M8, they have the entire arena on their side. Now it's time to show the world what you got.
I wanted to come and speak to some of our North American West players. So please, backers, Paz, Pump, please be on your feet. Let the fans see you. Pump, this is your very first Fortnite Global Championship. How are you finding it?
I'm finding it good. I mean, I wish we were uncontested, but you know, it's how the game is. So hopefully we can pull off a better day.
How are those Osborne fights going for you at the moment?
It's going 3-3 right now. We're confident going to the next couple games, next 6 games.
Have you been discussing how you're going to overcome the situation? Are you thinking of maybe moving your drop spot?
Oh yeah, we're pretty, we got everything covered right now. We're got locked in for it.
Interesting. Paz, tell me, you are at 18th on the leaderboard. Obviously, 6 more games, everything to play for. Do you play it safe, or do you play it like you have nothing to lose?
I mean, we definitely aren't here for some mediocre placement. We're going to try our best to end up top 5 at the end of the day.
Well, you won majors 1 and 3 in your region, so I know you've got it in you. Thank you so much, guys. Let's head to Choca.
Eh bien, mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes avec iDrop, Camille et Chari. On va leur poser quelques petites questions. La première question qui me vient, the first question that comes to me, it's you're on the 9th position. So you're close to the top 5, closer to the top 5. So how will you bring your team to the top 5?
I think we just got to follow the game plan like we did yesterday and made a couple changes. Just got to make sure we don't have any 0-point games and just stay focused today.
And so you did a great job on consistency, because being top 10, top 9, it's already something very great. Do you feel confident for this second day?
Yeah, I mean, I feel as confident as I can be. I think we're just going to do our job and try to perform the best we can.
Ils vont faire de leur mieux. Frankie, it's your time.
Merci, Choca. Please let me introduce you to my new friends, Salco, Arc, and School. This is their first ever Fortnite Global Championship, and they're sitting in 12th, which is incredible, boys. How have you found the action so far?
It's been really fun. I'm proud. We're going to get top 5 today, and it's going to be a beautiful experience.
Interesting. I'm loving the confidence. Where is this coming from?
We're just the best fighting team here, and any trio that runs into us will always just get wiped.
Okay, are you expecting teams to come running into you?
No, we're going to be running into them.
Interesting. Okay, I can't wait to see you guys dropping from the battle bus today. Good luck, guys. I think, though, we need to hear some more support from the crowd. And Leon, would you like to meet your final teams?
Up next is Shadow, Sphinx, and Muzz. Even with the odds against them, this trio's got no problems with defeating expectations to finish with promising results.
The terror of EU, Flixie, Vano, and Vico. After day 1, they showed their potential with 1 win. Now they need to fully show out in order to steal that top spot.
It's a new day for Razzle, Raito, and Tay-Tay. And after having the night to review, maybe they'll bring some new results with it.
A warm welcome to Pablo, Fronoxy, and Chino. Being contested didn't stop them from getting a victory. Now they just need to continue to take matters in their own hands and win it all.
Banjal, Bing, Malabuka, and Wax with the heart of Leon behind them. It just might be all the motivation they need to kick things into overdrive for a strong finish.
Give it up for Chap Reason and Mr. Savage. With 3 games inside of the top 6, they've shown experience and firepower. But now it's show the world what you got left.
Snowy, Ryu, and San put on quite the show yesterday with their constant box fighting. And if they add some good placements with it, then the Middle East might just be due for an upset.
The NA champs, Peterbach, Cold, and Ritual. With their backs up against the wall, there's only one thing they can do. Take over the competition like they've done many times before.
Nothing to lose, but everything to gain. It's Kazi, Tinka, and Aspect. Looks can be deceiving, so don't sleep on some of Oshi's finest. They're ready to lock in.
It's Visual, Grades, and a Minish. Even though things didn't go their way day 1, they're just a couple of games away from a comeback. It's now or never.
Ooh la la! It's Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache! Their gameplay said everything, while their results wrote a new chapter in Fortnite history. This is your moment, so take it!
What do you think of the new look, Leon? I'm starting to feel like a professional Fortnite player, but actually now I need to talk to some. Vico, 7th place right now on the leaderboard. Is a win still possible?
Yeah, I think it's kind of hard, but 1% chance, 99% faith. I think Queasy's got this in the bag though, but nothing's impossible, you know?
You seem to be very nice about some of your fellow European teams, also the American ones. I saw you fist pumping some of the North American guys. Is it all love on this stage?
So I think that's not all love. There's 0 French players at this LAN. Keep booing me.
Okay, I might give him the sunglasses to put back on. Flixie, let me come to you because you do have top 5 experience from last year. And I want to know how you learned to go even further from last year to this year.
I mean, this year we placed first in Globage in the first FNCS, so we know how to win and we're going to do it today, so yeah.
Well, I have a feeling these guys are going to start to really enjoy being the villains when they prove themselves in just a few moments. But for now, let's head to Choca.
Hello back. Cette fois-ci, je suis avec Fredoxy, Pablo Wigo et Gino. Ils ont gagné la dernière partie hier soir. You won the last game yesterday. How you feel? Because you are the last one who won a game and you come back. Are you proud of yourself and are you here with a good energy?
Yeah, I mean, we finally got to get loot off spawn and hopefully we can continue today, winning a game.
Ils vont continuer de gagner aujourd'hui. So have you tried to change some things or have you moved anything in your plan, in your strategy?
Yeah, we want loot, of course, but I can't tell too much here.
So let's not speaking about it. Et mesdames et messieurs, la dernière question. Do you feel that the crowd is crazy in France?
No, I don't feel like they're against us, but they're definitely with their mate.
They are. Thank you very much. Let's go back to Frankie.
Thank you very much. I'm just getting visuals and grades to stand up. And Minish, please, on your feet. You're in 22nd place, okay? We can't afford to have you rest on your laurels here. What's the plan?
I'm just locking in, you know, I'm getting in the flow state.
Just like leaning back in the flight chair. Yeah, that's properly locking in. And Minish, what's the plan?
We're landing on Queasy.
Oh, landing on the hive. That's a very tricky drop spot though, Braids. It's an incredibly tricky drop spot, the hive, especially when you're up against the players who are at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, we have practiced it in the practice arena a little bit, so we should be able to do it good.
Visuals, unbelievable. This is really going to happen. You're really going to drop at the hive today.
I guess you'll have to find out.
I think we will have to find out. One last time, please, Leon. Victory!
Guys, let's be honest with ourselves for a moment. There's no way they're gonna land on Queasy. There's no way they're gonna land on Queasy, right? There's no way.
A little bit of farming going on. I'm pretty sure they did a good job of it, right? 2 minutes left to go for the game, and we'll actually see what happens. But a little buzzer beater right there, kind of getting that clip in.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a bit of mind games. I don't know. It's not like they're directly contesting them on the leaderboard, right? They're quite far behind. But for that team, you know, they're going to be trying to think about new strategies. What can we actually do to climb our way up in the standings? Because this is a team that we have, of course, seen throughout the year doing pretty well in NA, right? They haven't necessarily had a great season in terms of divisional cups. They haven't been performing so well. So their form coming into it, this Globals is not so great. But when it comes to this stage, anything can happen. You've got 6 games now. The world's your oyster.
Yeah, I love, I want to call out Vana there. You know, love him or hate him, Vana is a character, bro. Got the walking out ice cold with the shades on, howling out, hey look, Boomy, there's no French trios here though. That's, you know, that's ice cold, Vana.
I mean, yeah, obviously Vana kind of walking out like that, right? A lot of the trios still seeming to be in high spirits, kind of, you know, Pete reminding everybody of the FNCS wins as he comes out as well. But I think there was one of those walkouts that stuck out more than all of the others, right? And it's going to be the last one, of course. The crowd giving its utmost, loudest roar, I'm pretty sure, of the weekend so far for Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache, and they deserve it.
And they love it. They absolutely love it. They're playing to it. Their play style sort of panders to it as well, right? Playing that high ground play style, the way they can win games, they can have clutch moments. Even the fraggers, of course, doing exactly what they do best, just providing highlight reel after highlight reel. They're a great team to watch. So not only, of course, they have 2 players on M8, they're also just great entertainers as a team. And you can hear it. They absolutely love them, and for good reason.
Yeah, man, look at Sweezy. She's in there, man. I love to see this. I mean, guys, look, if we get any more victorials out of this trio today, I will lose my voice, and I feel like everyone in the stands will as well. Again, we could be looking at our new global champions. They have such a lead coming into today, and now we have to just hope whatever else is going on, that they're prepared. Maybe NA's dropped on them. I don't think so, but, you know, we just got to hope that they hold on strong.
I mean, yeah, they definitely have to, right? Globals, it's been a very rare occurrence for any of our winners to have 12 good games. So far, they've had 6. If they can continue to do well, pick up those top 5s like they have done consistently so, yeah, nobody's going to be able to catch them. But like I already said, very unlikely that they won't have, you know, a bad game in the mix. And once they do, that's going to kind of open the gates for all of the other trios to kind of catch up.
I'm calling it right here. It's not a crazy prediction, I'll be honest. Queasy game 1 win. They're doing it. It's such a Queasy thing to do. Looking at the VODs, making sure they're adapting to the lobby, coming out of the gate strong. It's such a Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache thing to do. They're playing it so well. They might have trouble later on down the line. I think a lot more teams, as we see quite often in Fortnite tournaments, is they need to try and boost their way up in the standings for their own good. So they might try and take height. But that first game, keep an eye on them.
Okay, all right, listen, I'm going to make a bold prediction here. I'm going to say Kanata is going to come back, win 3 more games today, because that's what he personally told me. I'm going to win 4 at LAN. So I got to believe in NA. We're making a resurgence, okay? Don't call it a comeback. We've been here for years, okay? Everything's all good to go. But you heard that sound. The battle bus is ready. 6 games here. Championship Sunday. After this, we will know who the new global champions are. It's game time!
これピンクピンでやった方がよくね絶対ピンクじゃね絶対ピンク。
じゃあピンクピン。なんならピンクよりちょっと前とかだったらいい。全然。ピンクピンくらいでいいよ。とりあえず。絶対早い。
ピンクピンよりちょっと前だと思う。よし、勝つよ、お前ら。これピーターとさ、ピーターとエピフォーが俺交換とか全然あり得ると思う。
めっちゃ話してたっすよね、今日。
あいつは、なんかいつ見てもずっと話してる。
あんま初動の相手と通話しない。喋んないですな。
まあいい、そんなので、加藤。
まあ、どっちが来ても加藤。
ナイス、マジで早い。敵左やってる。
だから、右かね
いいよ、いいよ。エピフォー、エピフォー。
右であんなの103でもいい。
俺がからされる。
見割り今日これ。キー買ってね。アサルト2丁。
俺武器ない。キー借りてない。 ピーター100ターンってすぐ入れかね。待って、俺待って。俺もう武器ある。100ターン行くよ。ハードマッツで建築する。もうすぐ行こう。いや、敵上いたとしてもブッシュないからすぐ行こう。もうゴリ押そう。上行こう。
俺ある。
ナイス。直詰めしちゃって、いや、これダメだなって。卵だけ取れないように。
奥の卵は絶対拾われてるよ。
敵の方取るよ、俺。
こっちの卵を拾われる。
トートロ。もうピーター来てるかも。
そっち側もう上いないの？
いない。
どこに
見えたり。
AR しかない。俺も AR2 丁。奥側
敵引いてるかも。ここの建築光った。敵見えないなら引いてるよ。絶対引いてる。
いや、一応まだハイドいるからね、絶対。ピーターの方で。
ピーターが来る。あさって。
ボスはかないよ、でも、一応気をつけて。全然来るから。ログ流れたいから、多分あんま来ない。
いや、ログが流れてこなくてもあいつ来ると思うよ。
来ると思うけど、一応ね。
俺らマジ気をつけよう。
検体も軽いだけ買っといて。片方検体借りながらもう片方見といても。
ラゼル俺見といてけね、ラゼル。検体どんなもん？ラゼルマイク近づけてほしい。
ここいる。多分 B だ、これ。
決めた。オッケー。俺、朝取ったらこう来ない。スクラパレしか考えてない。無理やり来たとしても、無視なくなるだけ。
俺マジ回復強いよ。着陸。
俺、でかい位置で武器が弱い。車線マジで気をつけてらせる。
やばい、俺マジ武士最強。
ライトと交代したい。
俺やばい、着陸フィズ2本。俺。
ワンチ寄ってる。ワンチは打ち合いでもいい。そんだけ快感持ってんなら、一人釣りとかで。
いや、ない。絶対ない。昨日と同じ。
こっちはされる。
いや、撃破ポイントも欲しいから、もう多分、トレード無理らしいよ、俺ら多分。あんまらん回復これ。ラズル上げるよ、フィズ。
行くならこっちだな。
はい。
俺、チャゲス2人行ってる。
2人で見るみたいな。チャゲス2ね。もう片方とか余ってたかもな。デカ余ってる、デカ。そこ。
もうこっち見てきてるよ。神がこっち見てきてる。気をつけて。
いや、俺らのそこ持ってるかな。
デカポン持ってる？
デカポン持ってない。俺、ショットがないわ、まず。この手前の家らへん全部フリーだから、アサロ一回。俺、アサリ行ってくるんだよ、だって。マジで。
いいよ。俺もサブ武器が弱い。
サブ武器上げるよ、一応 SMG とアサルと思ってる。最悪 SMG でもいいな。
アサル立った。ナイス。アサルただまゼロ。神に当てられた。ジャンプある。ヒット、チャレスポにか。ヒット誰か持ってる人いない？
でか投げといて。俺今、回復3枠。人もとど持ってるよ、多分。
エピソード
持ってるよ。クラパ。右側、OXR 側。
デカパそれ3余ってるよ。
俺キャラ持ってるよ、今。
ナイス、俺ミニ3着にジャンパー。一回チビ倒して弾集めるわ。建材はお前ら建材ちゃんと取って。
建材取ってる。
こんな見すぎなくてもいいよ。もう来ないなら来ないよ。もうこのタイミングで来ないなら絶対来ない。ピーターこっち来てそうだったらそれ見えたとき、それとも普通に漁ってた？
いや、漁ってた。
なるほどね。こっちやりすぎ。一台のとこ行きたいな、できれば。
クラップローカーよ。
ジャンパ使っバイヤー死んだからジャンパ、待って、ジャンパで OXR 行こう。いや、ピーターいるかも。
何がないって？ショットガンオートしてない、多分。チャゲス拾った？
バカ切れした。チャゲス拾ってない、どこ？
拾ってない。ここにあるよ。オートとあれある。リブタイター、後ろリブタ。
フィズ。行こう。いや、ピーターがける。
二人リブタ。
シガ、俺の方。
これオートね。
一夜書いてる。 敵待って、一回上からゆっくり見よう。ゆっくり見よう。山上からこれベパン。ピーターも絶対狙ってる。ピーターも絶対狙ってる。
いや、引いてんだら雪山ジャッキも下側引いてたら詰められる読みで。
ピンサス、ピンサス。いや、ピンサスわかる、ピンサスわかる。
あ、いる、今、言ってる。これ、
どこオッケー。
いるけど。
こいつらだよ。これからビジュアルズだからスキンが、これ、
ハイドし、待って、右ね。で、それ違くね？いや、行っても行こう。
いや、これやっちゃうね、やっちゃうね。
入ってるからね。
分かった、やっちゃう。アサルトツ。味方連動されてる。ゴリ押し。
20？スタイナス、ワンチャン。ボクス
33。
ボクス。やってる。待って、
味方こう。
待って、目の。そいつら割れて
味方死んでる。ベパね、ホランショット、ベパね。
オッケー。
サージ全然稼げてない。どんなもん、お前ら。
いや、一人やってる。まあ、足りないくらい。トレード
一緒に戻りたい。一緒にファイトしたいから戻りたい。
ミニ系ない？
ある。こっち実際打ち来たい。たまないよ、それと。
一回待って、まだ足音でしたから、医療近くに。
分かってる。
一回広げるよ。
いいよ、俺アサルトとショットガン玉欲しい。
アサルトも上げてるよ。
ショットガン18。まあいいや。
上げる、俺ショット100。
クラップカリシ使おう、フィズク。
いいするよ。
ちょっと眺めるよ。ナイス。フィズ2本でしょ。これでいこう。クラッパ。こっち来て、後ろ危ないよ。
俺まだ
打ち合いだわ、打ち合い。ハイドすんの全然。
リボルバースティンガー。
一緒レーザー大丈夫？一回ハイドしよう。バニャックたち絶対いる。
カナダ。
カナダ死んでた。あ、でもあれか、打ち合いでダウンしただけだ。右パル。バリないようにしよう、このハイド。まだ気づいてないよ。
一回さ、床クラスね。床クラで行くね。床クラ行って、床クラでまだ入んね。OXR の。また入ってきて。
待って、こっち来て。ハイドさせる。俺についてきて。バニャックまたキルした。もう一緒にしちゃってる。後ろボックス入り込んでもいい。一旦クラップ
絶対当たってるからね。
分かってる。バレたら敵のボックス入るのさ、後ろついていくのはいいけど、バレたら敵のボックス入り込むことになるから、もうそこどっかもうフォーカス合わせて一緒に逃げよう。分かった？ここからハイドして。一緒にもうハイド成功させよう。壊すよ、これ。俺3人くつこう。周りちゃんと見てくるして。
ワンチャンキンハンマーとか入るかも。クラパ買っちゃえばいいから。
こっちよ。
クラパ俺投げるよ。クラパ欲しかったら入るよ。
買ってよ、ミニに着4。
これが日韓はクラパのクラパです。
どうやって入るよ。普通に来れる？もう味方にバレちゃったらドンマイ。こっち来て。ポトンって音鳴るからね、これ。周り見て。ケンズ買ってね。これ登れるかな？
登れると思う。
行かせて。ゆっくり。あ、ショットする。ハイド、マシャド。絶対いる。ゆっくり。
お前らリボルバーだから合わせるならショットガンしちゃっていいよ。
ゆっくり。ちゃんとタイミングに測ろう。右外出てくるかね。後ろくるして、一人。
後ろ戻って中入れないこれ。中入れない？
これショットマッシュ気をつけて。
ゆっくり。こっちからライト。
はい、分かってる。オートゼロ出してないよ、一個に。2ある。
玉広
右から。
玉広ない。
右じゃね。
上いる。
右から行く？
いや、これ、どっちにしたら自動動画ある。
目の前下がってきた。目の前。
お前、俺来てない。
ラゼと俺ら別々ね。まず行けそうな行っちゃってもいいよ。
バレた？角バレ？あ、ちょっと後ろ戻るよ。クラポケよ。
俺普通にこっちに引いてるよ、建築で。
鉄使った方がいい、ここ。
鉄多いし。
俺、建築買ってる。朝取ってくるよ。こいつらマジで M から気をつけて。ハイド警戒。クラパって、なんかクラパ誰か持ってないの？
持ってる。俺が6持ってるよ。
ナイス、俺も6。鉄バカ美味しいからね、ここ。
どっかもうワンパンやんないとね。
サージこんなんじゃやばい。
トレードしてるとこ乗る？ OXR とか。一回探するから。
一回ジャンパタボとりあえず。
俺もうキーゼロ。
しゃあない健在ないのは。俺60、300、500。
使うよってやられる。
それ来れる？ C ポートか、こっち側見よう、こっち側。バカパンツポンプがいる。ついてきて。大丈夫。ハイドちゃんと今のよかったよ、ナイス。ちゃんとハイド成功させよう。パンザがキルしてる、これ下ね。体験されてない？大丈夫？
いや、バニャクたちの方も多分、しっかりだと思
真下これじゃ高すぎて言いづらいな。真下、今真下しか見えない。真下見よう。セッティやりたいな。
ヤップを倒して。
こっちもいる。
これいるよ。
いる、やばい、最高。ピアスして、2人以上、3人、1人置いた、1人置いた。
いく
裏から行く。いけ、上行こう。
下ろすよ。矢の置いてる。そいつ矢の置いてる。バカ降りてる敵。
いけ、僕先生。逃げれた。
30？ 下ろす。キャラポで降りるよ。待って。人ってる。俺はキャラパ。マジ、白こっち。ガチロ。白なに。
好きなに。はい、入ってましたね。3
人いる。こう、下。30？
ちっちゃいシャムよ、これ多分やれない。上のブッシュ、奪いかね。ナイスアジ。上戻るよ。ナイス、上に絶対頑張ってる。
よじもろ。
ここでハイドル直乗りでもいい。でも、
ジャンパーますよ、多分。
鉄使いたくない。だから鉄以外お願い。最初ドラマン俺マジ50
結構さ。
いや、そんなんじゃ足りない。
150くらいですよ、多分、合計で。
だから2000。気をつけて、マジで。俺、鉄1400やってる建材ある？
俺も鉄400。
ジャンパーマジであんの？
あった、弾あった、俺メクル。落ちたか気をつけて。落ちたかも。泳いでる、今。
いこう、しろ。
頑張れ、オッケー。
いけ。一番下で、いや、絶対させない。一番下で、
リボルバーティよ、一番下。せーの。こっちやれるかも。
やれ、ボックス飛ばせ。
これ、上。こうやってやってる。リボルバー弱え軽く。ナイス。別班に点されてるめっちゃ。俺んとこ回復めっちゃあるよ、仙台と。
ちょうだい。
ワンチャン起こせるかも。あ、隠したい俺。隠しとらせ敵に。隠しとらせ出て。ナイス。一応キャラパール、サージン野球場ね。確かに。じゃあ多分耐えれるよね。熱っ。一回どっかストップしてもいい。起こすならこっちかな。クラッパー使いすぎ注意。いろいろバイオ
神だから余裕で落ちるタイプ。
対面してる。行くならこっち。
天一だね。
いるよ。
ここ飛んだ今。
こ
こいる？
わかんない。見なかった、俺らは。
それが、
多分嫌がったと思う。
あれじゃね？そいつじゃね？
なんか本当あって、メディ持った方がいいかも。クラパってあんまり。ジャンパーね。
ジャンパーね。
ジャンパーどうだシャバい。あの上がいないなら強いけど。スラープ。
こう一旦戻ってこよ、ここ。ここでいい、物資。でもクラパ近くなりで行こう。なんとかなる、大丈夫。
一旦切り替える。
優勢こっちからした。上からしない。早くしなきゃ
そうだね。そうだ。知らないけど。
あっち見て。
別に寄ってもないし、遠いわけでもない。なんかさ、遠いか。そうだ、ジャンパーで帰れるから。
よし、じゃあ次のサージ俺らえぐいか。
追い腐り、あと君にが持ったらマジ熱いけどな。
別に敵来てもおかしくないよ。
クラバ1個使っても上ね。
あのジャンパと俺のクラパで。まあこれリブート来ちゃったら頑張るわ、俺が。大丈夫、飲ませるよ。ちゃんともったいないしはなくしてこう全部勝とう。ジャンパで行くよ。お前らそのまま行くのありかも。
いや、ジャンパの方がいい。
めっちゃある。50秒後。
ジャンパっぽいけど。で、ラデル回復やっていいよ。 ミニ持ったらいいかも。手でクラブ置いといて、それ。
ピンに置く。でこのジャンパーに監視後。ピンにクラブ置くからそれでジャンパーまで来て。
置いてあった。闇道当たんないこれ。
行ってもいいけど、サージがもう食らう。アンチがいる、アンチがめっちゃいる、アンチがめっちゃいる。ファイトしろ、あれ行こう。こっち。
だって
闇道行ってよ。するべきあんならもう行ってもいいかも。
マジなんもない。いや、俺やるだけ俺。
転地してる。食らってる。俺やりく。シェイスプゴ置いとく。はい。クラパーマル、一人で行く。ミニポ飲んでる。行くよ。天才、シェイスプして。大丈夫。
俺まだ時間かかるけど、一瞬
シェイスプして。行こう。18。足音3個。
突っ込んでいいよ。どうせ来る。
マシュ。死んだ。ガチごめん。ガチ足音やつ。
マジエキスよ。
ナイスライト。
無理。最高。どうのやつじゃないし、これ。
どうのやつじゃない。ナイス。以上。
Does it? He dunks on him from above to get the siphon.
But the same can't be said for Curly. He has no siphon to profit off of just yet. They're going to have to find another elimination. They're going to have to find it now. Adapter has fallen. Cooper and Curly just continuing to make something out of nothing here. But Valor, that surge stick is just destroying him. The shield crack goes off yet again. He's using every single bit of healing resources he has. And it's still likely not going to be enough.
Yeah, like I said, the shield's cracked. That's a giveaway for Curly and Cooper, and immediately turn around, tried to land shots. Valor's doing just that, and he barely gets himself above that damage threshold, and he knows he cannot go back for his teammates' reboots card. This is a solo journey from here on out for him, and he does some good damage yet again. Will he pick up the elimination? We'll wait and see, but Pixie, Vanya, and Marius, you can see the zone just outside of OXR HQ. These guys have been smooth sailing so far in this game.
Marius and Pixie being the top two players for shotgun damage and moving zone says enough, Jacob. These guys have been getting fraggy, and they plan to continue their streak, especially with all the company that's starting to dogpile around them.
Like you saw in the distance, Baka and I believe Cars both going down, looking to get cleaned up by Chap, Savage, and Reason. 410 damage above the threshold. Slap dab in the middle of the zone as well. Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot. I was talking to them before today. They didn't have too many game plans other than just play better. They know their performance yesterday was abysmal, and that's just a huge fire underneath their belt to do just that and have a good comeback. And Chino's just fighting on the other side. That's Anon all the way from OCE, but his teammates are coming in. Backup has arrived. Chino's just getting pushed back further and further. Resign's starting to feel that confidence, but there's too many players all around. For Doxy, surprisingly, Resign's catching him off guard. Multiple players just trying to push in, but for Doxy making sure to save the day. Down goes Resign's, and up goes their chances to win this fight.
Just look at the way that Ferdoxy and Chino played this box fight, though. So many separate angles opened up at once. Resign's HP just disappeared. Ferdoxy and Chino still looking to try and hold things down too here, Jacob. They're fully aware of the fact that they've done enough to at least push Oshi back temporarily, but that's not to say that it has had the same effect on the Polish counterparts directly next to where they're located.
They do have that extra med kit down below, just in case. Anon, Alex, they're trying to come back for revenge. Chino's gonna be the first one to go down. Well-placed shot by Alex. He had all the power behind that one, forcing Ferdoxy to try to back up and get the revive. The audio visual is coming out. Ferdoxy trying to reposition. He has to let the cone go. He has to let his teammate go down. That one's quickly cleaned up, but that doesn't mean he has to stop fighting back. With 2 versus 1 in this situation, and him being slightly on the edge of zone, if not out, he has to start getting information that is vital to his success. And even one more team going down, he'll start to get placement points on top.
Problem as a solo, though, is that there's only so many directions you can look at once, and overhead, Swizzy, Merstash, Queasy, they're already starting to break through. You saw that first knock take place right now for Swizzy, and he's still after another Ritual and Peterbot. They don't even realize they're being chopped from underneath, but it's actually Sphinx who's taking down Peterbot in this lobby. Shadow from behind, never sees it coming. Swizzy's got that elimination, and Muzz trying to save his teammate's life, but can the double revive actually come to fruition? destruction with Swizzy applying so much pressure.
Yeah, multiple players, and he has that exotic, which is so much damage, just tearing through those builds. But you can see as Sony was the zone, hold on over, they kind of brought themselves back. Probably Queasy making the call. We have to start to rotate. This zone is vital for our success. If we can get high ground here, that could be our 4th game win. But while one team's having an easy game, Iamzo and Clicks, with one of them being down, Iamzo's trying to get him back up. They have 1 crash pad left in their inventory, 6 splashes for the HP if they need it, some Flowberry Fizz, but it is a far pull for a duo to have.
A little bit sad there for Merstash. He really wanted to see if he could get a good chunk out of Acorn, Agers, and Poyo on that rotate, but crash pads are out. Along with the Flowberry Fizz, Iamzo's immediately going to try to claim a position towards the front side, but holds back for a second here. A little bit split from Clicks. Clicks going to build right back up where his teammate's at. He needs some of these chuck splashes, but of course, another rotate. There is no time to stop, especially with Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash right back at home base on the high ground.
That happened so fast, you blink, you might have missed it, because now there's a whole nother team on top. They're getting battled out, chopped down even once, but the consistency for them to remain in the clouds is absolutely amazing. Swizzy, Merstash, and Queasy making it look easy down below. Everybody is at their disposal, and this is where we know what they do. They just target out second height over and over and over. They reconnect along the way, so teams are going to have to think of something different here compared to yesterday.
Savage Chef and Reason seem like they're a little bit more intent on just trying to stake out these front side rotations, but for Clicks and Iamzo, it's likely going to be a backside of zone play. They're going to have to find a refresh. They have hardly any materials to work with. Iamzo doing what he can to drop whatever builds he can for Clicks, but there's nowhere safe to tarp out through inside of these lower layers. Everybody is frazzled here. Yapo, Panther, and Seti also in a very strong top 3 position, and they want to hold on to it, Jacob.
They don't want to let it go. They worked way too hard to get this far. To go down here in 15th place. Storm Surge still active, forcing players to fight one another. Even though they have to rotate to the zone, they're trying to keep their 3rd place spot intact. They're only 8 points behind as we stand in this game, but Merstash, Swizzy, and Queasy are just double tarping, making sure to reinforce. But Veno, their two are trying to look up. At one point or another, maybe 2 zones ago, they were the team on high ground, but it got stolen away. Expose Acorn, they're ready to battle it out. M8 versus M8 as Poyo's ready to take on the competition, but towards the backside of zone, they chop it all down. Queasy, he saw that one coming from a mile away.
That's exactly why they had Merstash overhead, still looking to try and build things out here, but Swizzy blocking off Acorn so professionally. Everybody's been chopped up. They're all falling down. Agers has been eliminated. Poyo and Acorn trying to go right back up on the height, but it's Malabuka, it's Lux, it's Ping. They're the ones that have fully overthrown the high ground. They're the ones that are ready to find their first victory royale.
Merstash, Queasy still as a duo, but they're still holding that 1st place spot. Kanata is going to go down. Only 3 of the teams in our top 5 still alive. Merstash, Queasy, they're trying to be heroes, but Queasy not only takes a big shot, he loses Swizzy across the way. Merstash has to figure out a way to reunite into the same box, and they do that very, very quickly, but it's not going to matter. Queasy goes down. Merstash gets the elimination, but he's all by himself.
The family sacrifice might have been everything that they needed, though. Merstash tarping like a madman, just trying to block off every possible angle. He knows there might be an opening, a teammate underneath that's just so much worse off than he currently is. But instead, it's both Kanata and Rapid. He's looking to play spoiler, but he can't get enough damage applied. Merstash still somehow, some way, tarping through this middle layer, and nobody seems to be cutting him off just yet, but he's running out of material, and Malabuka watched him overhead. They've lost Ping. Ping thought that he could take out Darm in the process. Instead, he loses his own life.
Somehow, Rapid, Kanata, Bolts all still alive on the low ground. Even with Bolts going down, they got the front side of zone and a chance to get the revive. A couple eliminations being cleaned up. Biko trying to stay alive. Malabuka and Walk still on high ground, raining fire down from above. They get that knock on the Kanata, and you see the Flowberry Fizz coming out. They're getting ready. The inevitability, the drop down from above, it comes in. Kanata gets cleaned up. The Siphon comes into play. Walks is doing damage. Malabuka is causing pain.
Walks and Malabuka, they might just be able to do it, Chef. Not going to be able to withstand the pressure here. Malabuka with a huge cleanup shot. Walks now just needs to seal this one out. And just like that,
teams that took it all, Frankie.
Let's get you up on your feet! Your fans want to see you! The Havoc fans want to see what? The mates want to see Ning and Malabuka! Malabuka, just one question really from me. What took you so long?
I don't know. We were not sure what to do on first day, but maybe we'll figure out something today.
You definitely figured something out. You managed to take the high ground from the High Ground Kings, led by Queasy. Was this something you worked on, managing to take high ground from the top spot?
I mean, it was pretty high ground this game, so we just climbed it.
So do you have the Americans to thank for taking it first and chopping the boys on top?
No, we just saw.
Just everyone. So why would you? I'm gonna actually head over to Chaka.
What? Do you have a word for this crowd that are supporting you and your teammates?
Yeah, I appreciate you guys coming out, supporting us, and watching us play. It means the world. Hopefully we'll be able to clutch up and come back today.
And do you think you'll keep the consistency now that you start the day with an amazing victory royal? Do you think you'll keep your consistency?
Yeah, of course. If we just get some good samples, I think we'll be able to win this day and come back.
Malabuka, just before I let you get ready for the next game, have you got anything you'd like to say to the gentlemates?
May it win.
And the gentlemates are on their feet, and I think they're probably going to be there for the entirety of this ad break.
Do you get scared? Do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before, but you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. On a wait list, I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. Been focused. You should know like that. Better watch your back, cause we aiming at your head. I don't need to pick me up and I don't need a rest. Knock down, top down, hit him in his leg. Pull up with the trio and my eyes all red. 1, 2, 3 of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they did and believe in us. Believe in us, believe in us, believe in us.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Fortnite Global Championship. This is day number 2, Game 7, the first of the day. Malibuca Ping Walks get a victory royale. They take away high ground from Queasy. We've only seen some attempt that incredible task so many times, but in game number 1 of the day, to start things off, Malibuca sends it?
I can't believe it is even possible, right? We talked about how secure we thought Queasy was as soon as he was able to get up on the high ground. I can't lie, though, Minnie, it kind of felt like it was the team effort, right? Multiple teams kind of going for it. At the end of the day, though, Malibuca Walks and Ping, they were the ones that waited for the exact right moment. And oh my gosh, man, Malibuca got to the high ground. He quickly was like, nah, I don't want to be up here. I want to get in the mix. I know I need these eliminations to soar up the leaderboard.
Yeah, and what was crucial about this height take is, of course, we saw Queasy on right at the beginning of that end game. Then we saw Acorn's team going up to try and take it. They actually were successful in that height take. The crucial thing that actually ended up allowing Malibuca to take height was that zone pulled back. That 10th zone pulled back over all of the old builds that Queasy's team ended up making. And then, of course, it allowed Malibuca to save all those materials that they would have expended by extending out. They could then use that to then take height. So really well played end game from these guys. More of the same needed. I think they made a few adjustments early game as well because things were going a little bit wrong for them at the beginning of the game yesterday. And this is what they can do when they make it to end game.
So insane, man. I love that we're starting to attack high ground, right? Like, we know high ground wins games, in some cases wins tournaments, and now as we turn attention to those standings, look at this. This lead is not what it once was, right? Now we're starting to close up. We're trying to say, Queasy, hold on a minute. Let's not get crazy here. 570 points. Oh, man. I mean, look, we still got a lot to do if we're hoping to catch Queasy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're talking about it. The lead isn't what it once was, but it, like, barely moved. I'm pretty sure. 170 points, still very, very comfortable for them. And this is kind of what Minnie was talking about as we were watching the game, because he was like, yeah, I mean, you know, they're down. Still potential for Mustache to go ahead and solo clutch, but this is kind of the exact game they need. They don't need to soar ahead. They just kind of need to pick up enough points to kind of fend off the competition.
Yeah, this is technically their worst game of the weekend, right? I think they got a 7th in this game, but still, I know. Oh no, we'll wrap it up. But still, it's still a good game. They made it to end game. They took height. They did what they know how to do. Again, unfortunate, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, day 2, people are going to go for height, so things are going to look a lot different. Maybe that's now an adjustment to their play style. They might need to think, oh, maybe we need to go down, play mid-ground a little bit more, but it's not bad for them. They're still getting points. They're still clutching when it matters.
The result won't show it, but I just cannot believe how quick and decisive this team can like switch strategy on a dime. We saw them on the higher ground, right? Acorn's trio, they crash padded up. They were instantly fighting for it. And I swear, it was within literally like 4 or 5 seconds, the entire trio of Queasy's was shooting up and trying to break out Acorn's trio to prevent them from actually securing the hideout. It was literally instant.
So good, and that's what makes Queasy such a great IGL. He has those things on lock, whether it's to try and retake height, whether it's to actually then drop down and try and take a different position. As long as you're all doing the same thing, that's what's most important. When you get teams that are trying to split, one's going up, 2 going down, it doesn't work. Queasy's got that team really, really well prepped, understanding it's my call, whether we go up, whether we go down, they're on the same page.
And I kind of talked about it, right? They defended it. They defended against the take from Acorn. Unfortunately, Malibuca's trio just way too aware of what was going up on the high ground. They kind of joined in on the fight and were like, hey, listen, you guys can keep fighting, we'll take the height.
That is crazy. We have a listen in from that last game. Let's see how things were going for Queasy.
Watch our height. Things left and right now. Wait, take it. No, you take it. I have it, 100. I have it. Coming. I'm gonna get the next shot. Yeah, I think. You need to take. I drop the chop, no? You got time. Chop it, no? Chop. I'm coming back. I'm dead, I think. You got chopped again? Fine. I'm good. Can you come to me? One time, go high. Okay. I'm up. You guys get me? I need backside. I'm saying, get it more. Got it. You can save me, no? Nice. Can you save me? Yeah. I got rest. Drop your man. Calm down. I stand you guys. I have sickness. Go, okay. Go. I'm dead. You good? Can you? I don't care. I'm 5 times food. I'm chugging. Yeah. Shoot. Get it. Go up. Wow.
Crazy stuff there. Hope you guys at home could hear it, because I sure couldn't. This crowd is going crazy. They stand behind Queasy, okay? They know who they want to champion. They know who they want to win. Man, oh man, but for the trio, right, to be in this kind of situation, I love those adaptations. I'm almost curious, right? Now that they had someone contest them, now I almost wonder, what are they thinking going to this next game, right? What kind of little micro adjustments are we going to make sure that doesn't happen again?
Yeah, in this scenario, I would not want to be Queasy, right? Because he's kind of got to be the guy that decides that for his trio. Hey, listen, do we kind of give up on the whole high ground thing? Obviously, that is our best strategy, but, you know, we're kind of have this comfortable lead to where if we kind of just played mid ground or low ground and make sure that we pick up, you know, a decent placement every single game, we'll still hold on to the lead, or do they just play what they know?
It's these moments where champions are made, right? When things aren't quite going your way, when something happens that you didn't expect, how do you adapt to that? How do you adjust what's been working so well for you to have the courage to say, right, you know what? Let's change up what we're doing. Let's maybe loot in a different area. Let's try and look at other teams from Storm Surge early on, because it looked like they were a little bit lower down than we've seen them in previous games.
Yeah, true.
Maybe we change the way that we play our end games. That courage is what makes champions champions.
That is crazy, you know. Yeah, you have that comfortability. How do you say, look, we have to break what we know.
Yeah.
If we want to be champions, maybe that's the answer. Let's go back to these standings, though, and start taking a look at the second page and see kind of where things are going. Wanted to highlight here Mr. Savage showing up here in this final end game, having a good game. We still need work, right? There's still work to be done, but having, you know, starting to kind of pick up steam, starting to pick up momentum with 5 games more to go. I'm excited to see what else they bring.
I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't move at all from 11th, right?
Yeah.
They were in the mix during that end game right there. I think it was Mr. Savage from the trio who took some of the splashes out into the storm early on to make sure that they ended up clutching up. I mean, it's great to see them in the mix. Obviously, you know, making it to the end game pretty often, but 11th place, they seem to be kind of stuck to that position on the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, and I think that just speaks to how high quality these end games are, right? They're very top heavy end games. Lots of our teams that are doing well already are making end games and still doing well. So it's very tough for the teams that are a little bit lower down to sort of break into that upper echelon of placement. But if they keep the consistency going, if Savage can keep clutching up like this, having that IQ that we know he has, just to be able to have that experience, that understanding of the game, to sit back into the storm, try and farm out as many placements as possible, they can try and mount an attack here on the top 10.
I mean, yeah, look at that. Top 5 with 8 eliminations. Insane work from them. Obviously, the clutch kind of coming in, and they just don't move on the leaderboard, man. Yeah, it's just so tough out there.
You know what's crazy, too? Think about this year, right? Mr. Savage comes in, he's like, guys, wiping my hands, I'm not competitive.
Yeah.
And then here we are on a global stage putting on this performance.
I'm interested to see whether this can sort of reignite that sort of love that he has for the game, right? The grind factor that he has, his burning passion, desire to want to win an FNCS, because I really hope it does. I think this is a great opportunity for him. You know, they're not doing bad. They're in 11th place. It just came off the back of a really good game. They have the firepower. We've seen them performing very well in the end game as well. Maybe this is a sort of a beam of hope, if you like, for him for going forward. And we want to see him. Everyone in EU, we all love him. We were all very sad when he announced that he was retiring, but very happy when he came back. And now he's here. What a story.
Oh my gosh. Also, we can't forget Clicks as well, right? NA.
Yep.
He's coming back. Don't even worry about it. He's putting on a show for us here. Again, though, the job is not done, right? We do have 5 more games, but 5 is going to dry up so quickly, Vivid. So for not only Clicks' trio, but for every other trio, we really need to make sure our strategy is locked tight.
It felt like yesterday I was almost begging for a game from Clicks' trio here to just please make it to the end game as a healthy trio. You know, give them an opportunity, give yourselves an opportunity to show your game plan, show how good you are, show how good of a year you've had over on the NAC region. Again, right there, game number 7, a whole night's of rest, opportunity to go over it. Higgs is down early.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's not the ideal start for them. They've made it to the end game, which they've been doing quite consistently well so far. They're not in a bad position by any means. And I think they just need that one big game. Ideally, sooner the better, right? Because they're a team that does thrive on hype. I know Clicks is, you know, one of the biggest streamers, if not the biggest streamer in Fortnite. He lives off of the people watching him. He wants to be in the spotlight. He wants to have that moment to himself. And that could almost catapult them. That could give them that confidence, instill that confidence back in them for the rest of the games. For them, they've just got to try and make something happen in the end game, more so, as you said. Stay as a trio, make something happen, and hopefully feed off of that hype and confidence.
Maybe that's a VR and getting rallied by like the crowd, right? Like having them to push you over the line to kind of start to build that momentum. But I like what you called out, the sooner the better, right? And it's not even just them, it's everyone, right? These little strategies with only 5 games. Guys, it's only 5 games. If we're going to try and pull out some kind of strategy, if we're going to try and swap our drop spot to land on someone else, it has to happen now, right? Like, if we're not in this top 10, we got to get ourselves in there.
I mean, the best time to do it would have been last game, but the best time is now, right? This is the time to switch things up. I think this is an important moment for the teams, right? They've had a little feel as to what the lobby's looking like, well, what teams are doing around them, which is so crucial in the Surge meta. So now they can really make those adaptations. It's all well and good looking back at the games from yesterday. It's a completely different day. Everyone's doing different things.
Yeah, and I'll touch on a last couple of few points here from that game specifically, right? We even saw Veno. He was kind of up on the high ground. He was kind of, you know, tutoring with the idea that he could maybe take it from like 8th zone or some kind of build up for it. They didn't actually end up like fighting for it or trying to defend it. But hey, listen, they were kind of thinking about it. And then obviously Kanada's trio finding themselves in the mix towards the end game as well.
Guys, you know I love breaking down things between the games. But I'm getting word it is almost that time to kick back into all of the... Never mind! That's the battle bus, so you know what time it is. Game 8 starts now.
OK? 第3 OK ですか ?OK です。川だよね、さすがに。これ間違ってないと。これちょっと前とかでもいいな。ちょっと右側。ビコイルワンチャン線路って道路でやってきたワンチャン。こいつ。やらかしてたら。村ピンこれ。村ピン、確定村ピン。できるだけ遅めでいい。気持ち前。できるだけ右奥っていうか前行ったり。右。俺そこ見割りいっちゃうよ。健在誰が絶対取ってね。キー取って、キー。真ん中取ってな。もう来てるよ、多分これ。俺取ってある。だからチェスト拾っていいよ。
言わね、今。
勝負しね。
いいよ。上登るよ。
ウェイコ、これ。真ん中戦ってる今。ウェイコ。健在から。ウェイコ、いや、もう全員行こう。上いないよ。
いや、もう外は査定的来ないなら。
当たろ。
お前ら中当たってる。
固まってる。
もうすぐ来るかも。
38しろ。固まれてるよ。奥のとしまってる、これ。ラズルキー借りに行けないこれ。駅の方今行ってる。なので。
俺右行く。
いや、俺シールドないから。俺が行く。
ミニポ投げる。
まあ俺、相手の方の上来てるよね、ミニポ。
ごめん、一番下ちゃった。ちょっと待って。
そこのキー買っといてあんまり。見といてくね、こっち一応。
おうち取った。
俺キーカンスト。ラズルこれして
もうピーター来ちゃうからファイトしたくないもん。
ファイターしなくていい。俺キー500ある。上でショット延長で見てか。もう全部当たっていいよ、これ。手で裏がマジ当たれる、これ。ラズル当たれたんだら壊したけど何？左。敵、ここ。俺の真下一人と、二人いる。二人検品。お前全然当たれてない。いや、SMG 打ってきただけ。いや、テイがまだ当たる。
白バレしないで。
俺白バレしてない。テイで早めに当たるんだ、全部発覚としてる。
投げる。
一つ取られた。
敵どこいる？
取られたわ。ピーターが階段伸ばして見せてきてる。ルカトリーか、それ。だいぶ。3人いる。3人見てきて、俺もう降りるね、これ。上いるみたいな。俺割られた。エピオたちには白バレしてない。回復ゼロね。いや、階段立って転してた。
ミサとジェス。まだ見割ってよ、俺。
奥のやつも行ってきて、それ絶対。足んない。俺しない。切り替えげるよ、ライト。いや、ぜひない、いいと使ってる。神たちの戦闘だから、死だから戦闘されてる。
神に耐えた。
作業4つある、してもいいよ。
チェケンオフィザケ、ミニパール。だってジュースなんだよ。
ラゼルの問いかね。
塔取られた？
上いるかわかんない。わかんない。上げたからわかんない、俺。
相手健在ないよ。ちょっとしかない。
俺の多分マジクソ打たれたから、全張りしたから。4枚。いいの。
デスクした希望。
ラジオジュース飲んで、
俺
も茶群ある、俺も茶群ある。
俺3回するチェクスプ。これで振る。
俺、
上取って、上取って、とりあえず。
ザコショットないんですよ。それもらうわ。
一緒に OXR あったから拾ってくるわ、とりあえず。
後ろの卵まで拾った全部。
ショットガンってキャラパレーター、キャラパ持つ、ライト持って、ショットガンってチェクスプ。
俺持ってるよ。またリボルバーこれ。
ピーターどこら辺いる？
いや、ピーター違う、もう後ろから階段積んで伸ばしてきただけだ。
そんな来てない？
取りに来てた。いや、もう来てない人いないと思うよ。右側の家は立っていい？
これでいいよ、ナイス。触ってない、いいよ。
やぶと
ファームする。ピストル
誰かウェイティングで、俺当たりたい。マジ無視ない。なんもね俺。俺別にないんだよ。
あさって、お前らあさって。ミニサンフィス100。
6ダ武器はない。ピストルにザコショットなの。ラゼルされてるよ。上、ラゼル上だね。
エピホン多分いないよ。
いや、多分いないけど、一応気をつけて。ガチでボルくれ。
裏武士余ってないの、ショットガンとか。
一回で来るか。
何かしら余ってるかも、青の XR は余ってる。
マジコン
マリオ。エピホンの方行くわ、それ。
クラパある。
そう。マジ警戒して。クラパ持ってる。
出てきた。お店。
俺も、ナイス。俺もクラパさんフィズ100。エピホン、ここ入れてき。好きになるか？
わかんない。ミドパールよ。
俺いいよ、俺。
ラゼルトラ持ってる。
打ち合いしようとしてる。逃げて。一人だけ。これいいよ。あれ、エピホじゃね？やりかねあれ。
いいよ、任せる。
両方やばいと思うけど。建材が俺鉄300しかない。
池買った方がいいよ。
残ってる。デカポない？
タンカー持ってるよ。
デカポはない。い
や、これごめん、これ C ポートでいいよ。
ここの家の1階ね。入ったとこの奥のところに、あれ、チャグロックフィジャーか俺返して。お前リボルバーする？
リボルバーする。
なら、一旦もらったか俺、一旦ダーポンだけで武器。SMG ってやったら
打ち合いしてる。来たい、OXR。ま
だ来ない。ダウンのロービ流れる瞬間にさ、当てねえかな、ワンチャン。俺、クラブ6ある？いる？
俺3。半分1ダウン。いや、これ使ってきっと持ってくね、一旦。いや、どっちでもいいけど。どうせ帰っちゃうんだよ。水からしよう、4、5。クラパちょうだい。
受けピー好きな人いないんだ。ピー好きな人
いる。サニー。
30、60。俺はダメキス、上取るクラパで。
そいつはやる？
黒ヒーロ3人。こっち来た。俺僕それ
ラゼル最初。
死んだし、マシロこいつ。最悪。ナイス。
マジ。マジどっちも。最悪。どっちも白8なんだけど。最悪。マジどっちも。
耐えれば別府来る、とりあえず。現在あるからタイマー蹴りでいいよ。
マジ動かなくていいね。社会どうせある。俺も外せんの。
どうしようなの。ナイス。いける。
それでやれるかも。
リボット開く。
Getting a little bit too aggressive, playing as individuals, and we do see them kind of stuck as duos. This game around, I want to see a change up. I want to see no matter what happens, right or wrong play, they stick as a full trio, because when you do that, sometimes miracles can happen. But you're seeing kind of one side, the north side of the map, kind of getting a little aggressive. Teams just trying to push each other in order to get their storm surge. On the south side of the map, with the zone pulling over in this direction, this is where you're going to see more and more of those surge bases set up.
A lot more time to accrue some damage. A lot more flexibility here. Hands up. Big weekend for him. And he's delivering so far. He's with two experienced LAN players. But he's shown that he can hold his own. Seti isn't a fan favorite. The crowd aren't loving Seti, but Seti is used to not being the favorite. He's used to people doubting him. And so he won't let that bother him too much.
Still over here, the zone's kind of favoring them out of all three trios that are in this direction, but shots continue to pour in, and it doesn't even look like he knew exactly where those shots came from.
And look, I fully understand that Peterbot, Ritual, and Cole, these guys are such prominent players on their region and just considered top players overall. But even still, there's only so many drops that you can actually practice efficiently, and that has been a real thorn in their sides throughout this weekend.
Oh, no! The classic! They dropped down the surge base, and with that fall damage, that's easy surge for them. It's raining loot, and a chance for them to come back.
That is so sweet.
Not for paper. Victory for the Epic Whale. But one team's slip up, a little bit caught lacking. That's exactly what the adaptations you have to kind of anticipate heading into a day 2 format.
It's on the feed. EDGE going from that to getting another knock around the map. Kanata bolts, rapid. They haven't had to move far from their actual initial drop spot. You see them saving the slurp truck down below for those extra heals. Seeing Rapid just kind of eye out the land right now. He is the IGL for the team, just trying to figure out where players are currently at deep into the zone and where they need to start to rotate to so they have the least congestion. And in the background, Queasy, Swizzy, Merstash, that's a team that you gotta think that Kanata just spotted out. And you know what they're looking for, Taco Levin. They're looking for that bunker.
They want it, but are they going to actually be able to grab it with Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid so close by? Be pressed to believe, hard pressed to believe that Kanata would let that one go for free. Same case scenario for his teammates, but picks Demon's Darm. They've just been playing their own methods, and it's worked out heavily for them.
A team with such little experience, but you could never tell from watching them in the lobby. Set game plan, set structure, and excellent execution. The young Poles continue to make their mark on this lobby, but there is still plenty to do. Acorn and Ages have plenty to do here. Foyo gonna have to be picked up.
Somewhere along the way, they might be able to find him, but if they aren't able to bring him back, it's basically an uphill battle for Acorn and Azures. Merstash, Swizzy, and Queasy, though, they're still able to make their way towards the bunker. So Kanata, Rapid, Bolts, probably thinking better, not really willing to get caught up in this instance, but maybe they choose to wait outside. Maybe it's somebody else entirely that might be looking to shut Queasy down.
There's very few teams, Levin, that can even access this vault this early on in the game. So even there, they're not that close to another. They have to rotate towards that OXR HQ. They have to rotate towards the south. So for Vana and Marius and Pixie, they're going to be able to kind of see Merstash, Swizzy, and Quizzy. If they memorize their outfits throughout the course of the game, they're definitely going to get that 100% confirmation and a chance to take them down if they're going to take it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's something Vanya will keep track of. So we'll see if that ends up leading to a clash between the two teams. It's something Vanya predicted would happen. He said he wants to play for Height today. We'll see if he's a man of his word. For reason, Chap and Mr. Savage have done incredibly well at times throughout this competition, but speaking to Mr. Savage yesterday, he said, hey, I feel like we can do even better. We got another gear to go up.
Multiple games yesterday inside of the top 6. Can you imagine going from, hey, I'm done with Fortnite, to a chance to win even more money, continue to build your legacy? And for someone like Chap, he's a youngin'. You know what I mean? He's still earning his stride, earning his respect, and he's doing it in such a good fashion. Their road through Major 3 to get that qualification spot and then showing up big in day 1. And now they got to lurk onto Sphinx, Muzz, and Shadow, waiting for the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Sphinx goes down. Reason, Chap, Savage, they're ready to start this fight. That's going to get cleaned up with ease, but instead of running away, they realize with a 3v2, it's now or never. They need the points if they want to climb that leaderboard.
Reason, Chap, and Savage, they're trying to be as quick as possible. They don't want to allow the opportunity for Muzz or Shadow to escape, but they're just not fast enough. Chap, Reason, Mr. Savage, they're going to have to be content with the body loot off of Sphinx alone, but Chap's still seeing if he can try and pull out a little bit more here. Good tags into Shadow's HP bar. They've got Muzz a little bit cornered, but Chap, Reason, Mr. Savage, this is all that they want. They're stuck just outside EDGE's zone, and they know if they clear out Muzz and Shadow, they're gonna have free rotation path with nobody left behind them.
You see Reason, his instincts are to make plays happen. You don't want to be too ambitious, don't want to give them any room to put your team in a bad situation. Mr. Savage taking a big chunk of damage, and that will slow things down just a moment. And again, they did well to get the first. Of course, they want even more out of this. They know these guys are going to be weak. These guys are going to be on the back foot. So they'll continue to pressure, but let's not make any mistakes here, boys.
Yeah, they're out of zone. They're kind of thinking not too many teams even hear the noise, but get Zed away and Scarf, but they definitely do, and they're moving in. But Muzz goes down. Chap trying to finish this fight, and they do so. Savage takes down Shadow, but the third party is now making it hard for them to survive.
That's the way to do it. You saw Savage, Chap, both shotguns in hand, playing together, taking advantage of the man advantage, and now that puts them in a much more favorable position. Well played from Chap, Savage, and Reason.
Not the same story, though, for Clicks. Visuals brazen and diminished, since it didn't work out at Rangers Ruin. They're going to have to find that surge elsewhere. And unfortunately, it's only Clicks, last man standing from his team, and just being absolutely battered. There's no way he's going to be able to withstand the pressure of Braids. Visuals diminish, coming out on top.
Not every day you see teams carrying away that minigun just to melt through those builds. You're not going to be able to hold the box at all, but this is exactly how that fight started. A lurk play coming out of a menace. He dropped a mini shed on Higgs' head, and they went in and cleaned up that last elimination onto Clicks.
And you can see the frustration on Clicks' face when he went down. Such a frustrating way to get out of this game. And they'll have to hit the drawing board.
Malabuko walks being all it takes is a quick pan over, and M8 is going to send a surging roar through this arena. That has got to be such an amazing feeling, but saw a glimpse of Mustache just now, and this could be trouble brewing for both of these teams.
Yeah, and you know, Taco, you'll know better than anyone else commentating over this trio this year. They're so good when it comes to momentum. They pick up that first win, they keep things rolling. This game will be a big sign of whether or not these guys are really here to play in this competition, or whether it was a one-hit wonder.
Especially after that Game 7 win being in such a commanding fashion too, but that's the gameplay that we were almost expecting to see in day 1, but as long as they manage to capture that kind of performance in this secondary day, there might not be a point amplifier, but there's still plenty of opportunity to catch up on some positioning in the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm always saying you got to leave no regrets behind when you play on such a big stage like this with a huge life-changing amount of money. And I think yesterday, some teams may have played just a little bit too safe compared to how they played during the majors to qualify for this global championship. Being able to go back last night, VOD review, and really figure out what was going wrong. You're seeing a more aggressive pace coming out from some of these teams. Not exactly every step of the way, but when they get a key knock, when they get some good damage, they're now starting to play more and more aggressive, and most importantly so, more and more teams, just like Pollo, Agers, and Acorn that we see here, are willing to contest that high ground in the later portions of this game.
Gentlemates will certainly be happy to see Pollo back up and in the running, but you have to wonder, Levin, what does their surge actually look like? They seemed a bit desperate there, trying to find some additional surge trades with Agers, Acorn, and Pollo, but it's the backdrop pressure. iDrop catching Acorn completely off guard, but there's such a direct path that they have to take into zone. They can't sit outside any longer, and it's just making them too prone to being picked off in the process.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough game to fight your way back into. So many of our teams here just set up so well. Everything looking incredibly cozy for Dimash, and Pix right now. And they'll continue to pressure some of the teams looking to make their way on into that safe zone.
Just gotta let it sit and appreciate it after all. But Pollo, Genomates, they can hear everything surrounding them. But Pollo, he's gonna look to try and close in on the surge base. Again, desperation factoring in, heavily 500 below. They've got to get damage online. They've got to do it ASAP before they find themselves being taken out of this lobby entirely. Pollo, Agers scrambling, but it's not enough. They can't stand tall. Cammy, Hardy, and iDrop now benefiting exclusively from those siphon materials.
Cammy could smell the desperation on those guys, and they capitalize. Unfortunately, it was always going to be an uphill battle for Pollo and his trio. That was a tough game, but there's still a couple more for them to get back in it. Cammy, though, now looking much better off after being able to pick up some of them Cypher mats.
Yeah, and it was actually iDrop who got that initial knock and elimination onto Acorn, leaving them that far below the damage threshold. But now the zone pulling up over towards the north. This is a good zone for the majority of the lobby. There's not too many different elevation changes, especially drastic ones at that. It's just as long as it doesn't pull towards the west. That's what the entire lobby has to be hoping for right now, including Pings, Walks, and Malibuca. From high ground victory royale in that last game to low ground for now. But this is exactly kind of the same pace they were taking. It wasn't until zone 10, maybe even 9, that they actually went up for that high ground and held it for the rest of the game. But you're seeing some teams above the damage threshold with their eliminations, but 4 eliminations though, Veno, Vico, and Flixie, they're 178 below the damage threshold. They know they have their work cut out for them and get focused outside of the lobby, making it hard for them to find their way in without burning through these materials.
They've at least got an ample amount of mats though, so they're not too pressed just yet, but they're gonna have to start to kick things into overdrive because Vico, Flixie, Veno, they're still sitting underneath that damage threshold. They got Oceana directly next to them. This is the first fight they can find. This is the first fight they're gonna take, and Anon immediately beamed, thrown back. That's all the damage that they needed, just barely pushing them above the threshold line.
Those are the fights that they strive for. Those are the fights that they are so effective in. We've seen it all year long. They'll find themselves in tough situations like that and create their way out of it.
511 damage here. Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid. They had a fantastic game number 1. Unfortunately, they weren't able to pick up that VR, like Kanata said, to start the day, but they're here again with another opportunity with Rapid and Bolts by his side. His IGL, his Fragger, that's a lot of confidence that's continuing to brew in that trio. Same here for Pickstorm and Demus. I said underdogs to top dogs. Levin, this team is probably one of the biggest surprises in EU, right?
Yeah, these guys have been phenomenal. We've highlighted it so much. But this is another example of a game where they're playing at their own pace. Excellent timings. I know when we've spoken to Coach Sven, he's always talked about the preparation of these guys being so important. They understand how to play this lobby. And again, this looks like a game where we will probably see them in that top 5, top 4 towards the ends.
Pixivania Marius, they want this. They're starting to get a little bit of posturing now. 8th zone, they're ready to maybe try and make that approach towards holding height, but it's still very early.
Is this the Vanya Boo height game? Are we finally getting to see it here on land?
We finally got a chance here. 411 points. These are the ones that are essentially hot on the heels of that first place team. They're building out, looking for opportunities to reconnect. You see Marius focusing down that second height. It may not be an AR, but the damage is still there. But Flixie and Veno, they both go down. Vico's still 59 below the damage threshold. He does have minis. He does have some big pop, even a med miss. But the miracle thing is that Storm Surge is going to turn off. It's going to reactivate later on in this game, but at least he knows where he stands.
But they were just constantly teeter-tottering for far too long on that surge threshold. Mr. Savage in a very similar position. He's just trying to get out of the low ground, but he won't get the chance. Chap falls directly after him, and that's going to be a little bit of open ground now for somebody else to try and roll through in this ultimate lower layer. But still, Swizzy, Mustache, Queasy, they are plotting for that height take.
Yeah, it's never a good sign when you see a team fighting on zone transition. You want to be ready to rotate. These guys are Queasy scouting out the rotate. Where can he find an angle to use that crash pad? Gonna have to create more space to do it.
That one's gonna be easy. Gets to the other side, but he's not even distracted by the other players in his path. He knows, get to the front side of zone, control the pace, control the tempo, worry about it later, and there's very few players next to him on that side. Cammy, iDrop, Hottie going to be one of them, but on the high ground, there's not been very many teams that can contest them. Pixie, Marius, Vanya, this could be their chance to get that BR, and they get another elimination on the pump. Can they clean it up, though?
I like this from Vico, though. Still just out of sight, out of mind, but he might be able to make a huge play if he can find another elimination. Said no, Vico jumped on first. That's going to be the dream ending here in Game 8 for Veno's team, but Alex resigns. They've just got a little bit more time, a little bit of an extension here. They're going to take the crash pad frontside zone, but lower layers have already established themselves. They've got to be careful of not getting chopped out.
Pixie, Darn, Demus, waiting till the last second, crash pad into the front side of zone. Swizzy, Mustache, Queasy, they have the materials. They did not play for the high ground. They're okay being down low in the dirt. They know they're the most dangerous team at this event, especially if you run into them. Kanata bolts, rapid, scrambling around, trying to heal up. The splash is coming out, but that's the last of the white heals that Kanata has in his inventory. Up above, there's a team trying to put pressure down. You see them scrambling and forcing them to split up momentarily.
The respect, though, from Queasy to still make the commitment towards the low ground. Meanwhile, Bolt, Kanata, Rapid, just doing everything they can to try and keep themselves up and in the running here. But iDrop, Cammy, they're still looking to break through. They recognize there's an opportunity here. There's a team that might be weak, but they're shooting into a box that nobody's even inside.
Those going to the south, they got lots to figure out. Swizzy, Queasy now as a duo. We've seen them dominate from the skies, but how good can you guys take it? Swizzy wants it, looks to chop. Pixie, Marius, Vanya, they've held on well for now, but this is the hard part. Can they continue to hold on as the 11th zone ends?
See the double pump coming out from Marius. That's not going to deal a ton of damage or even pressure. Marius is dropping down along with Pixie, staying to the backside of zone. They're making sure nobody can flank him as Bolts takes down Cammy. He is a solo champion on land before, and third parties. He's looking to have a masterclass performance here. 600 points. Swizzy is just trying to keep them going across that finish line, scrambling in and outside of the zone. The slurp juice just a little too late.
He just can't do it. Storm sickness coming into effect. They spent so much time outside of the zone, but now Watts trouble on the high ground here for Vanya. Boo Boo. Watts still trying to see if he can commandeer it for himself. Gonna have to use the Flowberry Fizz. Probably only a matter of seconds before he might get chopped down or force the drop and enter the fight down below. Panzer Seti and Yapko, though, 11, they're so healthy.
Yapko, they're looking strong, but can they close it out on the low ground? Demus will fall. And so now, Seti, Panzer, Yapko looking to remind the rest of the competition that they are in it for the win. Watts has no more HP to hold on. The tree will be the only thing stopping it. They just need to connect with the final shot, and the Storm will do the job. They are the favorites, but right now in Leon, you must give them respect. They win game number 7.
Seti, Yapko, and Panzer. I started the day saying just a few big games away from that top spot. Frankie, they're just a few games away.
On your feet, boys, on your feet. Seti, it felt like it was just a matter of time before you got your victory royale of the 2025 Fortnite Global Championships. How did you manage to do it from the low ground?
I mean, I just have the best teammates and we have very good chemistry, so it just works.
But the chemistry has come so quickly for you guys. Yapko, coming back, we talked about it earlier, from North America to Europe. Why do you think Europe is so successful here in Lyon?
I don't know, we're just crazy.
You are crazy, absolutely.
Incroyable, mesdames et messieurs. Félicitations, congratulations for this first victory royal. This victory is the beginning of a lot of victory, do you think? Do you think you have more victory now that you started?
Yeah, I think so.
So, how will you manage to have more victories now and to keep going on this?
I mean, we just maybe found the secret right now, so we're just gonna keep trying the same thing and gonna see how it works.
Seti, I think you're enjoying this crowd.
Yeah, I love them. It's like a love-hate relationship now.
Well, I think I'm gonna leave you to enjoy them a little more because we need to take a break. We'll be back with game number 9.
Do you get scared? Or do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before. But you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. Two hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You better watch your back, cause we aiming at your head. I don't need to pick me up and I don't need a rest. Knock down, top down, hit him in his leg. Pull up with the trio and my eyes all red. 1, 2, 3 of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they did and believe in us. Believe in us, believe in us, believe in us. Two hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should.
Welcome back to the Fortnite Global Championship. Oh man, we've seen it. It happened. Seti gets a victory royale in LAN. Unfortunately, the crowd, they boot Seti. They don't know him. They don't respect him like that, and they probably should. But still, for Seti and his trio, this is big, right? This is momentum, Kelly.
I mean, this is huge. And honestly, I think all three of these players deserve all the respect. Panzer coming in here, never being in a LAN position, and now coming out on top. But really what I want to talk about, Levin, watching this team, zone 9, dead side rotate, look at the congested side on the western side of that zone. Everyone was over there and they just kind of snuck by on that dead side. And when you see a dead side rotation, that's usually earlier on in the game. But they did it zone 9 and they did it so cleanly, and they kind of avoided all the other aggression on the low ground, which allowed them to make it to the end game.
And I mean, those are the type of rotations that, you know, Seti has been synonymous with in his career, right? He's always been able to execute those, especially in late game scenarios. I think the big thing with this team is, again, they had such a strong start yesterday. A lot of people sort of would have looked at them and gone, are they going to keep it going again today, right? Can they really get a foothold in this competition? Seti showing right here, he's here to stay. He won't let that crowd affect him. And that's going to be a big game for them in the standings. You see them now securing a position in 3rd place.
Man, they are moving up, dude. But guys, look. Yeah, I mean, 438 points. If that was all, you know, that was the talk, it would be fine. But when we look at the top, Queasy, Merstash, Swizzy, 606 points. It doesn't matter what situation they're in, right? They don't need to be winning the game as long as they kind of hold on to that lead, right? Keep buffering that as long as possible. Kelly, eventually that game is going to show up and they're going to win that game, and then that's it. GG everybody else.
It's just so hard to really do anything to this trio when you look at their early and mid game and just how solid of a strategy they have. Obviously, the early game is just clean for them. They have no issues rotating into that bunker, making sure that they're getting those heals and that metal. They're able to take these early engagements and they just use their metal builds because they know in the bunker they're going to be able to replenish all of that and even in a surplus, and then they rotate over. This was the first time, though, that I really saw them kind of controlling the front low ground of zone. And even in that position when they didn't have what they needed for high ground, you see them. They're still peeking up. They're still looking at high ground, potentially as a duo to steal it. Nothing can slow this duo down.
I mean, look, they're always going to give it a scout. You know, you always got to give it a look. And I mean, look, think about it. If they're not up there, they've got to be thinking whoever's up there is not as good as us, right? We're the best. So if we're not up there, maybe there's a chance for us. I mean, look, these guys, again, we've just been banging on about how good they are, but they continue to show us how dynamic they are as a trio.
That's right, man. I want to take look more at these standings. Whoop! Just kidding. You heard it. Game is ready. We're jumping back into all of the action. Let's go.
一旦ハーフタイム前ビクロイでいきますか。はい。黒ヒーローで。
敵が了解。俺も黒ヒーロー。あ、ごつんごした敵と、俺マジで遅くなった。敵高いよ。左来い、左来い、左蹴り、左蹴り、左蹴り、左合わせて、左合わせてライト。敵も左来ようとしてる。ラゼルは被るよ、お前。そのショットガン、あ、で、右行った、右行った、右行った、右行った、右行った、右行った。敵2人下、2人下、そこ100点個、そこ100点個。
真ん中のキラパール、真ん中のキラパー拾えるあれ。奥の方ワンチャン。
1人残ってるかも。敵もフィズ引かれちゃうかも。クラパレタ、クラパレタ。ショットガンも来た、ショットガンも来た。お前らは
俺、アサルト一丁。行っても、アサルト一丁しかない。
一回キー取りかね。敵探して、俺キー掘ってあげる。
民どこで、
待って、目の前いるけね。目の前ってか、下。一回登るよ。見えない？
見えなくね。
逃げて。マジ、そこに行け。一人10プレイ。
追えるなら逃げてったらいいよ。
いや、サロ。いや、ブッシュクソ残ってる。
ボスあるからね。
熱すぎ。これピーターから、一人上。そこ、
ピーターから先で、俺がいるからもう当たっていいよ。テイテも当たってもいいよ、ワンちゃん。クラパールから逃げる。
俺もクラパール。来たらちょっと帰ってもいいけど。チェグスパール。もう一回デカポ、ラゼル拾って。拾ってすぐ。
アサリっていいんじゃね？
いや、アサリってちょっと待って、一回上。危ない。今危ない。
俺もキー借り終わった。
いや、上二人、ちょっと待って、上二人。耐えないピーター来た時。上二人で展示して。こっちも取ってほしい、こっちも取って。
裏。取るなら裏。でも裏行ってよ、裏取ってきて。オッケー。俺
行くよ、ボスってか、あれ取り行くよ、いろいろ。クラッパ自分でもエピホが倒したハーリー倒した。これあれね、セッティの味方倒してるエピホが分かった？ボスすぐやりたい。もう2人上いた方がいい、絶対2人上いた方がいい。じゃあ、キラッパー俺がすぐかけてあげるから戻って。よし、もう無理やり来られたら戻れない。いや、上から打った方がいい。
俺上から打ってたもん、アサルト18発しかない。
え？
アサルト18発しかない。いる、ピード持ってる。
俺持てる。ピン刺して。
いるけど別に間に合うと思う。別に大丈夫。
取れない？
取れるよ。撃って。
敵来てる？ピーター。
来た。ブシナカ転出されてるだけ。ブシナカ。
あんまなくなる。
撃って。
撃っていいよ。全然やれるだろ。
撃てる。
手打ちチョコが撃ってるだけ。ジャンパー。
耐えれる？
ボスあるよ。ライトこっち来れる？
拾って。
やってきて。
うん、さあ。
ライト落ちるかも。
クラパコした。拾って。
ジュースくね。
ジュースある。
もらうわ。
実際なくなるこれ。
ジュースアサルトもちょうだい。アサルトもちょうだい。130。
俺もアサルト魂。クラパールからこっち。
俺クラパール行こう。
後ろファイトしてないあれ、対面が天使どっち？神たち。
対面だと思う。対
面じゃねえ、あっち行こう。クラパールよ。入れる、敵いるよ、真上。
どこ
もう来てる、ピーター。
ミニガール。
上がんないけど、フィズクラで上がんね。
一人奥から手打ち。フィズない俺。
こっち行かね。待って、こっち来て。
待って、一回待って。チャゲスピロン。
枯れない。
チャゲスピロン。
行くよ、フィズしてもいいかね。
フィズないよ。
もう一個置けよ。壊さないように。ナイスキ。一回ブッシュ取る、建材取る、
メダル拾っちゃったけど、どうする？
いや、一旦設定よ、待って、上ら辺で設定よ、後から取れるように。別にもういやでもハイドしたいな、まあ捨てた方がいいかも。
神対面ならもうとつってよくね、普通にクラパで。
もうしてないかも。クラパもゼロね。
フィズクラ気をつけて、相手さんもフィズクラ持って、フィズクラある。
いや、メダル捨てないともう捨てて。
俺捨てるよ。
ピーター狙ってくる。ピーターの方見た方がいい。俺最強さと思ってるけどいる？いいよ、お前ら SMG がいる？天才だ、天才だ。ピーターこっち狙ってるよ、あいつ。もう来てる、右が回ってる、あいつ。
いや、陣内でも目指せで奥行けばいいよ。
いる、ピーターいる、ピーターいる。
奥の神たちやればいいんじゃないの？時代間で一回とか。
一回健在からアンチがいてよ、アンチがいてよ。
どうせメダル拾ったらわかるよ。
神死んだ。で、グライダーで C ポテって、C ポテって点するわ。
ジャンパリよ。
34。
裏飛んでる、俺飛んない。キャこれやね多分確定る。
いって。
ジャンプ飛びよ、俺。
いいよ、ジャンパリ先回りしてもいい。
確定と思う。
あと3人いたらちょいちょい、健在400、やらせする。
キャラパイにいてもこっちは多分左側、俺追っていいキャラパイ。
どんどん行って、行ってよ、ナイス、行って。
入れる子。一応100入れてる、最初。
神返されてる、
見える。俺、向かされてる。26？対面で止めていいよ、それ。一回。エピコイル、コールドにかもられて。
だんだけ、打ちゃなくて、健在上とな。ガチる。
真っ白。神たちにアイドルっていうのかな。
死んでる神たち。
神たちでしょ、これ。
アイドルだから神だよ。2B1 負けないようにいこう。
大丈夫、それ一回して。上行け。大丈夫、それ。
で、俺の壁。やろう。リカプラン出た。け。
下ピースしてる。
リブテコ。あ、ベッパ。なんかクラッパとかない？
ない。
はい、マシルハイド。
これハイドする？俺らのかもね。
ハイド。いや、こっちでもいい。光っちゃう。ハイド。一生ハイド。
俺らね。
下から何持ってる？俺ミスだ、150でシャルス。
チャゲに。
俺サージ400ぐらい。ハイド。やばい。ハイド、マシル。お前下から持ってる？
ミスで、チャゲに。
目の前、どう？せー。やった、チル、ビコ。右やばい。かけて。
おい、待って、帰る、勝手に。いけ、チャゲしてね。
もう、マジで最悪。ジェス。クンタル。
いや、いいよ、俺勝った。
リブート行ってもいいよ。ジェス渡したい。
いや、俺が日本拾ってる。
右上三角でリブート一旦拾ってもいい。チルして。右上三角でリブート拾おうだよ。右上三角でリブート拾おう。
いや、黙って。
ナイス強すぎ。どういうこと？ナイス
レッツゴーナイスって。お前最高。
ナイスお前。
レッツゴ
ー。バンカーいける。どういうこと？ナイスお前。だってベッパチェ。来る？
いや、わかんない。あ、来てる。多分来てる。
ジェイさん。
一瞬決勝としてやってる。一応下がる。
ライトチル。
分かってる。
違う。もう、本当に間違えるよ。
分かってる。
A バンカーで、一旦先 A バンカーね。リブートしたらまた出るから。
一応建築落としたかもって勘違いの可能性もある。オートマジ、あやふやだから分かんない。
ナイスライト。いや、こっちごめん、こっち。
オッケー。ゆっくり行こう。当てるよ、俺ら。
俺のサージが消えちゃった。ライトどんぐらい？
今の俺がもう全部あった。ビコの財布に。
ナイスお前。
ナイス。
マジで先般した。マジでナイスお前。ジャンプある。提携でいいかも。ナイス、いい。キーがつってしまう。ナイス。ゆっくり狙えて。
まあ、これで来たらもうGGやね。
これで来たらかも。ここで起こして A バンカー行ってさっきのブッシュ取って、で、ジャンパー、対面のところにさ、下にジャンプあったから、それで行こうみんなで。 対面まだこんなじゃサージ足りるわけないからどんどん行こう。
1個目のサージは余裕だよ。
1個目は、まあライトで、うん。
出てる出てる。
上側行きたい、上側。
ナイスナイス。バンカー行くよ。
バンカー行こう。
グライダー先開けちゃって、後で弾と剣道開けるわ。
バンカー開けたら、あれ、もうマップでバレるからね。だからすぐ位置ずらそう。まっすぐ行ったら死ぬ。
OXR 通ってもいい。ジャンパか、クラブ買いたいから。ジャンパ出たら
一回さっきのブッシュトリック、一回さっきのブッシュトリック。余裕まで行っていいよ、余裕まで行っていい。で、対面するよ。
ブッシュトリックかいける？
いやいや、これ絶対行かなきゃ終わる俺ら。
本部
ブッシュ余りまくって。
本部だったら行くんだよね。
建材とかがなんもない、ここじゃ。
建材あったわ。
リボルバー。リボルバーマジで嫌い。
これ、どうせなんか買うから俺一人に金集めたよ。
いいよ。じゃあライト行ってて。俺ジャンプレーからラゼリしてるか。
タグスパー持ってる下に。弾落としたの拾ったよね。
やった。
それ上にもあるよ。お前ら後ろにもあるよ。後ろの上。それ割ってきて2人で。
じゃあジャンパレさっきのブッシュやらせる。
オッケー、しっかりオッケー。
いや、建材あるかな向こう。さすがにある？
わかんない。敵が当たってたらワンチャンないかも。
フィスない？
ない。余
裕で届くんだ。
俺、OXR 行くよ、一回。
これ根元ジャンパーあるけどさ、壊すのにクソ時間かかるから、普通のノーマルのジャンパーで今のとこまで戻ってこよう、バンカーまで。あ、ここにある。あ、ここにも一応ある。まあいい。
俺820円ある。
絶対バラバラでフォロー場所が分かる。もっと下？行こうか。あった。結構
クラパダンクある？
俺今、デカポン持ってるラゼル。
6にする？
今4持ってる。
4持ってる。
キット巻いてよ。俺ミスある。巻いて。
チャギリ持てない。
持てない。じゃあ使ってもいい。使ってデカポ普通に持ってきわ。
デカポできるだけ買うよ。
急ごう。もうサージやばい。
デカポ5本余ってる。
ジャンパーどこにあったっけ？
ジャンパ飛ぶよね。水売ってないからもうデカとクラポ買っといた。
フィスない。
ラゼルもクラポ持てる？これ俺ダコンするわ。テイクラポ使いまくっていいよ。クラポ使いまくって余ってるからこれ。
俺はもうジャンパーで余裕で間に合う。2個だけ持てる。俺もマジでいい。よし、シザクソヘーター。もう当たり正解だった。
デカさんミス150。俺 OXR のジャンパー普通で飛ぶよ、普通で。ラゼルクラポ持てるなら。一応置いといた。闇市に置いてある、一応。
タンク。ミスト使ってタンク割ったらラゼル。
ミスト使ってきてもいいよ。俺あれある。俺ミスト持ってる。ミストとデカさん。アンチ入ってさ、一回アンチ見てからアンチあれか。
ヒット巻いちゃえば。いや、いいよ。それ。
俺どっちに入ればいい？手で、俺もう忘れ入っちゃっていい？
上側。
ジャンパーどこにある？
ジャンパー、いつもとこ。
裏ね。こっちら辺
上側で、
ここに？
で、マップの上から敵来るからそれをかもりたい。入っていいよ。ハイドできるとこがあんなら入ってほしい。ピスとか持ってる。ブシ何お前ら、ブシ何？
目の前 A ランクテストってワンチャン近くでいけるかも。
デカクラパー？ライトは？
俺デカさんピッチャー50で。デカ入ってよ。
チャグ6って言った？
チャグじゃないデカさん。
デカさんともう一着は？
一応周り見てるけど、いやわかんない。
一着空いてんのかな？アブキ山頂？
ミニ6デカさんクラパ。
ライトは？
俺ダウポンにアサルトでミス150とデカさん。
対決されてるわ俺。クラパで入る。ごめん、ライトもう一回入れる。ごめん、対決されて気が散った。
ミストとデカ。俺がミストが消えるって思って。
目の前に潰しる。ショットガンターゲね。
あげる。
俺があげる。いや、俺めっちゃフルカン。します。
なんかどうしたの？
あんま銃声鳴らしたくない。
今
こんなかも。
何、エア玉？
どこある？
入れる。
300。
ちょっとね。
目の前 DM ある。俺500、半分開けた。
500でこれ絶対。
目の前 DM あるね。
ちょっとミストあまりある。ワンチャンミスト変えてあれ。
ミリオンでかに
135。DM あるだから潰したいこいつら。
グラッパーあるんだよね。
やっぱ俺持ってる。ラズルもある。
水ないよね。水ないよ。6ある、6ある。
ライトがミストデか
ダークもダーク。それがダーク。アサルト。行ってもいいよ。
ミストデ全張りしよう、全張りしよう。もうデカポケがないから。
キャラバ飛ぶくねミスト変えたいの。キャラバキャラバキャラバ飛んでる。
どこ
まっすぐまっすぐ。デカスまっすぐ。
やっぱ使えよ。
見てきてる。
あ、ほんとハルごめん。ハル。全張りする、全張りする。
当たんない。ラグスイター当たんない。後ろ気をつけて。剣台そんなめっちゃあるわけじゃないな。
俺クソある、マジで。誰被弾禁止でいこう。クソ見られてる。これ真下まで入るよ、とりあえず。
見かけらしてもいいよ、本当に。よし、敵の
大丈夫。俺、タルカル。
一気やば。一回するか。
これちょうだい。落とした。タル。1回してもできる。レイスポされるから真ん中シェード。僕するけたい。俺足跡の
排除してる。
うん。後ろかも垂れる。マシャレた、マシャ。いる。5時。チル。
け。
シラチ。
いけたってる俺。俺僕最初
チラ。け。
だ、俺見る。ナイス。押す敵の壁。後ろ。
Trying to stay alive, and he does just that. Iamzo helping save the day, and that's the big part from this team. Because remember, there was a moment yesterday. They got a knock. They got an elimination on the Kanata. Higgs wanted to push over. He wanted to fight that fight 3v2. The rest of the team said, nah, let's rotate in. These guys have come for a comeback.
But Pablo, he's last man standing. Paper, still looking to see if he can find him, and Victor V right next to him. Pablo so deeply tucked away into a corner, but he doesn't have a whole lot of options to escape here. Immediately charged in, but Paper, what a shot! He's gonna be put down into the dirt. Victor V is gonna be able to revive him. A nice clutch by their fragger, but that was still insanity.
I love how they're willing to fight the best of the best in the entire world, and that's Victor V's legacy. If y'all remember way back when Arkham was even still playing, Coney Crossroads, Victor V said, this is my drop. I don't care how many championships you have, Epic. I don't know how many championships you have, Arkham. You're gonna have to go through me. And it's full circle. Now they're on the same team, and that confidence for Victor V is at an all-time high.
This is a much more familiar sight, though, for Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstash. Arguably their best loadouts at this point of the lobby so far here today. And Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy definitely still being very conscious of what surrounds them. School Arc and Salgo not too far behind, but Iamzo and Clicks, they're forcing their way into these edges of zones, and they just don't have anything to work with. The last of their materials being expended. Iamzo even opting to try and fall further back, hoping that the Medmis can buy him enough time, but Pump, Baka, Pars, they're already in zone, Jacob. They'll hold this for as long as they want.
Yeah, and since they're already positioned in zone, like you said, it makes it an easy decision for Pars to kind of go by himself. He knows his teammates are watching his back to try to get that loot as fast as possible. Iamzo knows they're closing in on the distance. He's trying to use his crash pads to escape, but you cannot escape NA West as they take down Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo, and their struggles continue.
Just asking for way too much for Iamzo to wiggle his way out of that one. Even if it hadn't been Baka, Pars, and Pump, you could see there's still several other teams in the area that were bound to lobby focus that solo the moment that they spotted him out. Malabuka walks ping, though. Looking to get a little bit more active here, trying to funnel teams around them. They want to see if they can make a play just to switch slightly higher up onto the elevation, utilize some of this natural map terrain, but they're still holding teams back. They don't want anybody rotating through them. Malabuka keeping a heavy eye out. Walks, separate angle hold there too, but right now, they've got a little bit more time. It's the calm before the storm.
I think that's a little bit of an understatement, the way some of these games have been going on, especially today, where more and more teams are realizing the position that they are in on that leaderboard. They're realizing one of the only ways to come back is actually contesting that high ground, making sure Mustache, Quizzy, and Swizzy don't continue to run away with a tournament. I mean, they're doing the same thing. Him and Braids get active early on. They get another elimination on the mid-team. As the arms just continue to look around, every team that crash pads to the zone, they're at least landing 1, 2, 3 crucial shots, which is where you see the difference right there from Coyote, Yuma, and Raise, is because they used a Flowberry Fizz with the crash pad to cover more ground, get higher up in the sky, and make it harder for them to get tagged up.
A little bit of a look back into what went down with Brazil. Phaser actually winning out, getting a good knock onto Cooper. And that's gonna leave a very difficult entry point for Salco, Arc, and School. They're not even gonna be able to push through. Just completely forced back. The interruption so steep, but up on height. Watts, he's been knocked. He never had a chance to close it off. He's gonna have to depend on Malabuka to get him back to safety, but they're gonna have to forfeit height here, Jacob. Another team bound to try and jump immediately onto them, but Ping, Malabuka, somehow brought back without much of a challenge, and that is actually insanity to witness. And it's Surge underneath, that's the real problem.
It's not just Surge, it's active Surge on top of that. Alex and On resigned, they're trying to rotate away. They get some shots, but they're still 160 below. Every 7 or so seconds, 25 damage pours out, and you don't get knocked. You get straight eliminated. Crash pad, Flowberry Fizz, they're doing what they can to rotate towards the zone, but it's Queasy, it's Quizzy, it's Mustache on the other side. M8 versus M8. Malabuka has no choice. 128 below the damage threshold. Queasy down, Swizzy, a sliver of HP, it's all up to Mustache.
But Mustache knows how to play it through as a solo. He can maybe clutch up big time here. He just needs a few more placements to continue in first place. Malabuka walks, Ping, still underneath that Surge threshold. They're trying, they're so desperate. Everybody around them knows it too. They're not trying to allow the opportunity to let these guys break through their builds. But Mustache as a solo, what more could you possibly do? He's still buying points. He just needs players to fall around him.
I feel like if anybody could start to make this clutch happen, it's him. They are above the damage threshold, but no Queasy, no Swizzy. They're not in this lobby, and that means a new team is able to claim that high ground. Pixie, Vanya, and Marius. Last time we seen them on this high ground, they weren't able to convert, but this is a second chance for them. And this is a big chance because we're still into the top 15. They have no eliminations for Mustache, Swizzy, and Queasy. They only have 2 placements versus placement points. This is how you close the gap.
They're certain to have seen what that elimination feed looks like though, but Demas, Darn, Pix, seeing them control the low ground comes as no real surprise, but they know they've got to keep a hold of that front side. They're immediately going to start making their way towards it, but they still got to be careful. Height overhead, Mustache is a solo. He'll be forced to drop to ultimate low. Malabuka creeping directly underneath him, but Mustache, he doesn't realize it. He only has 6 builds. He's trying to conserve as much as he possibly can. He's just so quiet in the background.
Yeah, he's kind of waiting for the zone to force him out, that all these teams bypass him on this rotation and hopefully try to get some sort of a sneak attack. Peterbach holding Ritual still alive in this game as well, but their material count rather low. A lot of the teams being affected by the high ground and the pressure that they keep pouring down, but at least they're 134 above the damage threshold. When it comes to Storm Surge, I think they're good from here on out, and even Pixie from up above getting another knock onto Coyote. Alex cleans that one up, so Luke going on over to him, but they're just pressuring over and over and over, whether it's an AR, the double pump, they're not letting any team look up.
It's an issue though. Anon, Alex resigns from the low ground. They might be able to pick off Yuma, but they got to worry about Pixstar and Demas, who've essentially cut them off. They've completely surrounded Oceania. They're going to be the ones to overtake the front side of zone now, and with Darm leading the charge, spraying back next to Pump, Pars, and Baka, but no one dares to challenge Poland underneath.
That was a good time to take him out. There are 12 placements worth of points still left, more than half still on the leaderboard. Resigns trying to go in. They lose Alex along the way. Underneath, they have to turn back. That's Kanata. They're wreaking havoc on the low ground. Resigns falls all the same. The whole team gets sent back to the lobby. Even Baka's feeling it. Cars has to go on by himself. Vanya's taking down Peter. Nobody has had a chance to look up. They're denying opportunity after opportunity. Marius, Pixie, and Vanya could go all the way.
Without Acorn or Queasy in the lobby, we knew Height was probably going to default to Vanya instead, but darn, Demas, Pix, they refuse to give it up. They're still looking to bring this one home. Kanata has a solo. Marius with another elimination, just carrying all of the resources back to his Tarper. Vanya down to his final couple of builds, but thanks to that refresh, a little bit further, he can extend that Height take. Pixie thought he could maybe drop. He's got Marius right next to him. They're causing so much catastrophe, but Pixstar and Demas, that's a fight they might be willing to take.
I could count on one hand how many healthy teams are still left in this game. Kanata has no shot. He's trying to get as many placements before he eventually does go down. Vanya, I'm not sure what happened, but he gets knocked. Two players up on the high ground. Sphinx trying to battle back, but Pixie gets dropped. Marius falls as well. Pixstar and Demas, the underdogs, are looking to take it all because they might be one of the only trios left in this lobby, but I spoke too soon. Darm goes down. They have to get the revive. They're the only team on the low ground in the zone.
Sphinx and Shadow, they don't have a chance. They can't push through. They know they need to find a way to break open, but Darm, that's a big shot. That's all that they needed. Phaser, last man standing on Height. Pig still trying to see where's his last player. He's looking to chop out Phaser. Whether or not Phaser can even drop, does he have the Flowberry Fizz? Will he fall before he gets the chance? He was hoping somebody else would deal with Poland, but Pix and Demas, this is it. Polska Góra reigning through. Pix, Demas, and Darm bring it home.
From underdogs to top dogs. And with Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache going down early, that shoots them straight up that leaderboard. They look like they have been here for years. Frankie, we need to know their secret.
I don't know what their secret is, but I have to say, all year in Europe, we've been looking at Pix, Darm, and Demas. This trio that seemingly came out of nowhere and have been impressing us ever since. I mean, this has been just an incredible event for you so far, Dom.
Yeah, it was incredible, to be honest. Like, I mean, it's our first Globals and we played this good. It's crazy.
And tell me how you've worked on your game through the year, because when we first saw you competing in Major 1 as a trio, you were so aggressive, and now you know how to not over-aggress. You know how to play the game right through to its end. What have you learned along the way?
I mean, we worked with our coach Sven, so like we learned a lot and what to do and what to not do.
But he's taught you very well.
I have a huge question, but just before, je crois que Avoc a beaucoup de fans ici, faites du bruit! Pix, you have a lot of fans there. Do you have a word for them?
I love you all. Thank you for the support.
Merci beaucoup pour le soutien, ils vous adorent. Faites encore du bruit pour leur trio.
Demas, playing in Majors online is one thing, but how do you manage to achieve this success on LAN?
We played the game actually like the best as we can, like, and we just won it.
Do you think you can go even further and do the back-to-back?
I'm sorry?
Do you think you can win the next game too?
We see in 20 minutes, no?
We will see. You're going to have a bit of a break and a well-deserved one. Please, Leon, Habit fans, show your appreciation. Pixstar and Demas! We have to take a bit of a break, but don't go anywhere, because in a few minutes, we're going to assess what we've seen so far.
Do you get scared? Or do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before. But you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. Two hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. Better watch your back, cause we aiming at your head. I don't need to pick me up and I don't need a rest. Knock down, top down, hit him in his leg. Pull up with the trio and my eyes all red. Like 2 or 3 of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they did and believe in us. Believe in us, believe in us, believe in us. 2 hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have
Fortnite fam, this game could not be crazier. Pix, Demas, Darm get a victory royale at the halfway point of the competition. Game number 9 going their way. It is getting more and more chaotic. Kelly, I cannot believe with only 3 games left to go. It feels like in some ways we just started the competition. And in some ways, I wish we could just start over so we didn't have to, this is game 12, then start over game 12. Like just keep doing that. I don't want this to end.
Well, speaking of starting over, I want to start over from day number 1. Actually, the 3rd game of that day, we saw Pix, Darm, and Demas in a very similar position. They were front low zone or low ground, making sure that they're kind of taking some peeks, not really going on the aggressive like we've seen. Unfortunately, though, the team that was on high ground was Queasy's team. So although they weren't able to get the victory royale in this game, to see, or in that game, to see them make just those tiny little adjustments, understand what they need to do to take down the high ground team, and then come out on top, that's what I love to see.
I love watching these guys play Fortnite. You know, and I can say that for a lot of the teams in the lobby, but these 3 in particular, they just have a poise about their game, right? They don't play like a lot of the other top teams who have been, you know, fighting at the top of the leaderboard play. These aren't a team that are uber reliant on playing high gun, but when they are on those mid and low layers, they are so devastating. You don't want to be caught anywhere near them because Demas might hit you with a shot like that. Pix might be waiting around the corner with a big 1-pump in hand. You know, Darm is always going to have something cooking. They are just so threatening on all fronts.
To do this against such huge names like Phaser and all these other top trios that have had LAN experience for so long, and this is their first LAN, I would never in a million years be able to guess that they would be able to handle the pressure like they are doing today.
That is so well executed from them. And I'm sure, like, you got to think in that moment, they've just got to feel over the moon, right? To have that moment, guys, we not only showed up and made it to land, we got a victory royale in land. The crowd was behind us. Incredible stuff. Up a placement now, 498 points. They're top 3, Levin.
There's 3 games left of the Global Championship, and these 3 who are playing in their first ever Global Championship sit in 3rd. Like, that's insane. Like, for them to even be able to keep their composure, if they literally just stopped playing from here on out, it would be a successful tournament for these guys, right? But there's more for them. There's more to come. They're going to keep fighting till the end.
Dude, it's so sick. Okay, we're going to go back to those standings in just a moment. First, just a reminder, we are at the halfway point, which means we've let our players out. We've kind of given them some time to calm down, collect themselves, prepare for the last half of today. and then we'll get back into all the action. As we turn attention back to the standings, these numbers are getting smaller and smaller, right? This is going to start coming down to the wire. I also wanted to note, you know, Kanata, Rapid, Bolts, not a big deal, but moving up a place, that's right, NA. We're getting closer to the top.
Well, if we're talking about closer to the top, though, I got to look at Vanya, Marius, and Pixie. The last hope to make this a close competition against Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy. And honestly, if anyone can do it, it is this trio right here, holding down at OXR, but making sure that any opportunity they can get on height, they're going to take that away from Queasy.
I'm very excited because these two teams have been involved throughout the year in EU of writing the story of FNCS majors, and I trust these two to write a good ending here today. Queasy's trio didn't have the best of games. They're going into the halftime show. It was a great opportunity for Pixie, Marius, and Vanya to start to close the gap. And although I think you could say they did a great job of taking that opportunity, there was more they could have definitely got out of that game that they'll look back on maybe in regret moving forward.
I do appreciate, though, you can see that those mats are getting low. They understand that there's still a lot of viable teams in the low ground there, so they probably shouldn't be able to hold an extreme height like we've seen other trios do. So they drop down, try and get as many refreshes as they can. Unfortunately, didn't go exactly their favor, but still, I appreciate that effort.
And the thing I loved, right, is obviously all the players came off the stage. Vanya walked past, still looking cool, calm, collected. He gave me a little cheeky smile. He's like, Evan, we're coming. That first place slot, it's not safe just yet, Queasy.
Oh, man. Well, you brought him up. We might as well talk about him, right? Queasy still in that #1 spot, at least for now, right? Continuing to hold on. You know, again, I kind of talked about this earlier about a game or two ago, but the fact that we haven't seen them have that game yet today, right? Today it's kind of just, hey, let's just kind of hold on, let's just stay the course, let's just make sure we're kind of trying to min-max as much as we can with what we have. But Kelly, I feel like that game is coming, right?
It's so funny because, you know, we're like, oh, this day, it's not going that well for them, but they're still making it to every single end game. And even when Murstache was down as a solo player, he was playing so smart, making sure that he was staying in the back of zone, making sure that he was staying in the mid ground to not deal with all that aggression going on in the low ground. Even when things aren't going well for them, they're still playing so smart.
I agree. I think this is going to be an interesting sort of finish for them. Yesterday, I sort of described a lot of their games as looking very easy, right? It felt like they were playing an easy game. Didn't look like there was much challenge at all. Today, the games look tough. Like, it looks like they're playing at the Global Championships now, right? And we'll see how they adjust to that. I don't necessarily even think that we will see a game like yesterday from them, but like Kelly highlighted, they're still having good games, good enough games to keep your lead if you can stay as a trio.
Yeah, it's almost like, obviously, this is us being, me specifically being hypercritical, right? Again, we watched 3 games, 3 VRs back to back, and I'm being like, I want that again, but it's like, no, you guys are right. They're having great games. I just want to see another Victory Royale. You know we're going to come back to them. It's Kanata, it's Rapid, it's Bolt moving up. And again, if we just look from like 4th up to 2nd place, right, the point differential isn't that crazy. Kanata, he won game 1 yesterday, right? We've seen it happen. So I think as long as they can continue to kind of pull that consistency up a little bit, maybe we see a VR from them, maybe we see them slowly continue to rise up the standings.
I mean, Kanata, Bolt, Rapid, they're just playing the game that they understand. They're playing a little bit passively. They're playing with the minigun. They're kind of just spraying out players and kind of hoping that something works out in their favor. But unfortunately, still not able to get into that Victory Royale situation. Kanata here even staying in Storm a little bit early. But when you have nothing else there, making sure that you make it into placement, consistency, and that is what this trio is known for. Not necessarily the elims, but just consistency. I think that they're playing the game the way that they want.
I almost wonder if we have a runner close by, because I need someone to go get a Durag. I need Durag Nada on stage right now. He's NA's only hope, okay? His only hope, our only hope. Let's take a look at those standings and take a look at page #2. All right, let's see how things are going. On the 2nd page, again, we take a look. Chap, Reason, Mr. Savage, right? Not that terribly far away, and even in 12th, right? Think about Phaser, PHC, and King. That last game making it to the end game. Guys, I feel like making it to the end game is so critical. So many of those points are locked up in just making it there, and I love that from this Brazilian team, we see them get there.
Absolutely. I think that the big thing is we're starting to see a lot of those teams on that 2nd page finding a bit more momentum, and it's going to get tighter and tighter. And what that means is by the time we get to game 11 and 12, it's going to get hyper and hyper, because every single decision, every single thing that happens in that game, every single placement will have an impact on who sits on that top 10.
Okay, all right, I'm getting word. We have an interview lined up. Merstash is standing by with Frankie right now.
Thank you, Merstash, for agreeing to talk to us at what must be quite a high-pressure moment. You were still top of the leaderboard with 81 points, but the games haven't been your strongest of the competition. What's been happening with the high ground? Why haven't you been able to hold on to it?
So I think so many people were reviewed and going for high ground. It was obviously we knew it. I think we just need mental reset, and that's the break we need to win the tournament.
81 points from the second place. What's the strategy now for the next games?
As I said, I think we're playing good. We just need mentally reset for all of us, and we're gonna play much better after the break.
La simple chose à faire, c'est de reset mental, c'est-à-dire repartir de zéro mentalement, se remettre bien mentalement et repartir de l'avant parce qu'ils le savent, ils ont le niveau et s'ils le font, normalement, d'après Merstash, ça devrait passer.
So how is the energy now for the trio, Merstash? Obviously, you still have the energy of the audience, but what are the vibes in the booth?
I mean, the vibes are still good. We kind of went down after the last game because we died earlier, but yeah, after the break, I'm pretty sure everything's gonna come back and we're gonna win.
So what's the plan for the last 3 games?
Take high, don't die.
I think that you are going to play out of your mind. We only get to do this once a year, and I know you're not going anywhere without a fight. Thank you so much, Merstash. Good luck. Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Merstash, for that time. We know this time is very valuable for these players, right? So super appreciative of him. Just taking a moment, letting us kind of get into his mind, see where he's at. Oh my gosh, we only have 3 games left to go in the Global Championship. How did we get here? How did this happen so fast, Levin? Let's rewind time.
I mean, the games have just been so good. And you know what they say, time flies when you're having a blast. Looking at what Merstash said there, Kelly, he talked about them having an understanding that this type of thing was going to happen. Hype was always going to be a lot more chaotic. There was always going to be a lot more suitors going for it on day 2. And I liked how he sort of said, there's not like an in-game tactical adjustment we have to make. We just need the mental reset. We know what we're doing. We just need to execute better.
And if anyone can do it, it's going to be Queasy, one of the biggest veterans that we have in the competition, getting 2 second places in LAN already. He understands what it means to have a mental reset and to kind of coach these players to himself to be able to bring them into this mindset. I think that's really what stands Queasy above the rest.
Yeah, I don't want this to end up being like famous last words, but there is no one more prepared than him for like the finishing race, right? Like you're approaching that moment in the last couple games of a global championship. Nobody has dealt with the bad side of it as much as him, right? So in theory, nobody should be more prepared for it.
Interesting. That's something. Also, you said something. The fact that like obviously this is a LAN setting, so if I go in and we play a lot from home, right? A lot of our majors are remote, right? If I'm at home, I'm comfortable. I'm in my chair. I'm leaned back. Got my shoes off. Got my drinks close by. It's a lot different than being in this stadium on LAN, under the lights, under the pressure of this crowd. You make a mistake, you hear a boo. You get an elim, you hear them roar, right? It just is so different. Also wanted to highlight just some little fun interactions around we've been seeing in the map as we kind of bring up the standings. I believe it's Vico, Vano, Flixie have had quite the run here at LAN. Obviously, again, love him or hate him, Vino is a character coming out, being Vino. Vico, he's a talker. He's confident, but he can back that up with a lot of his play, Levin. So I'm excited to see what they bring for the last 3 games.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. As someone who knows these guys really well, I was worried about them when I realized what the atmosphere here was gonna be like, right? Because again, they're very emotional players. In the case of Vico and Veno, at times they can allow some of these things to get to them. At times it's been difficult for them, but it's good to see that in moments in-game, they're not allowing that noise to really get to them, right? They're able to stay locked in. This game, unfortunately, was not a great example of that. Raito really just put them to sleep, put them to shame. So again, I think like Mustach's trio, this break will be huge for these guys for a mental reset.
Yeah, definitely. And, Raito there has got to be feeling good representing the smaller regions here, especially to take down someone like Vina, Vico, Flixie, who have kind of put a little bit of a target on their back. You know that the audience loved what? No, yeah, a little bit, just a little bit.
I never noticed.
I like that. I like it. Guys, I'm getting word. I want to head on up to a little interview. Benji is standing by with Gotaga.
What?
Eh oui, les amis, regardez, je suis en compagnie de quelqu'un ici que vous connaissez bien. Eh oui, Coco, oui, Gota, je sais que tu adores ça. Gota, Gotha, j'ai entendu dire que c'était un jour un peu particulier pour toi aujourd'hui, non?
Oui, on va être champion du monde, c'est pour ça.
Et non, je parle évidemment de ton anniversaire, Gotha. C'est aujourd'hui l'anniversaire de Gotaga. Eh, c'est quand même pas mal comme anniversaire pour l'instant.
C'est vrai. Et mes joueurs peuvent m'offrir le meilleur cadeau ever le jour de mon anniversaire, donc c'est trop bien.
S'il le fait, c'est vraiment le meilleur cadeau ever, clairement.
Oui, totalement.
Bon, comment ça se passe pour vous pour l'instant, cette finale, ce cast avec Squeezie, Brox et Nikov, tout ça va? Ça va bien?
C'est incroyable, là on commence un peu à stresser, on a la pression à chaque bus qui part. Et non, c'est ouf. Le public, la France, les fans de Gentlemate, les fans des autres structures, un grand merci à tout le monde. Vous êtes énormes, vous faites rayonner la France à l'international, les gars. Merci pour tout, vraiment.
Dernière question. Il n'y a plus que 81 points d'avance pour le trio de Merstache. Est-ce que ça va le faire? Est-ce qu'ils vont aller au bout, Gotha?
Je pense qu'ils vont aller au bout, et au pire des cas, c'est Vagnac. Donc voilà, les gars. Voilà, on est trop bien.
Les gars, du bruit pour Gotaga, Squeezie, Brox et Nikov. Encore un joyeux anniversaire, Gotha, mais c'est pas le seul. On a d'autres anniversaires à souhaiter aujourd'hui. Et le prochain, bah, c'est avec Frankie. Frankie, it's your turn.
Merci beaucoup, Benji. From one birthday boy to another. Amar, what's it like spending your birthday with an incredible arena like this?
It is actually amazing to have this kind of birthday present. Gotaga, my friend, bon anniversaire as well from here upstairs. Gotaga and gentlemen, thank you very much. It's actually insane.
Have you got a joint birthday party planned for later?
I might have planned a birthday party, right? Yeah, it's.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Amma. Happy birthday to you.
Now, Amar, make a wish. Wish for your favorite player. Who is winning the 2025 Fortnite Global Championship? We don't know, but it will be whoever Amar wished for. And he's going to tell me in just a moment. Okay.
Can I just do one thing quick?
Absolutely.
Gentle! Gentle!
Gentle, gentle, gentle!
Let's go! Thank you very much.
Happy birthday, Amar.
Who wants some cake?
Well, I think we're just gonna go and we're gonna go and have some cake here, and you guys enjoy this.
The trophy lift's the best part of any LAN. Hearing the crowd cheer you on and casters, even the pros.
كاس يعطيه زي ما تقول جائزة اللي هو يستحق التعب اللي هو سواه.
Yeah, a lot of players dream of lifting the trophy at LAN. Yeah, raising the trophy at LAN was definitely the highlight of my career.
Hearing all the crowd and all the people like yelling when I walked out, like that's an experience that I won't even pay to do again.
It was just such an amazing feeling to complete the dream, the best moment of my life, 100%.
Honestly, lifting the trophy at LAN, there's nothing that can compare that to. I don't know if I'm ever gonna feel anything like that again.
The trophy's looking clean.
Yeah, that's a good looking trophy.
I mean, that trophy's 10 times better than my...
شعور اني فزت 4 فينسس ولا قدرت اشيل كاس شعور غريب شوي. يجيني شعور داخلي لان ليش انا ما رفعت كاس الى الان.
I really want to lift the trophy. Hopefully this year I can finally lift it. I think winning online is 100 times better than winning online just because the atmosphere, the experience, the fans, and like the trophy lift. Everything at LAN is just more exciting, more fun, has more eyes on it.
Yeah, it 100% feels like this every time you go in the LAN. You just chase that feeling over and over again, clutch after clutch, win after win.
I don't think anything in life could make me more happy, and I also want my teammates to experience it. Like I said, I mean, it's such a one-on-one feeling. If it's not a win on LAN, then it doesn't really matter.
So to win here at Global would just be a great feeling on moment, honestly, because it's something that I've had on my list for a while now. Winning an official Fortnite LAN would definitely be the craziest moment in my career for sure.
إذا تيم مدريست رفع الكاس وفاز بالبطولة يرفع اسم مدريست الأعلى مثل الجمعية هناك.
I think it's just going to be a beautiful addition to the collection.
I've already won before with the different teammates, so I can win again.
A lot of people said I'm an underdog, but I showed them up.
إني أتشوق اللحظة اللي يرفع فيها الكاس.
look, we all wish we could take that trophy home. You know, guys, I'm just gonna go up the. I gotta. Someone's calling me. I'm gonna go up the stage real fast.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. I'll be right back. You guys just keep doing your thing. No, but in all seriousness, of course, this is a good time once again. Players are currently, we've taken a break, right? Getting that mental reset, and they'll get back into the action as quickly as we can. Seeing all these players kind of talk about that trophy, this just means so much, right? Like, obviously, prize money's awesome, right? Life-changing amounts of stuff. But like a global champion title and a trophy to kind of forever cement your accomplishment, dude, that's what so many of these players, they chase.
And there's players, like, there's just so many different situations when a team comes into a LAN setting like this, whether you think that they're the favorites to win it all or they're the underdogs and they somehow come out on top, and that it just inspires so many people, so many players. And I always like to ask the question for the winners, what do you want to say to people that want to be like you, and the inspiration that they have, that they want to just show to all the kids watching, essentially, that this can be them. I mean, you look back on those previous winners, at one point they were starting new in Fortnite, and to be able to focus themselves, to be able to climb up all the way to this stage and then grab that trophy for themselves just means so much to not only them, but to all their fans watching as well.
Like Kelly's hyping me up right now.
Again, you hyped up.
I want to run through a brick wall right now. I'm ready to go lift that trophy myself. I mean, I wish I could. Maybe not this year, maybe next year. Look, you're spot on, Kelly. The euphoric feeling you get from being able to step up once the competition is done, all the lights shining right on you, you make your walk to lift the trophy. It's something you never ever forget. And it's something that, you know, whenever I talk to these players after the Global Championships, the players who didn't win, that's always what they're focusing on. It's always like, oh, I wish I could be the one to lift that trophy. Next year is my time.
For me, in esports, I always talk about the story, and right now there is a beautiful story building, going all the way back to the Invitational, Cammy and Seti versus Queasy and Vino. The story that everyone said saved competitive Fortnite was Queasy and Vino landing on Cammy and Seti, and although it didn't go their way and they got second place, that cemented them in competitive Fortnite forever. And then you go to last year, where we think it is going to be an absolute stop of Pollo versus Peterbot, but Queasy says, nah, I'm gonna make them earn this win and get second place once again. Full circle, we are here now, back on the global stage, and Queasy finally has that first place spot in his grasp.
It's right there.
It's right there.
Hey,
this has been a story building for 3 years.
Now, obviously, the person right behind him, on his heels, right, is Vana, saying, hold on, Queasy, I've got the crowd behind me, don't get too far away. Now, obviously, you can see the players are starting to get back on the stage. They're starting to take their seats once more. We'll get back into games as quickly as we can. But man, oh man, tension is building for sure. 3 games, and now you have to start asking the question, now that you guys have had that mental reset, what is the game plan? At this point, this is a brand new competition. You have 3 games. Whatever has happened before now does not matter. We're either playing to try and take away first from Queasy, or we're trying to play to get a top 10, because that is life-changing money.
You leave it all out on the server. 3 most important games of your Fortnite life.
Yep.
You have to do whatever it takes, as crazy as it sounds.
But what is whatever it takes? Are we going to see what we saw in Major 3 for the North American Championships? Are we going to have the second place team land on the first place team? Are we going to see some crazy rotations? We've also seen teams change up their drop spots in the final moment. Is that what's going to happen? And it's not just fighting for first. We keep talking about first place. That is where the glory is. However, all of these teams are making sure that they can climb up that leaderboard, grab the bigger piece of the pie, because everyone here is fighting for notoriety and fighting for that prize pool.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we always speak about the top surprising players who have performed. You know, your placement here might catapult your career in the next direction. I look back to last year, right? A lot of the players who didn't win, but ended up becoming sort of stars in the world of Fortnite. There are guys like Wox, guys like Bolts, right? They didn't win the competition, but everyone left the competition talking about how they performed. You want to put yourself in that category, someone who people are talking about for months and months after the competition.
It's only a catapult, right? From this point forward, regardless of where they end, I would say at the end of the day, these guys have made it to the Global Championship. This is the biggest stage possible. These are some of the best trios in the world. And now, like what you're saying, right? To say, let's just get into the top, let's place top 5. Instant respect, instant street cred. How many of these trios are looking to do that? And that's what I'm saying, man. 3 games, let's go. Kelly, I mean, let's get crazy, right? Everybody in the lobby, let's just go land Queasy, let's take him out. Let's try and close the gap, and then everybody kind of walk
Whoa. Why do you say Kelly? He's trying to put that on me right now.
I don't think Queasy's going to be a big fan of you guys anymore. I mean, everyone, you can't be having none of that. I mean, look, if you ask him right now, he'd say, yeah, they can do whatever. We're ready for it, right? Because that is just how stone cold he is. And we'll see if in these next 3 games he really can solidify himself as the greatest IGL of all time.
But we can't count out the rest of the teams in 2nd and 3rd and 4th place. We saw game number 6, Pablo Wingo walk out with almost a 200-point game. So much can change if you're able to grab all of those eliminations, if you're able to kind of control the low ground while Queasy's sticking up high, making sure that he's just staying alive. There is still a chance, there is still an opportunity, but with 3 games left, Zeke, only time will tell what's gonna happen.
You gotta think the pressure's gotta be through the roof. Think about coming into day number 1, right? Oh, you know, LAN, here we are, my friends, my peers, this amazing crowd. Pressure's on. First half of day 2, hey, maybe we're doing well, maybe we're not, you know, whatever. The last 3 games, this will be it. Pressure is through the, even just looking at Queasy, right? Can he handle that pressure with only 3 games? When I look at Queasy and even how he was from the beginning of day 1 yesterday to where we are right now, he looks the same. He looks locked in. It looks like, hey, I'm putting up as many walls to keep this noise out as possible because I know what I came here to do. I just have to do it, Levin.
I mean, he's not going to give too much away. I'm sure thoughts will be racing through his head, but he must remain stoic, he must remain ice cold, especially when you're the leader of the team.
Yeah.
Right? Swizzy and Mustache, outstanding players who look to him for guidance and leadership. If he starts to look shaky, if he starts to look nervous, it might impact them negatively. Again, these are the types of things the best leaders in our game have to do.
Man, Bolts, Rapid, and Kanata, joined by Higgs, Clicks, and Iamzo, holding up North America, making sure that they are not kicked out of that top 5 and top 10, respectively. But honestly, you were right at the beginning of the show, Levin. EU is on top right now, but which of the EU teams will come out on that top?
You know, I'm actually curious. I saw, out of the corner of my eye there, Vico Venom Flixie, right? They're about 100 points behind, but one good game, like you said, Kelly, could change everything. With that being said, why don't we go say what's up to our casters to get things started.
Thank you guys so much. This is the final stretch, the last leg of day 2's competition here at the 2025 FNCS Global Championship, Jacob. And anything could happen because that top 2 started to get uncomfortably close.
Yeah, anything has happened already. 185 points to start the day. That was the lead from Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache, and it has been decimated. Only 81 points separate 1st and 2nd place. You got to give it up to the EU teams all weekend long for performing great, but the next game is ready. Let's get right into the action.
Peter 3マッチ目こき来たかどうかわかる？
そう思ってない。でもメダルないタイムってかぶせ来ないけど。
大丈夫っす。パンパ。
でも、ワッすぎなんだよ。
俺結構早く、いっぱいいる。オッケー行こう。速攻オッケーで卵。体育落とされるかも。
ワンパ引いてる。メイン取れ。こう勝ってる。キック
100ターン、あさってきたら100ターン。あさってきたら100ターン。
俺ない。
100ターン割れない。ピーターどこ行ったか分かる？
ピーター横、いつもり。
SMG 来た、100ターン割れ。
俺、キラパだ。100ターン割れた？
いや、もう、待って、言ってほしい。多分1人か2人ぐらいしか入ってない。3人は入ってないよ。割ったけど、1人、結構離れた。
俺、相手の方のミートリーっていい？キラパあるから。
いや、もうファイト禁止、とりあえず。
見れない。上キー取って。
ちょっと待って、見るから待って。
が見てけね。あ、壊して、ミートリー行ってる。俺、ハイドし撃てる。
剣ざないよ、こいつら、剣ざない。D まで。
一回引か。
こいつ剣ざゼロ。14？見とってない。剣ざない、こいつら。14、27？ 5で割れない。待って、こいつら剣ざないから動けない。
ミートルない、誰も。敵取ってない。ワンチャン取りに行ってもいいよ。
3人そこ。 SMG やだ。アサルトマジ溶かせる、これ。俺、ショットガンマジ強い。引いてる、逃げてる、逃げてる、逃げてる。20? ピーター来る、ピーター来る、ピーター。花畑の方逃げた。
30? 気をつけて、ビーター気をつけて。俺マジ武器最強。全部取った。
俺、ラゼルポンプいる、ポンプいる。
うん。クラブ置いてくね、クラブ置いてくね。
持ってない、持ってない。あ、置いてくねって。ラゼルポンプ、ここに落とすわ、ごめん。クラッパーつけて。
ジャンパー拾った、ジャンパー拾った。
一緒なら拾ってもいいやろ、それ。
俺ポンプあるわ。来ても勝てよ。
もう俺もポンパにできる。
見えないけど。さっき右から来たよ。
ナイス。初動圧倒しすぎてめちゃめちゃ勝たずよ。
ジャンパーはこれ捨てたい。
俺ブッシーから交代したいな。何持つの？俺ミニオンキットさん。
チャゲスにしたい。一回ミニ捨てとか。
2ポン、6。待って、俺もうちょっとでけちょっと10秒待って。すげて。ジャンパーとデカプレーター。ジャンパー
持てるよ。
ジャンパー持ちたい。横投げる、とりあえず。ジャンパー持ってほしい。
ジャンパー持てるけど。ダウコンにしたい、それなら俺に。これが紫。コンバッター教えてね。リレーポンプよかったって。コンパ余ってない。
ピーター多分ハイドしてるよ、近くでハイドしてる、ピーター。
ハイドしてるか。アサリクソ遅いから、取れないよ、俺。アサリクソ遅いから、多分、取れないよ、俺。
アサタタマだけ欲しい。アサタタマ来たら完璧、俺。
俺ら、あれ、かぶせにこうしながらしなくて、全員左でやり合わせとかしてるから。
じゃあ、でけ。あれ、ひでしてない。これ、あれ、ペーパー多分。いや、スキン、わかんない。一瞬しか見なかった。
一番の上行こう。
勝てる。どうし勝てる。ラジオの方行こう。
大丈夫。デカとかある？
はい。
着フィズ。
一回ステイすればするほどこいつら別班に取れて苦しくなる。上開け、一個壊したら壁とか壊したら上開くから気をつけて。張り替える、急に来るかも、ハイドしてる。くっついて張り替えよ。あ、逃げた。これ上から行きたい、バンヤクの方行きたい。デカパーで。クラパッチかなりされるこいつら持ってる、クラパッチジャンパー。使う。
やる前でか。
デカパッタ。持ってる、デカパッタ。
ジャンパと傷、
よくちょっと3来るとき。何か行こう？
ジャンパー。
ライトは？
俺ジャンパー1。ジ
ャンパーアスト。
デカップ投げてくんね？どういうこと？そう、一応食内が動かない。手待って、これ絶対勝つ。
周りやめて、周り行く。
いや、これ後ろ来た時に手が見てる。
きれい、そっちが見れる。レゲエとファンに殺せる数だけ。楽しい。
全然変な感じだよ、俺全部
めっちゃある。
これが一応。ウォーバーとアタック。本当に結構遅い。
もう一回ハイド行こ
う。イントロデュースしてる。XR。結局 XR。
またキレしてる、中東勢。こいつあれね、もうピーターが俺らにここ降りればって言ってきた。
ラパ買っとく？
買ってきた、買ってきた。刺さるわけない。入れ、マスターさん、マスターさん、ここ、一人。カチャカチャ。
どっちから行く？
待てば来るかも。でも、てか、行かねかね？一人下いるかも、一人下いる。入れ。
上がってる。シャンね。あっちがね。待って、どうする？行く？
入れ。いや、刺さる、待てば来る、待てば来る。
出てくる。行く、これやれないね。
味方の方は触ったやつは俺。ロガれた。
これ、やれない絶対やるけこれ今。やれないの？
地下。
じゃあ3人で降りね。絶対確定でしょ、これ。確定ないことある。
ライトの方から行こう。ラゼル気をつけて、行くよ。入れ。
遅いぞ。
ボックス。上に
行ってる。
上によ。逃げられた。チェル。ジップ落としていい？落とした。惜しい。戻って。
これ裏いるかも、裏入れるかも、それ。やろう。いたら。
閉じ込められてる。くっついていくよ、ここ。あ、ちょっと逃げて。いや、チェル、もう無理。当てれた？ダメージ。
全然。
こっちもだろ。いや、大丈夫。俺、健在しか減ってないよ。お前のはフィズ？
全然だけ。
あ、ちょっと頭40しかない。ちょっと惜しい。
あげられた。
俺、ショットガン、リボルバー紫やだ。
やばい。
こっち行こう。直乗り警戒。
ジャンパ2個あるから、ジャンパ2個。
フィズジャンしたいの？周り見て。健在ちょっとからこれ周り見ながら危ないけど。ここら辺で。鉄は生俺300あるよ。ラゼルは
100。
レンガとりあえず乾燥。ハイド警戒。俺ミルクキット3。ハイドもう一回したい。ジャンパーもそろそろフィズジャンで、いつも通りの作戦。ちゃんとハイド成功させる。チェスパーで。持てる人いる？
出る。フィズク、スタイルやっていて。持てるの？マジすげえ。
ここもたもたしたくないな。
このところあんまり。
もう来るよ、ピックアップ。俺らが使ってちゃう。
ジャンパ飛ばないの？
チェストをキャッチさせ。デカプレッター、受ける。デカポ拾って、これ人。キスは
使っていいやつ？これ
なんそれ？こっち側。もう一回セッティ。セッティが無理そうだったらこっち、もう一回ジャンパ飛び直してもいい。
神いないの？
アセッティじゃない、ごめん、神。ピース持ってる？
持ってる。
俺、キット3持ってきてる、大丈夫。こっちでクラパチがなるした
上降りる？どっち？
上降りよ。ジップライン乗っちゃうから、ちゃんとお前ら端っこに乗って。
横でも大丈夫。
待って、右回ってるかも、敵。
1枚だけど。
入れ、マジいける。
キャボイテ。
クラパ1回じゃ無理。あ、いや、待って、いけるかも。あ、無理、手前。ハイドリ。ここで。しがね、そこしがね。目の前。チリ、マジ。
キャボイテね。
サイニングで乗って。サイニングで乗って。
サイニングで乗って。
入れ。
いってよ、2人ね。俺、はじかた。
60。
僕そうせ。ゆっくり。
マッシュル1人。僕そうせ。2人。回復する。一回チリでもいいよ。ジャンパーもあるからチリでいいよ。回復される。ボックス硬い。チリお前チリ。もう一回他のやつで。ボックス硬い。一回来た負け。俺にデカポ欲しい。フィズさんもう一回やり直そう。べっぱり。
もうジャンプ置いてある。
回復し。デカポ欲しい。ライト。
俺ない、でかくない。
これ今対決飛んだら、ここチャットで。
待って。
後ろで敵ハイドしてるかも。
いない。全然こっちにいると思う。
ジャンパーどこにある？
そんだけ。
あ、これ
ジャンパー、そこにもあるし、敵のボックスの真正面にもある。
キャラパ使う。こっち来て、お前らこっち来て。急に来よ。っていうの。はい。33。
56。結構合ってる。
ナイス。
30分。
ちょっとブッシュタイム。
なんかあるよ。
ライト、それ時間かかるからミリポなんで。
ミリポない。
来た。
いや、こっち行けん。
カーリーリブートされた。水なんで水じゃない、ミリポなんで。こっちリブートされた。待って、お前ら、待って、いる。S と SC の間。近い、俺ボックス。あ
ー。待ってる。
Three different ones, but that's what they get. A little bit more loot to work with once they get that rank upgrade. And it's only a B rank though, so you can see the kind of the slow play, no eliminations, not necessarily their game plan though.
I like this dead side wraparound though from Seti, Panzer, and Yapko. They've got early surge already locked in, so they're gonna opt to already make a direct line in towards the elevation of the mountain range and potentially push back other teams that might be looking to try and rotate a little bit after the fact.
I can agree with that. Takes in Yamzo. This time around, the zone pulling towards the north, which means they kind of have the luxury to be able to sit in their base. I believe this might have been the team that we saw kind of get chopped earlier on in this game, but as we tune in, EDGE is feeling a little bit of struggle. That's Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual on the other side. They have to abandon ship in terms of getting EDGE back into the game, so Pollo, Acorn, they're going to have to work this as a duo, and that's a huge disadvantage going against NA champs, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, and they're looking to get aggressive. There's only one way back into this game, and it's through eliminations itself.
This is starting to feel like Major 3 and NAC all over again right now, Jacob. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual seemingly in the driver's seat right now for this box fight. That is up until Cold loses a good chunk of his shield. He's going to retreat back towards the high ground. Pollo, EDGE side by side, holding down the slower layer. But the longer this drags out, the more time it provides for Ryu, Snowy, and Saad to move in.
Yeah, it's just a kind of scary situation because even with the knock on the EDGE, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual didn't play aggressive, and that's usually something you see out of this team time and time again, especially since they have a deficit that they have on the leaderboard, 14th place versus 18th. You'd expect both of these teams to try to make some sort of a play, but they also know this is the two teams we've been seeing all year long essentially battle it out for 1 and 2. In terms of actual top spots and grand finals leaderboards, but in terms of the community as well.
But Pollo and Peterbot, Jacob, they were just global champions. They did that together. And now, here today, both of them going on huge recovery tours just to try and bring themselves back into contention for top 5. But Peterbot, Ritual, Cold, they're just continuing to push themselves up the cliff face there. Have to check back in to see whether or not Acorn Pollo even decided to pick back up on that engagement. But for right now, Reason, Chap, this is dangerous. They've got Gina, Broxy, and Pablo trailing them, and they've already lost Mr. Savage. They want to play for the reboot, but they've got to deal with Hero first.
Yeah, they're kind of faking it. Faking like they were going to try to crash pad away, get somebody on the other side to make a mistake. Even though they didn't peek, they realized where they were and immediately start to put pressure down. They have the Stinger, they have the minigun. They are going to melt through these builds if they could focus all on the same target. For Reason and Chap, they're 1,300 damage above the threshold, dropping down to 1,100, but they have more than enough to focus on trying to get Savage back into the game. No other team, or at least not many, can say that they have that amount of comfortability. And so for Doxy, Chino, Pablo, they're just going to continue to try to rotate, use the Flowberry Fizz, use the Crash Pad to get out.
We can get a chance to look in and see what happened. Mr. Savage just too preoccupied dealing with Halad on the other side of his wall. Doesn't get a chance to close off his back tarp. That is a big play to come into fruition there. It's going to be a huge setback too for Chap and Reason to try and bring it back. But Matias, Pixie, Vanya, they've got so much damage right now above the surge threshold. Jacob. All they want to prioritize is the high ground hold. They have made that very clear here today.
Yeah, and they got a smooth rotation in. Every other team in front of them is also doing the same thing, so they're not going to be contested by many up until the point where they start to hit that line on the zone. You see it's getting stacked more and more on the south side, where more and more teams are going to have to rotate into. On the whole northeast side, there's 3 teams stacked up. Malibu, Pings, and Walks going to be one of them. Day 2 today, their run has been impeccable. 345 points, doing their best to close the gap as much as they can, but they're kind of in a tough situation here. Talked about 3 big teams all around, ready to fight if they make a mistake. And they're all gonna rotate out first, beating Malibu, Pings, and Walks on this rotation.
Smart that they're not trying to overcommit. Talking about overcommitments, Chap sees FKS. They were trying to bring him back into the mix, but Jap's taking full advantage of the situation, just bragging out entirely. FKS, the secondary elimination there. And that is exactly what Chap and Reason needed. Breathing room. Maybe we'll see Mr. Savage back in this one.
And for Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstache, this is a moment. This is a moment because they've had 2 lackluster games so far. One decently well-played one, and that 185-point gap got dropped to 81. But with still an 81-point lead, it's about a game or so. They have a cushion. They just need to execute here and now. They cannot wait, because if they falter early, that's just opening up the floodgates for anybody and everybody to start to catch up.
But the north side of the zone, it's starting to pull so much congestion. Clicks, Yamzo, Higgs, they want to take over the positioning that Curly, Reed, and Cooper currently reside in, but they don't even realize just on the other end of that box, Chino, Pablo, Fredoxy, and you want to talk about guys who are looking for a fight. Just look at the amount of eliminations they've already acquired by 7th zone. This is one of the few teams, it might even be the only team capable of dropping a double-digit elimination win.
Capable, they did it yesterday to close out the day. 19 eliminations. This is giving me flashbacks of just that. They're moving from Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo to a whole nother trio towards the north side of the map. That's Baka, Pars, and Pump. And they have the luxury. They can wait. They can let that team make a mistake, but you're seeing Storm Surge really start to affect this lobby. Kanata, even while he's 1,500 above, finding opportunities and not trying to let them pass. They started off the entire tournament with a Game 1 victory royale and doing their best to remain consistent ever since. NA's best hope to win the entire tournament and stay inside of the top 5.
They've got a lot of Surge, zone, pull, rather favorable for the time being. And being in that 4th place position, they gotta hold their own. Vortex, Goofy Mountain, it could be a real threat, but Kanata just immediately pushing them back. Don't start trying to peek our direction. Still, Sphinx, Buzz, and Shadow, they didn't get the memo. They're still willing to try and cross over, but Reason smothered, trying to see if he can live. Aspect gonna be knocked though, and that's everything for Reason right now. He needed some form of a lifeline and the life jacket from that elimination. If he can get to the body loop, but no! Another team, Mixin and Upple, they're gonna take over.
Yeah, just a little bit more than those siphon materials. Upple and Mixin, just like you said, they went ahead and stole all of that loot from the other loot that Reason desperately needed, but he gets tagged up. Oh my, a turnaround 180, turns and burns to take down Kazi. And I was talking about how low of resources he actually had. Well, that siphon is gonna help tenfold.
Reason knows Amar is watching. He's trying to deliver the best sort of birthday gift, and what's better than clutching up a nice set of eliminations here to keep the dream going. But Reason starting to get a little lobby focus. Some heavy hitters right in front of him. Demon, Starman, Pix, but as a solo, what more can he do? He has to stay hidden. He has to conceal himself in the backside of the zone. Merstache, he's lost his IGL. He's lost his other fragger. It's Poyo who's taking out his fellow gentleman. Swizzy eliminated. Agers gonna come at a cost, but the double revive, they might be able to pull it off. They're gonna drop all the way down to the bottom of the mountain face, but it was too far. They weren't intending to stand themselves directly outside of the zone pool. The zone pool is saving them.
Yeah, the zone pool is truly a blessing for Agers, Acorn, and Poyo. because it also stopped them becoming a focus of that lobby on that side. But with Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache having some difficulties in this game, it leaves high ground open for none other than Vana, Marius, and Pixie. Does anybody challenge that high ground? For Noxie, Chino, and Pablo would probably be one of my best bets, but you can see a huge amount of resources missing. 6 HP, only finding bandages, and eventually we'll go back to 2 empty slots.
There's so much metal, all these pre-existing builds, and not only that, but the shift in elevation. Pixie well overhead. He might be able to even see this team scattered through the low ground. They're trying to get whatever hidden positions they can, but Proxy, he runs into the wrong box. Proxy's immediately put down into the dirt. Pablo and Chino, they're gonna have to get it out the mud, and Pablo with the elimination onto Uppel now means that they're stuck inside the building. They've got to break out.
But this is the point in time in the game. Top 17 teams still left alive. Placement points will start to click in with every team that falls and cascade further and further, with the eventual winner getting 65 points. But in the feed, you see Chino, he's going to go down.
Oh no.
Yep, that puts pain and hunger inside as Pix is now feeling that same pressure. He's gonna fall. Demas is being stuck by himself. He has to try to figure out a way out of this situation because they have no resources. Darm, they're separated just a little bit. No materials, and now the zone and somebody else moving in. But oh my, he does it again. Big Darm is gonna take down Poyo.
And this is exactly why they are the prospects of Poland. Darm just doing everything he can to make the impossible happen. But Marius, Pixie, Vanya, they're just so healthy overhead. Darm is gonna meet his demise at the hands of Mustache, but Mustache just not enough gas left in the tank. He's taken out. The rage coming through, the frustration is felt. So many placement points lost.
A ton of placement points lost. They got around the top 15. It is wide open if Pixie, Marius, and Vanya can figure out a way to win this game with a certain number of eliminations. For one of the first times today, we could see a new first place team. But Taco, don't let me get too ahead of myself. 2 different games today. We saw them on high ground and they faltered. This could be third chance to Tarm.
But look at the amount of materials they have, Jacob. 85 builds, and that's just on Marius. They are so strongly overhead. The rest of the lobby collapsing into itself. It's cannibalizing itself underneath them. They hardly have to do anything at all. Just spray, suppress, while Pablo continuing to try and push through the storm sickness, tearing away at his back. He finally manages to get inside the zone, but they've been chopped. Pixie saves himself at the last second with the crash pad, but it's Kanata. He's going up. Marius trying to stop it. Marius brings down Bolts. There's no way he's gonna let this one slide away.
The win in itself is not enough for them to take first. I said they need a certain number of eliminations. Well, that's one step further for taking that top spot, and now the pressure continues. Rapid scrambling around. He has very little builds. Kanata, he is out. Not a single material left. The splashes are running out as well. Pings from F8 trying to make a miracle run continue. 373 points. It is on him for the solo clutch to pick up these points.
Queasy's just a fan of everybody else in this lobby right now. He needs someone to take out height. He needs to see Vanya Boo Boo fall from the top of it all. But Clicks still trying to heal backside his own. He's got nothing left. Storm's gonna take care of him. Vanya, Pixie, and Marius, though, refuse to budge. They're not gonna let this one slip through their fingers. For Queasy, it's like grabbing at smoke, watching this lobby try to take them down. Muzz and Shadow still giving some hope. They are a fully intact trio.
There's only 3 full trios left in this game. Shadow, Sphinx, and Muzz are one of them. But they're getting pressured on the other side, on the low ground by King Phaser. P8's in. They're trying to run around, take priority on this zone. They have beaten Muzz up this hill, but they're focusing on the high ground. They ran out of build. It's all turning sideways. Down goes P8's in. King is scrambling. He's able to get one, but it's not enough. 3v3. The eventuality comes in. Marius is dropping down. He wants to finish the fight, but he's going to go down. Vanya trying to stay up. 2 different medkits. 2 splashes left, and it's a 1v3 situation.
Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow might have just done it. All they have to do is remain fully intact. Vanya's still from up above. He's got a couple of chug splashes. He's got a couple of medkits. This might be our first heal up that we are witnessing, Jacob. He knows he doesn't have any other choice. He's got to fully retreat. Sphinx gonna be the last line of defense. He's violating going forward. He can't manage to figure managed to do it with the med-miss. Vana scrambling. He found another medkit. Where does it keep coming from? But he can't hold on. It's completely over. It was an excellent attempt, but Sphinx, Muzz, and Shadow, they find their one.
You saw Sphinx right there, letting them know. Multi-region champion Muzz showing up big, and the young star Shadow has showed up to take a big win on the international stage. Frankie, I need to know how they're feeling.
Guys, that was absolutely incredible. My favorite heel-off I have ever watched. I know, Muzz, that you went down first, but what was it like watching these two?
Wait, no, I was alive.
Oh, you were alive. I'm so sorry. I was literally eyes on 3 parts of the screen there. So you were alive.
Yeah.
What was the heel-off like?
My heart was beating, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it was beating. I've always wanted to win a game on LAN, and I finally did it. So shout out to the best IG on the world.
Congratulations, Muzz. I mean, Benji.
Yeah, you did it, the first victory royale on this grand final for you. How do you feel, man?
I feel great, you know, I'm just happy right now. My heart was beating so bad that last game, but we pulled through.
Il est trop heureux, tout simplement. C'est vrai, c'est la première, il a dit, c'est que du bonheur pour lui. Première victoire royale dans ce tournoi pour ce trio.
I feel like your hearts might have been beating, but you were full on confidence. Yeah. For you, was your hand shaking or were you just eyes on the prize?
Frankie, we had this interview twice before. This ain't nothing new to me, you know what I'm saying?
Sphinx, you do have form at Global Championship, but how does this one compare to Lands of the Past?
It feels good, you know, we low-key sold day one. We're bringing it back today. It just feels good to know, like, I still got it in me, you know what I'm saying?
Of course you've still got it in you. This whole team has got it in them. But what's the plan now? What is the purpose of these next 2 games?
Changed nothing, it's working today.
It's worked so well for you. Thank you so much. Everyone, please give it up for Shadow, Sphinx, and Muzz! The crowd love to make noise, and I'm loving to hear it. We're going to take a break because we've got 2 more games to go.
Do you get scared? Do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before, but you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. 2 hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You better watch your back, cause we aiming at your head. I don't need to pick me up and I don't need a rest. Knock down, top down, hit him in his leg. Pull up with the trio and my eyes all red. Like 2, 3 of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they did and believe in us.
Fortnite fan, we did it. Muzz got a victory royale at the Global Championships. Muzz, my boy! I cannot believe it. Guys, in case you didn't know, Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx, these guys had to qualify through the last chance qualifier. They took it to the hardest part of the competition in a major, and then went on to that major and qualified to the Global Championships. Come here, the hardest stage of this competition, and get a victory royale on land. Mini, I'm good. I can go home happy.
I mean, wow. What a win it was as well. You mentioned it through the last chance qualifier. These guys know how to win, and doing it on this big stage is so, so important for them. Going to boost them so high up in the standings as well. The way they played this low ground Kelly was so, so good. And off the back of a third place in the game before, now getting into a win, that's going to boost them up in the standings so much.
Coming down to a 3v3 against the likes of Marius and Pixie. But they got a little greedy. They got a little overconfident. They dropped down thinking, oh, this low ground team, we can easily eliminate them. Wait, is that Muzz? Uh-oh. And so two of them go down. They know that they have the heal off potential, and they got close. Vanya was able to find a medkit in those final moments. But Shadow, Muzz, still able to stay alive, still able to grab that victory royale and a win for North America.
What helped them so much was that Vanya had to go into Storm so early, right? Yeah. They could stay inside of the zone, keep that med miss that was ultimately so crucial for them winning that game. So they were just able to stay inside of the zone. I love the reaction as well. And yeah, what a fantastic win for them. Really well played.
Oh man, this is what I love to see. Live it up there, Sphinx. Live it up. That's your moment there. Oh man, a big W for North America. We need it desperately, Kelly.
I love it. Sphinx has been such an incredible player to watch grow over the years, and something that even Cooper himself, global champion winner, said Sphinx is one of the most amazing IGLs. He really just needs to have his right time, his right moment, and that was it right there. But if we're talking about moments, we gotta talk about our top three. None of them shifting in the leaderboard right now, but what did shift, Zeke, is that lead. Look at it, first and second place. It is barely 30 points separating them.
How did we get to this point, man? We were leading by 150 points, and now we find ourselves with only a 30-point lead. Mini, it's not enough right now as well. Let's take a look there at Pixie and Marius and Vanya. What's crazy too is like these guys had high ground, they get chopped, and like at that moment your heart's got to sink, right? Yeah. This is like a major. You think that's it? They instantly recover, right? Yeah. They're falling mid-air and throw a crash pad down, and that's what saves their life. Jump back up, take back over, and though they didn't win the game, they still placed second. They didn't get a ton of eliminations, but those placement points and that minigun mini, they go burr.
Yeah, they definitely do. And this is the Vanya Pixie Marius that we know and love here on, or over on EU. They got so close to winning it there, Kelly, as well at the end. You know, you mentioned it came to a heal off. They were trying to look, Vanny was trying to look for some heals, trying to find anything he could, and he found that loot llama of heals right there at the end. But it was just like, what, a second too late? There was a bunch of med miss, there was med kits, he had everything. Just
we were freaking out for a moment. Could you imagine if they got the victory royale there, how much closer it would even be? But I do have to talk about, you already said it, they got chopped out from height, and we thought for a moment, oh no, this is it, they're gonna go down, and then the crash pad comes out. He saves himself, and then in turn of that, able to reclaim height. Cinema.
Oh my gosh, you know, so Cinema, we have a listen in from the trio. Let's take a listen.
You wanna fight? They killed one. They're fighting
we can. Pop. If it does still the fighting. Pop. You good. 60. Mustache died.
Nice. Yeah.
I got pumped 100. I'm low.
I see.
Healing.
Let's break.
Fuck. 180. Nice. I'm chilling it.
No. 60. My box. I'm dead. It's a trio. Go.
No, I'm dead. I have nothing, bro. Go away. To maybe our boxes. Make it. No.
It looks like for a moment, right? Going back in the old builds, editing that single metal wall, jumping in and going, a med kit. Yeah. It's all saved, but in the end, not enough. And what's crazy too is just think about Vanya on height, right? There's a moment on the low ground where the teams are fighting and you just hear the miniguns start and it's just shred everything down below. And I thought at that moment, it's over. Vanya with that single item got themselves the win, but man, coming down here to the wire. Other trios popping off in this game as well. Kanata, right? Another savior, right? Please, NA. The difference is, though, Kanata actually is moving down a placement. Now, we can still make this up, right? It's not that many points far behind, but Kelly, we've got 2 more games.
Yeah, I mean, with Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts, we already saw them grab the first victory royale of day number 1, setting the stage for everyone else. And although they hadn't had the performance they wanted throughout the rest of the games of day 1, they slowly started to be able to climb back, playing the way that they do. You see, it is low eliminations. They have never been a W key team. Yeah. However, by sticking to the low ground and to the side, as you can see, they're able to just kind of last a little bit longer, maybe get a few clutch limbs at the end, and stay in that placement-heavy format we know that they like.
Yeah, I like the way their strategies develop. Right, of course, day number 1, we saw them come out really, really hot, and then things look a little bit not so good for them right throughout the rest of the day. I like the way that they're playing it. Of course, their off-spawn situation was looking really good. It was just all about execution when it comes to the end game. Now they're sort of, I mean, tune it back a little bit, right? Trying to play a little bit less aggressive, trying to play out as many placement points as they can. And now, 2 games to go, maybe they'll try and go a little bit more aggressive, try and push higher up, because they still drop down right there, right?
We don't have long to go here before we jump back into the game. I wanted to highlight really quickly, Queasy, right? This is the first time we have seen him falter. 15th place in that game, a single elim. Now we only have a 30-point lead. Guys, this is uncharacteristic. Maybe that reset wasn't helpful, but listen, we still have 2 games to go. Kelly, we can still pull this off. We can still do this.
Listen, everyone always talks about caster curses, and I think that's hogwash, but then I spend half of our halftime show talking about Queasy's story in 2nd place, missing out on 1st place in the Invitational, missing out on 1st place last year, and now I'm wondering,
why did you do this?
Are they going to get 2nd once again?
What I hope is that he's learned. I hope he's learned from that last time out, right, getting 2nd place. And I hope that they can now hopefully take that into a few changes now into the last couple of games. Remember, they left it all the way down to the end last year. So, you know, they had to make a decision. They decided not to land on the 1st place team. This time, maybe they'll make a decision. Maybe they'll switch things up. I think they need to here, Zeke, because Vanya and Pixie Maris, they're closing in and they're doing exactly what they needed to do, which is consistency.
Dude, I'm telling you, and that's the thing, right, is we can't make a single mistake. Now, what started like yesterday is like, oh man, this is looking like Quee's game. Now we could be going into game 12, super close, and that's what we live for, right? We hope we go into the last game not knowing who could walk away with the win. But again, Vanya, if Queasy makes a single mistake, Vanya's right. He's waiting, praying on it.
Yeah, and it was something I mentioned at the beginning of the show as well. The games that Queasy don't do well in, Vanya's team have to make the most of it. It's absolutely essential, and they're doing that to a T right now. After watching that replay, actually, I mentioned that Vanya actually found heals. I have no doubt they actually set that up, right? Because they had 100%. The edit, right? So they had all the heals in there, they had everything that they knew that was there, and even on those comms as well. Really impressed with this team because, of course, their first native language is not English. They're communicating in English. We heard it in that listening right there, and that's so hard for people that live in, of course, different countries and are from different countries, speak different languages. I mean, I feel like we don't talk about it enough in Fortnite, but that is a skill in itself.
I mean, and that's a really good call out when you say that when Queasy is doing poorly, that's when Vanya does well. And I actually think those are the few games that they've won for height. Yeah. Paying attention to that elimination feed, noticing that, oh, the team that is being able to control height is down. This is now our opportunity to take it. They're taking full advantage of everything. Again, it's awareness. And usually I use that in the sense of map awareness, but just all of the game sense that you need to be at a top level. That is what they're showcasing here today.
And they're not new to height either. This is what they're used to, right? They're going back to what they know. So it's like, you know, they had a very good day 1 and we were like, yeah, they're playing a different sort of play style. They're playing low ground, they're playing consistently. Now you think like, oh, they're trying to go for height. You usually associate that with a team that's trying to change things up and go against the grain to what they're usually doing. This is like more normal for them than what they were doing yesterday.
Another team that I really want to give a shout out there too is, of course, one from our smaller region in the top 10 right now, and that's King, Phaser, and PH. They played that game so smart, where they kind of went for this dead side rotation. The zone went up a hill, and everyone's starting to climb up, fighting for a position, and they just kind of went around the hill. That can be a little dangerous. Obviously, building up the hill, if the zone doesn't pull favorably, can be disastrous, but luck had it their way. They were able to pull zone and then kind of control the low ground. It was really smart from them. And I love to see our Brazilian trio up in the top 10.
Can't forget as well, they came to NA, right? They decided they wanted more practice. They wanted to kind of refine their skill set. And Mini, that's showing here on a global stage. It looks so good.
And also, they played in EU last chapter as well. Chapter 5, they came on over to EU, had a little go there as well. It wasn't necessarily successful for them, but showing what they can do here.
That's right, Mini. I'd love to keep talking. That battle bus horn has come, so it is time. Game number 11. Let's go.
負けたでは終われない。
絶対ピンクピンじゃない。ごめん。絶対ピンクピンじゃなくね。
ここら辺。
ここら辺。村ピンでもいい。だって、もうちょっと
ピンが正確だった。
あ、ピンマジ正確。ピンマジ正確。ピンクピンマジ正確。敵早いかも。
いや、マジ変わんないよ。
変わんないな。ファイトしよう、ファイトしよう。敵俺らより早いでも。俺一番下行くわ、俺一番下行く。
俺も真ん中入るわ。真ん中チェスト。拾った。
武器取れた。ショットガン俺。ショットガンにかる。
俺が飲んでる。真ん中の回転が飲んでる。一人上ね、これキーからいるよ。UMR でいける？
敵いんの？
いると思う。ハイドしてるだけ。
ハイドしてる。100体行く？お前ら体力あんのか？ 100体からも
残ってるかも。上やったないこれ。
やってたま、わかんない。あれ、とりあえず。俺、今後ろいる。100単で即詰め力ね。待って、もたもたしちゃいけない。
はい、いけ。建築から俺当たると1本、早めに来て、100単はな。
クラパール。ムラスキリボルバー。すぐそっち行け、ちょっと待って。
ついて、タンク割られる、早めに来て。
ごめん。クラポケよ。よし、行くよ。あと、クラポケ押される。いけ、入れ。
それやろ、ログエンツ。今ログエンツやろ。
目の前、150。やってる。
いけ、定時中引き。
かまし。
ラジしてる。
これやろ。
来て、ハイトしてる。
いや、アショッタル。ラズの方行く。
ピーター来る。
出た。
よし。
いけ。そっち。
ナイス。待って、別パケル。また。
待ってる。
ガラで来てる。押せる。撃ってほしい。マショッツする。あ、死ね、危ない、笑えた。かゆくない上トロ。かゆこし、ミスしかない。
かゆくない。
ラゼロ。
現在もないよ、別に。
チルデイ、ボスはいてない。
絶対下がるよ、俺ら。
目の前ハイドしてるよ。
ショットマニア。
倉庫見て。上来てる。スナイでもいいよ。
俺死んだ。あ、最悪。
死ぬ俺も。
最悪。下にやったので。ナイスリー。うわ。最悪。
Shots, he gets the elim, they win off spawn, and just like Prodoxy had those chances, a comeback opportunity for Tayson.
But Vivid, we've been watching that off spawn take place all day long. You have to expect that surely third party is still going to want to get involved.
Yeah, I mean, the reboot, right? That's going to be on their minds. Is that going to be possible? We know when you go ahead and reboot, there's a giant beam that comes down from the sky. Lets everybody know, but oh my gosh, Darm, Damus, and Pix, they're in trouble.
Yeah, they're in trouble. Pix is going to be down. Malibuca walks and pings. They have advantage in this fight, and they know how stacked the top side of the leaderboard is, and they're not scared. They want to continue to put the pressure. It's just a matter of, did they see Darm? Did they see Demus rotate over in that direction towards the rainbow field? And I do think they did. Crash pads coming out. They're trying to close the gap.
Battle between third and seventh. It's just not worth it. The juice is not worth the squeeze here for Bolin and Demus Darm. Fortunately enough for them, Malibuca not checking the bushes. A little bit lackadaisical.
And this is how we know it's game 11, right? With only a couple chances left for some of these teams to pick up points. This is atypical for Malibuca Walks and Ping. We've seen them kind of base up early every single game. But now the push, the aggression, they got to be thinking about the points they need.
It's just all too close.
close for comfort. Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstash know full well they had such a monumental lead to start the day, but it only took several matches, and they've watched those points quickly go the other direction for everybody else except them.
Yeah, you're getting a little bit of a deeper look, looking towards the north, trading shots with Mr. Savage and the entire trio towards the west. It is going to be goofy in the trio, even with a knock there. There's just too much time and distance separating these two teams. It's going to take a crash pad and a Flowberry Fizz, and it still might not even be enough as we jump on board Sadie, Panzer, Yapko. The crowd just constantly letting them know how they feel, and since the zone is coming over towards the Kappa Kappa factory, you can see this is where they're going to set up to try to get that damage.
I mean, yeah, this is something that we've seen across every single one of the games, right? Yapko just kind of based up early on. Sadie, you might be looking at his inventory like, why does he have nothing in there? That's because he's going around the entirety of the map, making sure that his team is going to be set up very, very nicely for the rest of the game while they go ahead and pick up all of the damage.
Elsewhere, you see some of the action going on. Baka getting a knock onto Adapter. Hasn't cleaned up the elimination yet, but Darm has been found out. Walks and pings. They take the 2v1. One step closer to sending the entire trio back to the lobby, but Malabuka ends it as well in the 1v1 against Demas. Third place is out of there.
Malabuka might have missed them the first time, but they knew they had to still be local to the area. There's only so far that they could actually squirm away to, and the fact that they just get completely ran down here by Walks, Ping, and Malabuka, those are the types of aggressive plays you have to make when you are in 7th place and you're staring down a leaderboard that is so tight-knit.
The crowd just constantly cheering for anybody on the MA or Havoc squads, letting them know, like, hey, take our energy, you guys have this. As Yamzo clicks and Higgs. Different strategy this time around. Instead of sitting on top of Supernova Academy, and they're going for a lurk. Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, and they do see all the information in the feed. So if any of them do get knocked, I expect Clicks and his trio to run straight over and try to get the chop and clean up what could be good damage.
Yeah, but this is something that we've seen before, right? Socials were kind of talking about how Clicks, yeah, they might have gotten a knock on this exact trio before, but they were a little bit hesitant to go ahead and push, right? Are we going to see something similar right now? Will they go ahead and full commit? I mean, 12th place going into game number 11. You would imagine they got to be thinking this time, we got to go for it.
But sometimes, if you let it sit too long, your plate starts to go cold, and if they don't act fast, they're gonna maybe have to watch this opportunity completely pass them by. The big thing here, too, is that Kanata and Bolts, they're not even replenishing their shields. They are totally content with being knocked inside of their surge base. They've got Rapid, healthy. I mean, that's your IGL, so of course he's just refarming all of the materials, looking for extra ones as well.
I mean, that's scary. You're sitting on the global stage right now. I can tell you right now, Jacob, if I was sitting up there with no shield on, knowing that so many of these competitors have been making plays on these exact type of bases. We've seen it time and time again, not only throughout the year, but throughout this exact competition, that plays, these sneaky plays for the bottom of these surge towers. They are made all the time. You have no shield right now?
It's just into my head, I'm thinking, don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. They're trying to watch out for Rapid. They know they're focused on top over at the OXR HQ, and they know Rapid is wandering around on the low ground, replenishing all of the materials that they use to build that surge tower, and they're just waiting, like I said, for that knock or for an opportunity to get that 3v1 onto Rapid, whichever one comes first.
But if Rapid goes one step too far, Iamzo, Clicks, Higgs, the moment that they realize that he's by himself, Rapid would actually be the best player to hit a nice 3-2-1 on, because he's the one carrying everything for Kanata and Bolts right now. He has max materials just about. He's still trying to finalize just the last few components. Clicks, Iamzo, Higgs just creeping forward. Rapid starting to make his way up, but they've been exposed. They took moments too long, and now Rapid, red alert Mayday situation here. But Bolts, Kanata with a plethora of heals in this surge base. This is not the place to be for Clicks, Iamzo, and Higgs.
Instantly trying to go for that chop down. All three are up above. Here it comes. They pop the Flowberry Fizz just in time, but Click's landing an immense amount of damage, getting bolts down to just a sliver of HP, and they're immediately pushing over. Vivid said it, and he meant it. They are learning their lesson. 331 points. They fell outside of the top 10 with 2 games left. They have to take these chances.
But Vivid, do you think that it's still worth trying to force this engagement, knowing full well that you're looking at a team like Kanata that's got more than enough surge, and they can afford to stick around with all these heals?
I think the power behind the push for Clix, Yamzo and Higgs right there, it was all about the surprise. Rapid with an MVP performance, acting like a bird in the sky, making sure that he kept his 2 teammates safe. Shout out to him, right? Because when you look at the leaderboard, they're in 5th place right now. If Rapid doesn't see them, everything falls apart. So shout out to Rapid for catching that one. And Mr. Savage, Chap, and Reason, they've been having a pretty good weekend, but towards the end of the competition right now, it seems like they're slowing down.
Do have to believe it's a little bit revitalizing, though, when you watch Reason put on such a strong solo performance in the last lobby. That tells me they've still got gusto, and they're still willing to throw everything on the line to make it work.
Yeah, they're chasing right now. Aegis, Acorn, and Poyo, they see Mixon outside by himself. They're trying to clean up that elimination. Upfull is going to go down as well. No more knocks coming into play, which means that full team is down and out of this lobby. The aggressive plays coming late into the day here on day 2 for Aegis, Acorn, and Poyo seem to be working out.
Jacob, you're talking about aggressive plays. We've obviously been able to take a look at a couple of them, but if you look in the top left, the player count right now, 59. This lobby is getting destroyed by aggression right now.
These guys are crashing on each other is what that tells me, Vivid. But Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache, they're taking a much more tactical approach. Queasy, the mastermind, you have to remember, back at the Invitational in 2022, he was the one that made the decision. I want to land on them. I want to challenge it, and it's not as direct, but it's still there.
Jacob, this is a strategy. They know they land OXR. They're waiting on top of the mountain. They want to rain down the shots as they fly through the sky.
They crack the shields onto 1. There's just so much distance before he reaches the ground. He's out of render distance overall. Instantly comes the crash pad. Mustache, Queasy, Swizzy, they're trying to rotate in that direction. Finally, they get another opportunity, and it works! Vanya goes down! Mustache, Swizzy, and Queasy are going after 2nd place.
But what's gonna be there faster? The double revive or Swizzy, Mustache, and Queasy? They're doing everything they can to try and collapse onto this position. Vanya's already been back up into the running, but they're going all in here. Swizzy, Queasy, Mustache, they're looking to control their own destiny. They want to take down Vanya. They want to make it so that game 12 isn't even close. But Mustache, Queasy, Swizzy, they're just not able to close the gap. And Mustache, he's lost too much HP. He's going to be forced to fall back.
This is it. This is the moment. Why wait till game 12? Marius, Pixie, and Vanya, they've given an opportunity here to take down 1st place and potentially take that spot. Few points separate them, and Swizzy's probably realizing their backs are up against the wall, maybe even second-guessing this decision to go ahead and try to surprise attack them. But they have the low ground. Marius, Pixie, Vanya, they have the high ground, and since they do have that, they have the decision to hold and pressure them down below or rotate out like you see here.
No risk, no story, though, and Marius a little bit split apart here. Mustache, Quizzy, Swizzy, they're still chasing them all the way down to the bird to go. These guys are full-on fighting inside of the storm. It's early zone tick, so they don't have to worry too heavily, but it's the storm sickness, Jacob. Both of these teams are delaying their own endgame.
It's something that we saw come into play in that last game, the storm sickness, getting chunks of HP ripped off in the end game, but they're continuing to go. They want to chase this one down, but Pixie on the other side, he's the most elevated. Vanya, he's on the low ground trying to heal the best that he can, but so Pixie is making sure to defensively hold that high ground. Marius as well, Flowberry Fizz, just make sure to top off the shields. That way they can force them down further and further. They continuously are getting chased, but you say, you know what? You want to fight? Come get it.
They're throwing everything at this one. The inventory, all of the heals, they're disappearing. Marius is becoming fully aware that the investment is soon becoming not worth it. How how aggressive they're gonna get. They're coming right box to box, wall to wall right now.
But think about the biggest differences here. Queasy's team, they're not actually carrying shotguns. All they have is the Wrecker revolvers in comparison to Marius, who's rocking both, but it's a gray sentinel at best. And that Wrecker revolver just not able to get close enough. Pixie, Vanya, Marius essentially at a standstill right now with Queasy.
They have the majority of the heals. You already see the slurp juice in the inventory, med kits being used. Essentially almost 200 HP and shields combined between these two, so they do have a little bit more of an upper hand. And I think Marius knows they're running out of HP resources to keep this fight going longer, so they are definitely now officially on the clock this deep in the zone, and it's only the fourth one overall. Merstash and them still have splashes underneath. Vanya's dropping, almost gets boxed up. Merstash has his head on a swivel, continuously turning around, but Taco talked about the double pump, and there it is in action. Marius is able to get the knock onto one, but he gets dropped to 30 HP. They desperately need the siphon, but oh no! Disaster strikes! Pixie is now the last one alive! Merstash and Swizzy, they lose Queasy, but it's only a knock. He's quickly going for the revive. A miracle in the making as Pixie falls!
They got all three! That's all that they needed! The space has been created, but now they have to capitalize on it. It's one thing to take them out, it's another to keep building on the lead overall. Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy, this game has just begun.
Insane scenes here. Two top teams from EU fighting. Now it's NA's chance as Peterbrock, Ritual, and Cold end that fight as soon as we turn in, and he's using his own emote on him, showboat, and said, hey, you might be ahead of us on the leaderboard, but we know who's the king.
Peterbrock, Cold, and Ritual, we just tuned in. 6 eliminations. That one's gotta feel good. Coming all the way over from NA to the global stage. Kind of that back and forth that happens between those two trios. That one's gotta feel good, but I can't lie, Taco, right? Ritual with 4 eliminations himself, showing what a year's worth of mechanical training can really do on the big stage.
We all witnessed the Richie 1v3s throughout the divisional cups, Vivid, and even in the majors, Ritual was putting up quite a stellar performance, but now things are gonna fall directly into the line of sight here for PH, Zen, Phaser, and King. They've already spotted out 2 other teams based on mountains right next to us. These next couple of rotates could be rather difficult, but Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, they're still looking to press forward. They're actually trying to do it from underneath. They're hoping that they can just collect whatever leftover hard mats they can find.
With a sold-out crowd, you know they're going for M8, you know they're going for Havoc, so everybody at home, watching on Twitch, watching online, you need to give your energy to NA if you want to see a miracle comeback, because 2nd, 3rd, 4th place, all of them down. 5th place, that's Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, and a chance to close the gap. Especially more so if they can figure out a way to take down Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash, but we're now into the top 17. This is where placement points are going to come into play, and they're going to start moving quickly.
Vivid, how do you feel seeing this rotation by Savage, Reason, and Chap? It looked relatively healthy, but they're not the only ones. Other teams in EU definitely making their presence known.
Yeah, the chase is on right now for a couple of our teams, namely Malibuca, Walks, and Ping. The aggression early, they want to go ahead and catch up to Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts, right? That's the only team that is currently alive that is ahead of them right now. And as I say, that pressure starts to rain in.
Why does this look like one of the practice lobbies right now, though? Down to our last 17 teams and only 6 zone. Ping, Walks, Malibuca, they're trying to see if they can bring down Agers and Acorn with it. Pollo's already been claimed. Acorn, Agers just trying to create a little bit of space, but they know this might be a fight that they can't avoid any longer. They're gonna have to try and take a crash pad out of here, but Malibuca, Walks, and Ping, they are fully wary of what lies ahead.
Yeah, and you can see in the mini-map, Acorn, Agers, they immediately rotated out with or without the reboot card. A couple more teams rotating in and around this path for Pings, Walks, and Malibuca. Could be opportunities for elims or more damage, but they see that coming. They want to continue to rotate in. Right next to them, Queasy, Merstash, Swizzy, all trying to get this elevation differential for this next zone.
But just above them on the other side of this mountain face, Kanata, Rapid, Bolts, they see the crash pad. Merstash, he's been clipped. Merstash is brought down. Swizzy also incredibly low. They're down. That height security that they were once hoping for has been completely lost here. Queasy, the healthiest member of his team, but he's got nobody next to him. He can't get close to Swizzy.
And that's that investment. What goes around comes around. If you want to sit in Storm and fight between first and second place, you want that one to be drawn out. You want to invest everything you have into it. Once you realize that you got to make one of these rotations all the way up the mountain, all of these aimers kind of paying attention to you, you realize quickly you don't have what it takes to survive in this lobby.
Oh my, second, third, and fourth. I talked about them being out. And now fifth place has just lost their IGL and Rapid, and it's Queasy and Swizzy that are doing the majority of that damage as they try to make their way into the zone.
But Queasy can't get down. He has no mats. They were all on Swizzy and Merstache. They hadn't had a chance to actually drop any of their materials. He does see a crash pad. He's trying to bring Swizzy up with him. And now Swizzy manages to connect. What a brilliant play from Queasy. Most players would have probably taken that for themselves, but he said, nah, you're coming back up here with me.
That's just a shine. That's just a glimpse. That is 7,000 IQ and the selfless plays and why we call him one of the greatest IGL. No, forget that. That's why we call him one of the greatest Fortnite players in the history of the game. And he's looking to prove it. If he could just close out these last two games, even with the loss of our stats, there's still 1,100 damage above the threshold as they land a couple more shots. Now 1,200 and continuously rolling.
But this is a really healthy trio. Cooper, Curly, Reed. I don't know that that's what Queasy's really looking to chase up. He's not trying to bark up the wrong tree here after all. They've got to be a little bit more reserved here, Vivid. They don't want to overextend their welcome.
I mean, they're in the mix of things right now. They've gotten a couple of shots on a couple of trios right there. Maybe they can make something happen. As I say, that Queasy actually gets knocked. Now it's going to be all left to Swizzy. Swizzy gets knocked down. First, second, third, fourth, all out of the competition.
They at least had some eliminations to go with it, but will it really be enough? A leaderboard will have to wait and tell a different story here. Malabuka, Wax, and Ping, though, fighting a battle of their own. They're now looking to see if they can overthrow the high ground. I drop Cammy, Hottie. They've been a little bit tagged up here, but it's Ping who eats the greater bulk of his shields there. Malabuka, Wax, now having to head towards the forefront. They're looking back. They're trying to provide some support. They have a slight placement on this side of the mountain, and they are looking down, and guess who's underneath them? Peterbot. Cold, Ritual, Mr. Savage, Chapman, Reason, so many teams crashing onto this mountain face.
A good chunk of the top 10 overall back into the lobby. Even our fifth place team on that leaderboard missing a player, and one of the more important ones into Rapid as Phaser, PHN, King. They know they're not in zone just yet. In fact, they might have one of the farthest pulls in the entirety of the lobby with Aspect, Tinka, Kazi in their path. They want to continue to roll through. Even with the med kits, even with the minis, they realize they are lacking materials and a ton of them.
Paying attention to the leaderboard of the last global championship. No minor region teams in the top 10. King, Phaser, PHN, they're trying to make that push right now. When you want to talk about a push, Taco, Bolts towards the bottom of the mountain. No mats to work with. Top 5 as it currently stands. The push is on.
What a genius, though. Bolts recognizing that the zone's going to pull over this Big Ben tunnel face. He's going to take a little bit of a harbor safety inside. But King, he's got literally 1 HP and a dream. The small shield potion, he's managed to get it off. But Phaser, only 2 builds remain. He can't keep continuing to hold that leverage over King's head. Instead, Phaser holding on for dear life, but he needs the heal. He won't get the chance. He's gonna be eaten alive by the lobby.
Oh, he drops the crash pad, but instead he goes straight up and back to the lobby with that elimination. That one's gonna hurt, but a lot of those rank ups coming in, and that's an A rank upgrade. That could be fruitful for Bolts underneath, who has to start to think, who has to start to act quick because he has only 8 builds, no heals in his loadout, and no mobility on top of that as we're going high up the mountain.
Bolts doesn't even get a chance really to try stop and check. He's just making sure that he stays concealed towards that backside of zone. But on the high ground, Palad, Hero, FKS, they've actually managed to overtake one of the best positions that we've seen them in all weekend long.
Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, they don't want to walk away from this competition without at least putting some sort of a staple into it. They want to show everybody that, hey, listen, we had a tough time off spawn, but when we make it to the end game, we can put on a show.
Yeah, Bolts just went down off the side of that mountain. Their run in this game has come to an end. Did they get enough to move into the top four? But Peterbot now battling for it all, and he is by himself. Cold and Ritual are all down below, and he's done it. He's gotten the high ground. He's gotten an elimination. Here he is. He's finally woken up from his slumber, and he's continuing to pressure down and stealing the high ground away. He joins Ritual and Cold on the other side and takes what's theirs.
Yesterday, Peterbot said, it's my day off, but today, it's a whole new beast coming alive here in the final hour. FKS is going to be taken out by Ritual. Aspect as well, claiming that series of eliminations, but Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual, they're now kings of the mountain face, and they might be kings of this lobby if everyone else isn't careful.
There's still more than half of the placement points still available in this lobby, and I think Reason knows it. That's why he's moving to the outside of the zone. He saw 3 different med kits, a replenished amount of materials, and this could be the difference maker in terms of point differential as that leaderboard goes down below. Malabuka, he's struggling all around, rejoins his team. The splashes are coming out, but they're in the backside of the zone. They're sacrificing HP to try to catch any team off guard.
It's because of the way that the zone is pulled over this slight bridge of elevation, though. Malabuka, Ping, they don't have a whole lot of builds. Malabuka is going to be forced to try and play heals, try and acquire whatever placement points are possible. The siphon materials going to give him a little bit of extra time and the 2 med kits, but still, he has to make his way forward, and he's going to have to crash directly into Reed, Cooper, and Curly. But the moment they head down, they're taken out by Peterbot.
Reed just getting targeted from up above. He loses all of his materials, has no other choice, but another team contests towards the high ground. Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot, they're forced scrambling around, figuring out a way to reunite. The Flowberry Fizz does come out. That's Kisco, that's Striker, that's Kadu. They've taken down NA's best, but it's only for so long. Revenge comes in, and it comes in quick. Cold gets it down onto 1. No siphon just yet. He needs to buy time. No extra builds, and he's facing Reason on the other side. But high ground disrupts the foe. Down they go. 3v3 here for the end game. Kami, Hadi, that's relatively loose because Eyedrop is down. Kadu, Striker, and Tisco, they could take it all.
And this is what the international scene has needed all weekend long. But no, Kami, Hadi, Kami's not going to be able to make it through. It's only Tisco, Striker, and Kadu left to deal with Hadi. But Hadi, he'll be forced to charge forward. He tries to head towards the high ground, but he just doesn't have the HP. Tisco just needs one more shot, and he finds it. That's going to be the first victory royale here this weekend for an international scene.
The Brazilian region is on top. They've showed up. They've reached the top 10 in the leaderboard with a whole nother trio, and this is their chance to shine bright. Frankie, we need to know what they're thinking.
We do, and I'm running over right now. This is the most exercise I've done all week, but it is worth it. Please, boys, on your feet. We've got Ricardo translating for us. Stand up, please. Striker, I need to come to you first. What was going through your mind during that final fight?
O que você estava pensando naquela última batalha?
Ah, que a gente tinha que ganhar, né? Entrar no comeback, dar desconto para chegar no top 10 aí e subir na tabela.
The only thought was they needed to win. They won the top 10, so that's the only that's everything they were talking.
And that makes a lot of sense because I don't think a Brazilian team has ever placed inside the top 10 at a Fortnite Global LAN before. Do you think this could be the year?
Você acha que esse é o ano que um time brasileiro pode ficar entre o top 10?
Tomara que os brasileiros consigam ficar, não só nós, sino também o King, Phaser, PH, que estão perto do top 10. Então, tomara que nós dois fiquem lá e seja história.
And I'm going to come over here, if that's okay. Sorry, Ricardo. Kado, what has this experience been like for you? To get a victory royale, is this like the ultimate prize for you right now?
Como tem sido essa experiência para você ter esse vitória royal?
Bom, foi muito importante para nós, a gente precisava dessa vitória. Tava abaixo do top 15 e eu acho que com essa vitória agora a gente vai ganhar muita confiança para a última partida.
They needed that win. They were in top 15. That was very important here, and they can't wait for the last match.
Well, guys, We cannot wait for the last match after. It has been incredible to have you guys here. Well done for doing it for Brazil. Please, Leon, faites du bruit! Now, after this last game, we're going to be crowning a world champion. So tell your friends, they're not going to want to miss this.
Do you get scared? Or do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before. But you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. On a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. Been focused. You should know I'm locked and loaded. You better watch your back, cause we aiming at your head. I don't need to pick me up and I don't need a rest. Knock down, top down, hit him in his leg. Pull up with the trio and my eyes all red. 1, 2, 3 of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they did and believe in us. Believe in us, believe in us, believe in us. So here's on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have known.
Fortnite fam, I hope that you are locked and loaded because that last game, so many developments. BR coming up, massive 16 elimination victory royale on LAN. Oh yeah, Brazil, that's what I like to see.
You love to see it, right? You love to see it. I always like it when the sort of smaller regions come out and, you know, come out strong in games. Of course, we didn't have as many big hitters in that game, right, in terms of the leaderboard, so perfect opportunity for them to do it. And the way they took height here, Kelly, was so, so good. Even towards the end, they weren't fighting against any slouches. It was Cammy and Jari, right? There was a final sort of 3v2, so not easy for them whatsoever. They played really, really consistently, and something we haven't necessarily seen from them today. We saw it a little bit yesterday. I think they had a 5th and a 3rd in yesterday's game, so it's nice to see them finding that form right now.
I think they listened to our complaints. We were asking, why is no one fighting for high ground on day 1? And then day 2, everyone is fighting for high ground right now. And they see there's all this contention going on the high ground. Why don't we third party this right now? We are a full trio. We can see that those are wood builds. Players are going down. This is our chance to steal it away from them.
It looks so, so good. And again, you know, we might not be fighting for first place, but we are fighting for life-changing amounts of money. We're going to be sending ourselves straight up those standings. Now, of course, guys,
wow,
that last game, we've got to talk about the head-to-head. Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy versus Vanya, Merstash, and Pixie. I cannot believe Queasy just said, you know what? It's time. It's time, Mini. This is giving me flashbacks.
Yeah, this is giving me flashbacks too, right? Think back to the Invitational. Queasy and Veno landed on Cammy and Seti. It wasn't successful. Thinking back to last year's Globals, Queasy and Thomas, they had the option to land on Peterbot Boy to try and disrupt them. They didn't make the decision to do so. Now they're taking matters into their own hands. And traditionally, typically, we see it in Game 12. In this game, we saw it in Game 11. They understand how strong Vanya's team is. I mean, they had a 16th in their first game, Vanya. Since then, and since, of course, this game, they hadn't placed outside of 6th. So they had to take them out and had to disrupt their game in any way they could, because if Vanya, Pixie, Marius, if they make it off spawn into the end game, they know they're going to get a good game out.
Although they did grow that lead just a little bit, it's a bit of a double-edged sword landing onto Vanya or going for Vanya, because Vanya knew the equation. They knew that they just had to run away. But when you have Queasy chasing you down, there's only so much you can do. But as they are being chased down, they're using their mats, they're using their heals. Everything that they need, everything that they have had to have a successful end game is now gone. So by taking out second place a little bit early, they themselves got a little bit low on mats, a little bit low in heals, and were not able to recover.
Can we just talk about how insane? Okay, this is gonna be super nerdy. Okay, super nerdy. When they fight and finally they take them out, they start to make this rotate up the mountain, right? Swizzy gets caught in the storm, makes it out with 1 HP, and you're thinking, okay, wait a minute, let's start looking at what they have. Queasy has nothing, no build. Swizzy has everything, 1 HP. Queasy turns out, throws the crash pad down to get Swizzy back in place. Are you kidding me? Queasy, that is the biggest brain play I've ever seen in my entire life. And guess what? We have a listen-in from that moment.
Drop can. Follow me, okay? Everyone have OXRs, right? Yeah. Okay, follow me. We're gonna try something. Put again, Fizz. Don't go in render of Canada, okay? Yeah. No render of Canada. Go this way. Last one, right now. 30 already? 30, 60. 50, 30. Survive. They probably don't have that much rice, by the way. We probably have more. We can play white, by the way. Yeah, you're taking out back. I shot, careful. Yeah. Took my roof. I'm dead, probably. I think I'm about to I'm out. Okay. I'm dead. Okay. I got it. Okay. Watch me, dead. Nice. I got my finish. Nice. I got my finish. Play slow. 100. Nice. Let's go bunker. Can we go bunker, you think?
The crazy thing about this moment, right? Just think about it. If we were to do this again, right? Even though they didn't get a victory royale, even though they didn't get top 5, they didn't get all this stuff, they delay Vanya. They go on, they slow things down. If we do this again, Mini Miner, imagine even if Queasy goes down, you're gonna put Vanya in the same exact position to be in shambles for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but Vanya's team now maybe know that's coming, right? They could prepare for Queasy's team to do that and maybe change up their strategy, because if Vanya take out Queasy, that could be a very, very interesting end game, because like I mentioned, these guys don't miss a beat when it comes to the end game. So they're gonna have a good game. So I don't know what's gonna happen.
Can't believe this is it, the final game. We're gonna find out who's gonna be coming out on top, who's gonna be the 2025 global champion. And for it to come down to mate on mate hate, listen, I think the audience, although it's a bittersweet moment, they love to see their top teams in the top 2 spots.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're an MA fan, you're happy, right? You're like, hey, one of our MA players are going to go on to be global champions, right? So exciting to see, but how does that last game end, right? Do we just take it to the off spawn again? Do we change things up? Do we play conservative? So many questions in that game, though. Something of note that happened, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual finding themselves up on the high ground as well with, you know, they've been quiet for both days, and finally there in game number 11, we see him on hype, we see him pushing teams, kind of what we've been used to seeing in majors before this point.
Something that we don't used to see, though, is Ritual carrying the team with 5 eliminations, with Cold and Peterbot being the fraggers, only with 1. And of course, as they were able to control that high ground, they do what they do best, and they just spray the lobby below them, making sure that although they might be getting low on mats, they're still going to be getting those points through eliminations.
Yeah, I like the way they play this, actually. I really want to give a shout out to Ritual and Cole, the way they actually play this front side. So important right there. While Pete was sort of fragging at the back, they held down the front side, making sure that nobody else could take it. Really, really well played from those two in particular. And I think the way that these guys have gone this weekend, it hasn't gone their way necessarily. But of course, in this particular endgame, they were able to pop off. Remember, a lot of our big names that we were seeing on the leaderboard, sort of top 5, I think, were down and out in that endgame. So we didn't see our sort of height team that we would expect to be in there. But still, a solid game from these guys is going to push them up in the standings.
It's so good, guys. I'm just thinking about this, man. I gotta see those standings one more time. This is a fight for first and second place right now. It's a fight for first. Everyone else is fighting for that third place spot. And again, you know, we might not be playing for first, but life-changing amounts of money, even flipping down to this second page, right? If we could break up into that top 10, this is gonna come down to the last game. Fortnite always be doing this to me. We start day 2, it's, oh man, it's gonna wrap it up. We know how it goes. Game 12 comes around, says, Zeke, hello. We're Fortnite, you know what we do best. We save it to the very last game.
Saving it for the last game is definitely something that we've seen time and time again, but to have all of our top teams, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and then 2nd place, going down early there makes me a bit nervous. I want to see all of these teams up and alive in the end game. I want it to be close. I want it to come down to the final moments, and that might just happen.
I hope so. I really hope so. I mean, I'm just thinking about sort of Vanya's position. What would they do in this situation? Is it for them to take it into their own hands? Do they try and outplay Queasy's team? Do they try and avoid what was going on? I know we had that in that listening right there. We listened to Queasy saying, we're going to have more whites than them. We can play the Storm, which is exactly why they won that fight. We were sort of watching it just here, and I remember saying, I was like, yeah, they're going to win the fight because they have all these whites, of course, from their drop spot. We broke it down at the beginning of the weekend, how powerful that drop spot is. They can get the slurp juices, of course, from there, all the splashes that they get from there. Super, super valuable for them. And now maybe we're going to see a little bit of a change of strategy for Vanya's team. Do they try and stack the white, stay back in the Storm a little bit? Not too sure how they're going to play it out, but they have to respond. They have to do something to try and stop this this push from Queasy.
You know what I want to see? I want to see that victory royale turn from 0-0 to 0-1 to get practically a 5.9 average placement, but still just be so short on claiming that. Man, I mean, Minnie, what is it? What can they do?
I mean, I think they just have to try and... I wouldn't, if I were them, try and land on Queasy or anything crazy like that, because they are so good at endgame, right? We haven't seen the day 2 that we saw from day 1 of Queasy, right? We haven't seen them have that performance that we saw in day number 1. So it's almost safe to assume that they maybe not have that great performance in this final game like we saw. Maybe they could, it's Queasy, we don't know. But for Vanya's team, maybe they just play it out. They have to think about that in the back of their mind. What could Queasy do? It's gonna be so close. It all comes down to that.
And this is what they are fighting for, that beautiful trophy. But it is not just a physical object, it is an emotional one as well. Being able to come out on top, to be able to claim that in front of all of these incredible fans, that is a life-changing experience.
You talk about life-changing. I mean, Pix, Darm, and Demus, right? Going up against Seti, Yapko, and Panzer, and even Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts. 500 points out of Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts. Up to 512 in 3rd place, Pix, Darm, and Demus. This could very easy. I mean, guys, just look at this.
Yeah.
Right from 5th place all the way up to 3rd place. I cannot stress this enough. This is life-changing amounts of money. The game isn't over. Even if we're excited to see the first place team come out and win, there is still so much we are playing for. Changing a single placement, a single elimination, a single placement point could be the difference.
Yeah, it really could. And a team that's no stranger to that, of course, is Kami, Chari, and iDrop. I mean, these guys had a really nice 2nd place right here. Exactly what we'd expect from this trio, sort of playing low ground really well. They did actually end up as a duo as well. It was iDrop, I think, that ended up going down, but they played it to perfection. I think they did move up a couple of places in the leaderboard as well here. So a really nice, solid performance from them. Again, we just saw the prize pool breakdown. They're not going to be getting 1st place this weekend, but every single placement counts towards such a huge chunk of that prize pool.
And Cam and Kari doing what they do best, launching up, trying to take high ground as a solo, as a duo. But of course, it did not go their way. It did go to the way of the Brazilian trio right there. But you do have to give props to them making that effort, going for the 2v3.
I mean, Pickstar and Demus as well, Zeke, you mentioned it right there. They're not used to the stage. This is not their environment, right? This is a team that's sort of on the come up throughout the entire year. They've put in incredible performances, and every single time we go into a major, you know, they had an amazing major #1, and we were like, oh, this is a new team coming into the grand finals, and you know how we expect them to do. People didn't necessarily have them up there. Then they were sort of favorites coming into major 2 and 3, and then there was sort of, you know, there were a lot of questions again. Can they do it on the global stage? Is it possible for them to continue this momentum? And it just seems like for that team, every single time a question's asked of them, they keep delivering. And they're doing it here today.
To end in that 3rd place, you saw that prize money.
Yeah.
You saw that prize money. But again, remember, Kanata, Rapid Bolts in that 5th place, only 12 points behind. So for these top 5 from 3rd down to 5th, we're kind of fighting each other, right? We know what's happening at the top.
Can I say how much I love to see Kanata's trio in this position all year long? A lot of people have just kind of been ignoring them because the story of NAC has been, oh, is it going to be Poyo or is it going to be Peterbot? Maybe Clix can finally win a victory royale, and Kanata has just kind of fallen by the wayside. That was until this most recent season where he has just been the most consistent team in NA time and time again, and then finally in week 3 winning that Div Cup, and he was so confident. I actually got to talk to him right before day 1. He's like, who do you think's winning? And I was like, well, who won the last week of the last week of tournaments? And he's like, it's me. And you know, every single time he is just so confident, and I think that really brings so much to the stage to even go down, have like a rough end of day 1, and he just doesn't let that affect him.
Yeah,
it's so crazy, man. Once again, here we are and getting ready for that last game. My heart is pounding. I'm sure you guys at home are going crazy as well. What are we hoping to see? All right, putting you on the spot. Okay. Final game. Give me your hopes, your dreams, your aspirations for this game.
You know what I'd love to see? I'd love to see Vanya's team try and land on Queasy. Queasy's team try and land on Vanya. And we end up just having a crazy end game where they're both fighting for height, and it's like a full-on, like the excitement takes it through to the entire game. It'll be so, so exciting. That's what I'd want to see. I don't know what will happen though.
Okay, I like that. I'm gonna continue off of that.
Okay.
They both switch drop spots. They both make it to the end game. Queasy on high ground, Vanya on low ground. 3v3, final moment of the game to win it all.
Oh my gosh, you guys have got me hyped. I mean, Leon, you guys have got to be feeling this, right? This has been so incredible to hear all of you in the stadium going crazy, getting excited with us, cheering, crying, even booing. I mean, guys, this is such an amazing time. It is so, so good. I'm just so thankful we... I'm sorry, guys. This is hot off the presses. I need Benji right now. I need the translator. Guys, this is plans for 2026. Benji, put the headset on. Oh my gosh.
What's happened? What's happened?
This is for you. This is hot off the presses. This is what is coming for 2026. We're going back to duos, Benji.
Oh my gosh! Les gars, l'année prochaine, ça sera une saison FNCS en duo!
This is new FNCS mid-season LAN?
Oh my gosh! Les amis, à mi-parcours, il y aura une LAN de milieu de saison. Pareil pour les FNCS duo. Une LAN, les gars, une LAN.
Reload Elite Series? I don't even know what that means!
Oh my gosh! Une LAN, il y aura aussi une LAN, les gars, en recharge. Le mode recharge, série élite. Pareil, ça sera en milieu de saison. On a déjà 2 LAN de prévues.
$1 million mobile series?
Mobile tournament. Oh my gosh, les gars, un tournoi à $1 million sur mobile.
Okay. Ranked 2.0.
Yeah.
Ranked 2.0?
Classé 2.0. Les gars, il va y avoir un nouveau classé. Incroyable, un nouveau classé, Zik.
We're getting another Pro-Am.
Un nouveau Pro-Am aussi, regardez, tout en bas. Le Pro-Am, vous connaissez, il y en aura un aussi en 2026.
Benji.
Yes, the most.
The LANs are returning to Europe.
Les gars, on va parler français. On parle français. La LAN sera de retour en Europe. Il faut qu'on fasse en sorte que Epic choisisse la France. Epic Games, please, choice is France.
Oh my gosh. My heart was already pounding. I'm shaking right now. 2026, that is what is coming next year. You saw it. It is here. They apparently went huge. Guys, it is that time. Game number 12 is ready. So let's take a moment and make sure we are too.
Leon! The finish line is approaching once more, but who will cross it first? The world has heard your noise all weekend long, but you must be louder than you have ever been before. This game is where errors come to an end and new ones are born. This is the last chance to forge legacies. This is where champions are crowned. So Leon, I've got 3 words for you. Are you ready?
That's a good body.誰かぶってくる。
出てほ。
かってこい。
ザゴサスキンに？
多分そうだと思う。
最後も。
頑張りを出すの。
勝ってる、効果勝ってる。敵もメインクリア出すなし、絶対メインクリア、
おー、あされたる。
リカ、足音開いた、フィー開いて。起きられた、目の前。レスローの方。
ショットある、1人。あ、マジの1人。90。
2から、リコしてる。絶対行きたいな。後ろ。ジャンパー。もう P だ来てる。絶対 P で来てる。もう飽きて、リブトイレ入るかも。もう5歳あるかもしれない。来てる？真下まで入った方がいい。かけてるけど。ボタ倒すならピッキル狙い。チェスト開けといた方がいい。入った。前。ちょっと焦ったらそれ。割られる。
Oh. He's just got to stay side by side to Hero currently, but Chino, Pablo, and Ferdoxy, they've already got 3 eliminations on Chino alone. And Ferdoxy still keeping an open eye out for where Halat is headed next. Hero and his teammate glad to be far away from Gino, Pablo, and Froxy, but these guys could be the real menaces of this lobby. They're just going to continue to try and get a clean sweep for everyone that comes into their path of fire here. Froxy and Pablo really distributing some pain right now, and Hero, he just doesn't have anything to try and prevent himself from being taken out. Upfall, Mix, and Focus, they took notice of what was going down, though. They decided to come crashing down on top of Gino, Pablo, and Froxy, but Jacob, this is a box fight that I don't know if Gino's necessarily prepared to take it up, but he's got so many splashes, he'll be back to full HP in no time.
And this is a team right now to start the game. I know they have 411 points, but they were at 399. Chap, Savage, and Reason, 403 above them. I dropped Hadi and Cammy, 434, and then even Ping Walks and Malibu at 441. If they continue to play in this pace, get these eliminations, and make it deep into the end game, they could overtake some teams on their way up the top of the leaderboard for pride, glory, and line in their pockets with that much more money, what they came for, as Froxy continues to move forward, not slowing down, and Havad is gonna go down.
And Froxy's kind of been calling it out, even in the events leading up to this weekend. We know that we're contested, we know it's going to be tough. Winning likely out of the question for that trio, but they can still put on a strong performance to see what more prizing they can possibly secure.
Seti, Epco, Panzer, 506, only 6 points shy of Pix, Darm, and Demas. It was honestly not too far away from their current drop spot, but you're seeing how stacked the leaderboard is when you kind of drop down outside of that top 2, or even top 3 or 4 for that matter. So it's going to take a good amount of eliminations if some of these teams on the outside wants to punch into the top 5, but better late than never could be the final opportunity that they have. As we continue to look around the map, seeing a lot of the same strategies going down as some of our previous games.
Haven't seen a whole lot of reason in chat. Mr. Savage trying to take up a surge-based position, though, up against Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstache. Whether or not this actually pans out in their favor is yet to be determined, but chat, Mr. Savage, Reason, definitely have had their highlight moments throughout this tourney.
Yeah, a team that's definitely had their ups and downs, and still, we talk about their story making it here. Barely, almost missing out on a chance at the grand finals, but it was a 1-point differential. They made it in. All they needed was a shot. 2 points. They made it in to qualify for the global championship, and now Savage is on the cusp of a potential top 5 if he can perform well with some eliminations in this game. King, Phaser, PH Zen. They faltered, they fell out of the top 10, but they're just 1 placing down inside of that top 11.
Oh no! Pixie, Vanya, Marius, do they even have any idea of the intention that lies behind Ryu, Snowy, and Sod? They're looking to play massive spoiler here at OXR headquarters. If they catch Pixie and Vanya slipping, Marius racing across overhead. Right now, they're just trying to lock in their surge. They're not really anticipating anybody to be nearby. And even with Vanya overhead, they're so preoccupied with just trading out these bloom battles. Marius, he's split apart from the rest. Ryu, Snowy, Sod, a singular 3-2-1 could be the difference here. Is Marius gonna be able to stay strong?
You see, they don't want to give up their position. We saw Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo try to do the same thing to Kanata, looking all around. Marius does not even know, and you can see his loadout. He's the one for his team that's getting all of that extra material to replenish what they use for that surge base. He's getting all of those extra heals to consolidate them inside of their tower, but he is also the one that is exposing himself the most. Snowy, Sod, Ryu, they were able to close the distance and get inside of the OXR HQ.
We've got another perspective. Malibuka, Ping, and Walks here at Kappa Kappa Factory. They are just chasing down Pix, Darm, and Demas. They don't want to allow these guys the opportunity to try and maintain their position within the top 5. Malibuka, Ping, and Walks going on to the aggressive forefront here, but it's Ping who's opening up big shots here onto Demas, forcing him to pull further back inside of the box here. Malibuka, Ping from a separate direction. Demas, Darm, Pix, they're trying to keep the hopes alive for themselves. Rookies of the year, essentially, Jacob, but they still have to break through these veterans.
Malibuka's using his experience not to get caught off guard in these situations, just trying to spray down a couple of their piece control, get them to expose themselves. But right now, it is going to be a 3v3, but you see at the bottom of your minimap, 2 teams from the Kappa factory that could be looking for Surge to try to interrupt this one as Demons continues to scramble around. Oh no, 17 HP, 2 builds left. Walks continues to put down the pressure. Good thing for him. I do believe it was Darm, reunited in the same box, trying to hold the covers, but that leaves out picks to go down. They isolated the 1v1. Malabuka, Pings, and Walks are hunting down 3rd place.
Darm, Demons, and Pigs might be phenomenal fighters, but Malabuka, Ping, and Walks simply having the material counts in their favor. They've completely shut off Darm's entrance back towards Demons. Malabuka trying to see if he can make that wing flank approach. Malabuka, though, big tag, but an even bigger one on the Darm. Darm's gonna be put down. Elimination after elimination now as Demons meets his demise. 3rd place might be exclusively up for grabs.
It definitely is with how tight that leaderboard is. Pick Darm and Demas. I just want to give him a huge pat on the back from underdogs to top dogs. These guys looking like a serious threat. Vanya, Pixie, and Marius. We saw that team floating around the OXR HQ. They did not get any opportunity to pounce onto Marius, so they're going to survive and live to tell the tale and hopefully shoot up that leaderboard.
I did see Vanya at the very last moment, though. He was already setting up for the pre-edit, so if Snowy, Rad, and Ryu aren't careful, they're going to find themselves getting caught completely off guard. Seti, he might not be a fan favorite this weekend, but he's still looking to try and take over. iDrop, Cammy, Hadi, it's teammates, or former teammates, I should say, just looking to gauge who really got the better end of the deal.
Kind of decisions, crash pads, launch pads. And with Seti, Yapko, and Panzer right in front, that is the team currently in 4th place, 506 points, just shy of getting into another big money spot of the top 3. Swizzy, Mustache, Queasy, even with the zone pulling so far towards the south, they know it's very, very important for them to get their Storm Surge first. And then they throw one of those upgraded launch pads down. They hit the Flowberry Fizz, and they cover over 1,000 meters quickly. But as we tune in, Cold is already down. Peterbot on the back foot, but it's actually Ritual that fell. Him and Cold, the 2 best fraggers in all of NA, have a chance to fight back. But it's Malabuka, Walks, and Pings on the other side. Seti, Panzer, Yapko, they're in the mix as well, and one more team towards the north.
And a sandwich between some of EU's best and Peterbot Cold. They know what kind of a pickle they're truly in. Peterbot's got a couple of pre-edits set up already, but he knows he just needs to escape. Every dog has his day, and this one, he doesn't want to find himself losing the bone that was thrown him in the last lobby because they got a better placement than what they'd expected.
But obviously they're gonna try to crash pad up. They just dodged disaster somehow. Peterbot, he gets the audio cue. Great damage towards the backside, just a sliver of HP remaining. But you see them kind of second guessing the decision. They don't know exactly who that is hiding there. So them being 2 versus the 3, they have to figure out if they want to push this or not. But a good opening opportunity with damage. They're creeping closer and closer.
And whether the crowd likes it or not, Peterbot and Cold, Ritual, they've actually had a pretty incredible day 2 performance, Jacob. They have completely leapfrogged their way up the leaderboard, and they're clearly still intent on just trying to see how far they can really go. They've gotten so much prizing from NAC throughout the entirety of this year, but now on the global stage, Peterbot and Cold as a duo, they might still be looking to bring Ritual back into this one.
Yeah, you gotta think that they do have that reboot card. They're kind of beelining it over towards Dystopia, but they have to be careful. Bakapars and Pump are already there trying to get scraps. To go back on over to Rangers Ruin. Prodoxy, Pablo, Chino. They got the boss down. The queen is no more, and you're seeing what that does. Not only do they get that OXR rank, but multiple slurp juices, splashes that they can use. They already have 419 points. They can only go up from here.
But we're looking at one of the only teams in this lobby that's truly capable of finding those huge elimination wins. And still, Jacob, this is one of the best loot loadouts that we have seen Prodoxy working with. He even admitted to it yesterday on socials. He's like, look what happens when I finally get a loadout to work with. And again, even though it's the last lobby, they have 0 hopes of slowing down here.
And every placing down that leaderboard just gets more and more money, I should say upside. You got 450,000 for first place, 300,000 for second, 225,000 for third, and that's just kind of a showing of like every placing you go up, even if you might not be able to win, could be a life-changing amount of money. As Peterbot's gonna go down to Victor V yet again. Victor V, that's like his second time or even more in this tournament, taking down Pete himself, even with Ritual back, a sliver of HP, forcing out the splashes. Cold and him have to reunite and figure out a way to get their teammate back.
Victor V might be the real Peterbot counter. Now that he's on 0 ping, people forget Victor V, when he's playing on West, he's tackling on 60 ping, so now we're getting to watch an elite young fragger on the come up. So excited to see where this goes next, because even though the weekend hasn't necessarily shaped up to the position they wanted to be in, they've still got a lot of fight left in them.
That's kind of how they have, bro. He just trying to fire off. He's just hoping that his aim is better than the distance they can cover, but no! Full damage! Basically taking himself out. The full trio looking to run him down. They do have a chance, though. We saw Cold, we saw Ritual go back to Dystopia. Does he go and see Swizzy, Mustache, and Queasy yet again accessing the bunker? Not too far away from the Hive, just outside of Ranger's Ruin and Foxy Floodgates. And they now have the Mythic. They have the Medallion. They have the Exotic. And they have time here to let every other team pass them on the zone and fight each other.
Victor V just picking up where he left off. Unfortunately, Ritual just not healthy enough to stay on both of his feet. He's just gonna be tackled. It's only Cold left alive from that trio, and now Victor V, he'll have the opportunity to heal, but not only that, 4 eliminations, it's so much surge, and Jacob, realistically, Epic, he's trying to help make the calls alongside Paper. They still want to keep pushing forward, but Ryu, he's gonna bring down Epic Will. Victor V now looking to give a little bit of backup here to a support player, but Victor V, he's stuck in a 1 versus 2 situation. They're trying to close in onto the primary fragger here, but Victor V, Pop's got to be going crazy, watching his son pop off in the crowd.
Without any builds, I'm not too worried. He does have that medallion, the double jump. It also negates fall damage as he quickly reunites with Paper on the other side. That's what they're going to start thinking about, how many builds that they have, what do they need to get, but they don't have time. They're immediately getting jumped on 1v3, multiple angles. Victor V still making plays, slides out of those builds. Paper still stuck. He's still trying to figure out an answer to the onslaught that's going his way. He continues to fight back. Ryu, though, almost full HP when it comes to the shield as well. Paper, no knock. Victor V is down. The full trio is out of here.
A little bit of tragedy has struck there for Victor V, Paper, and Epic Whale, but they still did enough. They left Cold in such an awful position. He's still got to try and work his way out of that location. Gino, Pablo, and Prodoxy. Look at the elimination. Jacob already at 8. They have won their goal in sight, and that is to jump, force their way into the top 5.
There's only one way to get some points in this game. You cannot expect the teams above you on that leaderboard to go down early. The level of competition inside of the top 10, I feel like, has never been higher. So you have to start to take matters into your own hands. And this is one of those teams, for Doxy specifically, that will play to win. He will make or break himself. He's not going to go down with at least trying. And that's how they found those 8 eliminations. But Clicks and Higgs, you see them lurking around, trying to grab those extra bandages, the heals. This is going to be a 2-tick zone.
Clicks, Higgs, they might just be looking to try and play for the reboot. They have no idea that Chino, Pablo, and Prodoxy have already made their way back over to Ranger's Ruin. They are creeping up on them. And Higgs, Clicks, they're just so exposed. Holding my breath watching this, Jacob, because I know it's only a matter of time before 3-2-1 comes through, but Higgs, he nearly puts up the defense, but it's just not enough. Higgs is gonna be knocked, Clicks, scattered, left to try and fend for himself, but with 3 healthy players out of EU's powerhouse, they'll be put down, and Clicks eliminated. Gino, Pablo, and Prodoxy hit their first
This might be game 12, but they're not out of gas just yet. When it comes to eliminations, Taco, they have 40 points on straight eliminations alone. We haven't even touched those placement points yet. They're shooting up the leaderboard faster than ever. I talked about the prize money differential, and that's exactly what they're after. Canada, Rapid, and Bolts, the same thing for them. To start the game, they were in about 5th place, but hot on their heels. There's so many teams trying to get aggressive to get those points. See in the distance, 2nd place, Vana, Marius, and Pixie. Not going for the high ground just yet. 6th zone, more than half of the game left still to play.
This is where players really have to test their composure, the mental fortitude, the emotional control. It's so easy to want to hit the autopilot if you're in Queasy's position. You start to see the lights. You start to think that could be us, our name. The crowd is chanting, but the same case scenario for Vanya as well. They're still looking to try and overtake 1st place. And if Verstash, Swizzy, and Queasy get lobby focused, that could be the ultimate difference maker. But instead, Swizzy fires back. It's going to be a takedown. The elimination couldn't have come at a better time.
And that's 4 more points for them, inching themselves closer and closer to it being mathematically impossible for anybody to catch up. But again, no placement points just yet. That can truly shake things up, especially since they have a max pull across the map and a few teams trying to make and mirror that same rotation. First comes the crash pad, then the Flowberry Fizz, and they can continue that rotation until they make the zone. But Taco, more than half of this zone is over open water.
Not only that, but Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstache, they are white line crash padding straight towards the next zone. The fact that nobody has taken a shot at them along the way, it's a bold maneuver, but it pans out heavily in their favor, and they're continuing to scale their way down. We saw Ritual get eliminated yet again. Sasser striking for some teams in front of Queasy, but better still, Seti, Panzer, and Yapko. They've still got a lot to settle here in this lobby. They find another elimination onto Adapter. Valor already taken care of by Visuals and a Minish, but Braids on the other side of these walls. Seti can't continue pressing forward. They're stuck inside their own build. That is until Yapko finds the elimination onto Visuals.
Yeah, much needed elimination as well. They were only 8 damage above the threshold. That's not a feeling of comfortability at all. Now they go from 300, but dropping back down low. That just goes to show how active this lobby actually is, but they continue to steamroll. Mustache, Swizzy, and Queasy find their 3rd elimination of the game, taking down NA West.
And you know that Vanya, Pixie, and Marius, they can see it all in the elimination feed. 3 additional elims for Swizzy, Mustache, and Queasy. They have so much ground to cover just from placement points alone, and the elims are doing them no favors whatsoever. But Mustache, Swizzy, it's like Queasy told them, just be off the leash, do whatever you want, just find those eliminations.
Up there it goes, School. Trying to drop down low. He's the first one to get knocked. Sauko followed in that trend. He was trying to be a hero, but ends up a 0, leaving Arc all by himself. That's a ton of pressure for one of the youngest, one of the most aggressive players on his region, but active surge for Pars, Pump, and Baka. 136 below the damage threshold. It does not matter if they have high ground if they can't utilize it, and nobody's giving them any peaks. So they're gonna go ahead and utilize that Flowberry Fizz to get a triple heal going out.
They're stuck looking to heal instead of being able to look for tags. Malabuka, Wax, and Ping put on so much pressure, but now that they've made their rotation, we're a little bit exposed. Not sure that was enough for Baka, Pars, and Pump to get across the finish line there for the third threshold. And now the medkit comes out. Baka doesn't have anything to work with. It's just those couple of crash pads. He might as well leave them somewhere for his teammate to pick up. But Pars, just looking at this loadout, Jacob, he's got barely anything to work with.
0 ammo in his AR. It's literally just 19 shots in that Wrecker revolver. Luckily for him, he at the bare minimum has Pump on his team. but underneath, sharks in the ocean. They're ready to take a bite out of NA West, but Malibuca's trying to beat him first. They crash pad towards the high ground, and they solidify it while Surge reactivates. Down goes Pump. Pars is now officially on the clock, which runs out, and he's out of the game for good.
But these audio cues aren't doing Malibuca's team any favors because Prodoxy, Gino, Pablo directly underneath, more than happy to see if they can close in. They knew that there were weakened trios directly above them, but they just want to see how bad off are they really. They're still trailing underneath, but Wax, Malibuca attempting to hold height. They might only be a duo, Jacob, but they have so much surge.
62 points. That's the difference between first and second place. And the time is truly running out. They have to make sure Queasy, Moustache, and Swizzy somehow go down outside of the top 8 as they continue to move through. It's becoming more and more impossible. There's 600 plus damage above the threshold. They're looking down to the backside of the zone, trying to figure out where the weakness is for any of these trios trying to rotate in. Even with Kanata down below, they're lurking. No visual audios, but if you look at the sky, that's Marius, Vanya, and Pixie, but they lose Vanya throughout this mix. They're on that middle ground where all the chaos ensues.
Vanya just barely managing to start to get his life back up to a healthy level. Swizzy, Moustache, Queasy though, they see the high ground. They're starting to go for the chop. Malibuca gonna be forced to drop eventually, but can Malibuca even get down in the first place? I don't think so. He's a victim of the lobby now. Swizzy, Queasy, they don't hesitate. They're immediately surging upwards. They know height domination is where the thrill will be tested.
On the high ground right now, they're getting challenged, but they're fighting for it all. It's Pixie, it's Marius, and Vanya. If they want the win, this is the moment right here. Swizzy goes down. Moustache has fallen. It is all up to Queasy and Taco. There are more than enough points still left on the board for them to overtake the first place spot, but they have to survive. Vanya goes down. Marius is gonna have to pop that slurp juice and reunite with Pixie.
But where's Queasy? Pixie and Marius, they're so incredibly low. They're not gonna be able to save Vanya. They'll at least get everything that he had to offer at the final moments. But Marius, Pixie, as a duo, they've got to find Queasy. They don't know where he's gone off to. Seti in the low ground. If Marius and Pixie aren't careful, they might run smack dab into the center of where all the congestion is building at. But they're crash padding up. They're trying to get back on the height. They know what is in front of them, and they want to take it by force.
They already have second place locked in. It's all or nothing. Down goes PH Sid, but no! Marius is now down as well. Pixie with the pressure on his shoulders. You got to remember though, Queasy is down. They are 50 points shy. He needs to win, but he gets denied. Moustache, Queasy, and Swizzy have done it.
It was the final moment. It was going to be so bittersweet, no matter the outcome for the gentle mates here, Jacob. But Queasy has finally overcome. The GOAT debate has been settled. He is the GOAT of Fortnite when it comes to IG yelling and as a player in general. And he's got two GOATs with him. It's Swizzy and Moustache.
But there's still hundreds of thousands of dollars split between these teams still left alive. A good chunk of them at the top of the leaderboard, including Pablo, who's trying to have that solo run, but that one gets ended, and rather quickly as he was by himself. That was Seti and Yapko. They're one of 3 teams left alive. Panzer's trying to move in, 20 HP. He's quickly running out of builds. Seti as well, but he's gonna go out. Cammy, his invitational partner, has done it again. He ends his show. He said, no, you will not pass me. You will not take my money, as Cooper and Curly are still down below. 2v3 situation, 3v1. I drop Dari and Cammy win the final game of the day.
What an impossibly crazy finish. Nobody could have possibly anticipated that it would all come down to this final match in day 1. We saw Queasy, Swizzy, and Moustache leading the charge. They had such a monumental lead over the entirety of the lobby, but it still all came down to the wire. They knew it was a marathon from the get-go, but they sprinted across the finish line to claim the title as your 2025 Global Champions.
A year-long journey just to get to this point. 12 games, almost 700 points, 3 victory royales. They have done it.
It almost seems as if it hasn't even fully keyed in yet. Mustache and Swizzy, they're letting everyone here in Leo know. It's Gentlemates, it's Twisted Queasy bringing home the title. Fellas, lift that trophy high!
Aujourd'hui et pour l'éternité, vos champions, Queasy, Mustache and Swizzy!
Mustache, you have been to so many of these global events. You've never placed inside the top 10. How does it feel to be a global champion?
It feels nice. I can't believe it still. Like, we've been playing this year. We played so bad every Grands. We should have won every Grands, but now this is the day when we won.
You might not have won an FNCS major final in 2025, but that doesn't matter right now. You are the best team in the world. Queasy, you are the greatest IGL Fortnite has ever seen. Can you believe it?
I mean, after today's performance, I don't know about that, but I mean, we pulled through, we got it, so that's all that matters.
Well, talk to me about today. Yesterday, we were all saying this trophy was surely yours. But this morning, those first 3 games, they didn't go your way. Did you think you were going to have to settle for second place again?
No, I was playing only for first. That's why we did what we did at the game 11, and I mean, shout out to them, because we went into this like thinking like 99% we're going to win. And it pushed it to the last game, so shout out to Vana trio. Like, I don't even know. They did amazing.
Guys, I'm with Swizzy. Je peux pas vous le dire autrement. Swizzy a les larmes aux yeux. Swizzy est ému. Regardez, Swizzy, I saw the real tears in your eyes. How do you feel, Swizzy?
I feel amazing. Last year I couldn't play with my duo. Now I'm here and I win.
Cette année, c'était la bonne pour lui. Enfin la bonne. Il est tellement ému, Swizzy. Good luck for the future.
Guys, I have to ask, what makes this a world-beating team?
Them too, just fragging ability. I mean, they solo clutched the game 11 with 2v3. I don't know. I try to do my best. Today, I feel like I underperformed by a lot, but they pulled through and they got me the win.
Well, you're not going to think about that anymore because you guys have a trophy to lift. Guys, please take your position. To Le Mans, please, one more time, give it up for your 2025 Fortnite Global Champions. It's Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache!
Cannot believe it. In this moment, your global champions, Queasy, Swizzy, Mustache, taking it all the way to game number 12. To think, Kelly, at the beginning of this year, this trio formed, and we thought, what the heck are you talking about? This sounds like a high-caliber trio. To qualify, to bring it here, to push everyone else on land to their very limits, and now to walk away. Global champions. Guys, how does it feel? Swizzy, I want to start with you, bro. Anytime that you guys have performed well, and the camera's been on you, you feel like a guy who wears his heart on his sleeve. Those emotions flood through you, smile big. How does this moment feel right now?
It feels amazing. I think I did the most mentality in our team. Like, I saw their face our first game, and they say like, guys, lock in.
Lock in. Dude, and you said yourself, right, the fact that past times you've not been able to play with your actual teammates. the moment you get to play with your actual trio, you win the global championship.
Yeah.
Queasy, going all the way back to the Invitational, so close to claiming that first place spot, but you walk away in second. Last year, this same situation happens, and finally, you claim your rightful spot as a global champion. What has that journey been like starting all the way back in 2022?
I don't even know. I mean, from Invitational, literally like before Game 12, I said, guys, please, let's not make it the same thing again. And I mean, we did it finally, so it's a crazy feeling.
Merstash, brother, I mean, you've been hearing it for 2 days now. They see you on screen, this crowd goes crazy. Did that push you forward? Did that make you more nervous in any way?
Not gonna lie, I want to say thanks to everyone who came here, who supported us, and because it meant so much for us, I think. It gave me confidence, at least in first day. So yeah, I want to thank to everyone who came here and supported us.
All right, we got to talk about essentially the winning moment for you guys in Game 11. I want to know what was going through the comms, whose idea was it, and how were you able to execute it?
Basically, half break, we went to VOD review, we watched zones, we were figuring out, because day one, our game plan was to get medal in bunkers. Day two, the bunkers were gone. 2 of the games we ran for it, they got taken before we could get there, and kind of messed up our game. And after I watched the VODs, we were supposed to go Foxy, but I said if it pulls the same, I saw Vana tanking like Medmiss and Storm, and then padding. So I try to like go towards him and wait for him to pad and kill him out the air. That was the plan, but yeah.
I mean, obviously it worked out in your favor going for second place right there. Queasy, that is why you are regarded as one of the best IGLs in the world.
I mean, and look, Queasy, I don't know why you're down on yourself right now. I mean, Swizzy Merstash, this guy's been your IGL, and he's not giving himself the props that he rightfully has earned. I saw you walk up to that trophy and shed a tear. I saw you smile big when you lifted it. Brother, you're a global champion, and not only that, you've got EU their first global championship title right here, right now. Leon, make some noise for Swizzy, Queasy, Merstash! Forever in history, you guys have made a moment in Fortnite. Thank you guys so much. We're gonna let you guys go. Take this trophy, get out of here, go celebrate global champions. Congratulations again. You can leave your headsets here. Get out of here, guys. Come on, Leo, make some more noise!
Congratulations, come here. Oh my God. Good question. Good job, you guys.
Head that way right there. Yo, congrats, Queasy. Man, I cannot believe it. I cannot believe, once again, Fortnite does it, Kelly. Game number 12, pushed to the absolute brink. It was won in game number 11, right? Taking it as far to landing on Vana and basically putting them in a situation, hey, because you know, you think about it, right? Minnie, you would think about, okay, maybe game 12 is that time. But no, they're one step ahead. Game 11. Let's push them to the very brink, game 11, because that gives us game 12 as a buffer. And because of that, Minnie, they are now global champions.
Incredible stuff. Absolutely incredible stuff. Think back to Queasy, Chapter 2, Season 6, FNCS win. His first FNCS win. Then, of course, we go to the Invitational. The all-important moment that we remember from that time. Second place in that tournament. Made a big play, didn't work out. Then he goes on to get 6 out of 12 wins in Grand Finals with Vino. A record-breaking performance. And then last year with Thomas HT coming so close to taking home the title. He has done it. And I couldn't be more happy for him. He deserves it so much. And it's the final thing ticked off on his list. He hasn't got the LAN win yet, Kelly. But now, he's finally done.
I mean, this is a story that hasn't even just been building up from the start of this year. It's been building up since the start of Fortnite.
Yep.
And there is no person better to finally grab that global champion than Queasy. Everyone, even before day one, before they got the back-to-back victory royales, said that Queasy is the best LAN player in the world.
Yep.
And he said, let me make honest people out of everyone that is believing in me. And we got to talk to so many people saying, who do you think has to win it all? And Queasy's name was brought up time and time again.
I mean, and again, Queasy, when you wake up tomorrow and you start to doubt yourself, look yourself in the mirror and think, I am a global champion, and let that doubt fade away forever, brother. You guys have done something incredible here. You have made this crowd roar. If there are any M8 fans, you know they're also going crazy. The fact M8 came out in that #1 spot, but don't forget other players, other trios were fighting for that prize money. Let's take a look how things ended. We saw there early on in the game, Pixie fell, but in the end there, it looks like Panther, SETI, Yapo come out in 3rd place. I kept saying, Kanata, now's the moment, but SETI said, hold on. We're gonna make sure that Globals 2025 is dominated by EU.
Yeah, what a performance from SETI, Panzer, and Yapo. Really, really great. They played the meta really well all weekend. Fixed a couple of issues that they might have had. You know, we were looking at them this weekend. They were contested. A lot of people had them written off. But no, they put on an absolute display of excellence all weekend, and really happy for them to get 3rd there.
Listen, as the NA representative on this desk, I do have to give a shout out to Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, holding it strong in 5th place for North America. And a lot of people said, would you have expected Kanata to be the one to represent NA on top? And I say every time, yes! He is one of the best players in the world, the only player in the world to go to every single grand finals. To see him represent his region like that, it just makes me so happy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, NA, we're gonna have to come together. Okay, group huddle after this, because 2026, we know we're making a return to Europe. We're gonna need to show up there, but it's fine. EU, you guys can have 1. That's fine. We still have 2 at the end of the day. My friends, final kind of closing thoughts after the weekend before we kind of start wrapping up and saying goodbye.
I mean, what a weekend overall. The atmosphere here has been absolutely electric. All the fans here have put on an incredible display themselves, right? Let alone the players on that stage. Every single one of them put everything into preparing for this event, of course, playing this weekend as well in front of a crowd, which at times wasn't necessarily as positive towards some of the players, but they showed grit, they showed determination, and they showed that they can pull through. And this, I think, has been my favorite Globals.
100%. There is so many moving pieces that go into a global championships. Beyond the players, beyond us, there is just so many people involved that want to make sure that we bring the best show possible. And I think we did that this weekend. And a lot of that is due to the incredible fans that we had supporting, making sure that they made so much noise, because they know that the global championships only happens 1 time a year. So if it's gonna happen now, we're gonna make some noise.
Oh man, yeah, thank you so much, Leon, for all your love and support. You guys have truly made this something special. Thank you. As we start getting ready to say goodbye, let's get the rest of the crew in here. And of course, you know I want to get the crew, the French commentators who kind of helped bring this whole thing to life in venue. Fortnite fam, thank you so much. A big thank you to the players. A couple things before we go. Don't forget double XP going on till Monday. Hop in, get yourself all that XP. Make sure you play. So much to play for. You heard the news for 2026. It's about to be crazy. But as always, until then, we love you. Keep yourself safe. And we'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.
We're